Chapter 301, Mangekyo vs Hydrification. Hyaga's clan could no longer return to how it was in the past. This clan's centrifugal force had already become shattered. When the branch family mastered the method to resist the caged birds, more and more Hoito would appear. Not to mention, just one Hoito had caused the entire Hyaga clan to be in chaos. Everyone was tangled, and some people were even looking forward to the moment when Hoito returned. Yuuji was very calm about what had happened to Hyaga's clan, even if there was his own work involved. Iroha, how is your current physical condition? Can you perfectly control your own bloodline? Yuuji sat in his seat and asked. Iroha said respectfully, I can already perfectly control the explosive increase in strength. My surge of pupil strength has also entered a stable stage. That's good. You only have one eye. Even if you have the bloodline of Otsutsuki, if you really have to fight to the death against an enemy of the same level as you, with only one eye, there is a high chance that you will be defeated in the end. Yuuji said indifferently. Although Iroha had defeated Uchiha Setsuna in a powerful manner. At that time, Setsuna had just obtained Mangekyo Sharingan and was not familiar with this power. The enlightenment in his body was also causing trouble. In addition, he knew nothing about Iroha's Jagan. It was normal for a one-eyed Iroha to defeat Setsuna. But now, if Iroha wanted to defeat Setsuna again, it would take a lot of effort. After all, he only had one eye. If not for the fact that he had fused with the corpse of Otsutsuki, it would be very difficult for Iroha's strength to truly possess a powerful deterrence. Then, should I go dig out another eye of Elder Clansman? Iroha's right eye flashed with a blue light. Elder Clansman, at present, this is the only value. For the time being, there is no need, but you can have the opportunity to get your hands on the other eye. Giant Tenseigan. You are now half a Otsutsuki. Presumably, you have the qualifications to control that thing. Yuuji looked at Iroha and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the experimental product that he had created. This kind of Iroha must be completely qualified to control the giant Tenseigan. There was no need for Iroha to control it perfectly. It was already amazing that he could control it. As for that guy, Hoito, well, don't bother about him. For the next period of time, Hyaga's clan was busy and had to give an explanation to the village. They also had to start a crazy investigation on Hoito. As time passed, the leaders of the various villages also began to leave the village. This is the most depressing Chunin exam I have ever participated in. So many big things have happened, but they are closely monitored. Can't do anything at all. Even if you are not monitored, can you still do something? Have you forgotten how strong Konoha is now? Idiot! Bastard, do you want to die? Hojiki Manjutsu's eyes revealed a cold light. Calm down, we are still in Konoha's territory. Don't get into a conflict with the people from other villages. Utakata stopped Mangetsu and said coldly. Mangetsu stared at Utakata for a while, snorted coldly, carried the blunt knife and the explosive knife, and turned to leave. Kimimaro and Haku also did not say a word, following behind Mangetsu. Utakata said coldly, you better be careful. The guy from the Eye organization seems to be interested in you. Doesn't he just want to cooperate with Kirigakuer? I can't interfere in this matter. Mangetsu walked out of Konoha's door with a cold face. Utakata said, I hope so. Kirigakuer's people took the lead and left the village. Shin followed closely behind and was about to leave. He refused Yandame's invitation. Is that so? Why are you in such a hurry? I hope you can convey Konoha's goodwill to your leader. We will have many opportunities to cooperate. Minato said cautiously. He really did not want to stand on the opposite side with the mysterious Eye organization. Do not forget that the two great Hitomi family clans of Ninja World were all the families of Konoha. What happened to Hoito also happened. Minato once suspected that the ghost who had appeared and left in this matter might have also secretly participated in a kick. Then, the ghost who mysteriously broke into Konohagakure will also leave with you, right? If you don't take the initiative to leave, it is challenging Konoha's bottom line, Minato said. Maybe. That guy is elusive. I even suspect that he has mastered time-space, Hitomi technique. Shin waved his hand and impatiently left the Hokage building. He quickly moved his body and was about to leave Konoha to chase Hojiki Mangetsu. However, just as he walked out of the door, Setsuna stopped him. Demon, since we are here, we can talk. After all, we are companions of the same organization. I'm very busy, get lost. Besides, who do you think you are to be my companion? Shin was very arrogant. Setsuna sneered, just based on this old man's pair of authentic eyes. This old man's eyes are the legendary eyes of ancestor Uchiha. Are you sure you are my match? Because of Indra's eye. The expression under Shin's mask was incomparably greedy and jealous. Damn it, he also wanted this kind of powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Shin was still incomparably confident. He had confidence for his eyes. So what if it's because of Indra? It's just a low-grade product obtained through trickery. Shin looked at Setsuna with a vicious gaze. These eyes aren't much, but it's not a problem to cripple you. Setsuna slowly raised his head. He was a member of the Eye organization in name, but he knew nothing about the Eye organization he was in. The ghost who had defeated him was too lazy to communicate with him, and now this demon was also like this. Damn it, why was everyone ignoring him? Even Uchiha Madara himself was almost killed by this old man. He almost died in Konoha. Young man, you better show respect to this old man. Setsuna said in a deep voice. However, Shin curled his lips in disdain. He really didn't want to continue talking to this guy. It was simply a waste of time. However, since this old bastard came to find him himself. What are you two doing? Don't forget the rules of the organization. You are absolutely not allowed to attack your own core members. This is a capital offense. You don't want to be hunted down by the leader, do you? Iroha rushed over from Root's department and stared at the two restless fellows with blue eyes. Setsuna and Shin were both proud of their status as Uchiha. They were proud because they had Mangekyo Sharingan. They were arrogant. They did not care about others. Iroha completely looked at Shin. If these two people met, it was likely that they would fight. It was still at Konoha's location. Many of Konoha's ninjas had already rushed over. They looked at the city wall and watched carefully. Abarameshibi quietly left the crowd and made preparations. Leader. Setsuna and Shin's expressions changed. They were a little uneasy and even more terrified. To have an existence like Rin-Egan, who was a supreme existence, was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Even Akatsuki's sage eye was no match for him. No one knew who the real identity of the leader was. Leader. I think the leader should also be on that level. He is almost like a god, just like Konoha's Shiranui Yuuji. Setsuna whispered. Humph, don't use the leader to suppress me. Even if the leader comes, he will definitely stand on my side and help me. Shin raised his head proudly and looked at Setsuna with disdain. He fired one after another. I often talk to the leader and receive his kind guidance. What do you have? You have nothing. Setsuna was stunned on the spot. His hands and feet were cold and his mentality was exploding. There was really no way to refute this. He didn't even know where the base of the Eye organization was. Enough, let's leave here. Iroha shook his head, moved his body, and disappeared into the dense forest in an instant. Shin also looked at Setsuna with disdain. The feeling of superiority in his heart made him extremely happy, and he also left in the direction of the ghost lantern full moon. Setsuna stood in place, and returned to the village with a gloomy face. The elder seems to have a very good relationship with the Lord. That's right. After talking for such a long time, we must be discussing the operation plan of the Eye organization. Elder, do you know who this clansman is? Many Uchiha clansmen came up to him and praised him loudly. Setsuna did not say a word, and the anger in his heart continued to burn. Moreover, he found nothing about Shin's true identity. Immortals might be in Uchiha's rule, but who was this demon? It was like Mangekyo ninja who had suddenly popped out. In the forest of the Kingdom of Fire, Hojiki Mangetsu led the team in a circle and specially came to the battlefield of the two statues to observe. It's so amazing. It's really hard to imagine what kind of battle could cause this kind of damage. Hojiki Mangetsu looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked expression. The two broken statues were lying crookedly on the ground. The surroundings were already in a mess. Countless lands were overturned and countless trees were destroyed. Just the huge depressions on the ground seemed to have been bombarded by countless Bijuudama. This tragic scene made one's scalp tingle. What kind of monster could possess this kind of strength? From the looks of it, was it still controlling this incomparably large statue to fight? This Buddha statue seems to be the legendary true Count Senju. That is the first generation Mokutan's secret technique. The one fighting should be Senju Hashirama. No, I heard a different piece of news. Some people said that the one who used the true Count Senju was Uchiha Madara. What? This is too ridiculous. How could Madara have Mokuton? Don't make any random conclusions. Mangetsu and Utakata were talking in low voices. On the other side, there were also people who appeared intermittently, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. It's really terrifying. When will I have such strength? Mangetsu's eyes showed regret. He was Kirigakuru's top genius, able to skillfully control 7 ninja blades. If he could hold all 7 ninja blades in his hand, Mangetsu felt that his strength might be able to increase once again, but to reach the level of Hashirama and Madara. If I have all the ninja blades I have. Mangetsu grinds his teeth, somewhat unwilling. What a coincidence, I am also collecting ninja knives, bring your ninja knives over. Shin had already caught up, coldly staring at Hojiki Mangetsu, his voice ice cold. It's you. Originally, you didn't come to seek refuge with Kirigakure, but targeted my ninja knives. Mangetsu was shocked and looked at Shin cautiously. Submit to Kirigakure? Bastard Kirigakure, I can flatten that trash village by myself. Shin stood on a tree, extremely arrogant. At this time, Shin had the demeanor of Sasuke, who had just opened Mangekyo Sharingan in the original timeline. Sasuke, who had just taken down the 8 tails, could use his eyes to sweep Konohagakure. He even brought Jugo and the others straight for Konoha. If not for Obito stopping him midway, who knew what the result would be? Hojiki Mangetsu did not immediately refute. Instead, he carefully observed Shin. I didn't expect to meet such a dangerous guy on such an occasion. Cut the crap. Give me those 2 knives and I will spare your lives. Shin said coldly. Of course, Mangetsu chose to refuse. Utakata, bring Kimimaro and Haku back to the village. I will deal with this guy. I have not fought with Mangekyo Sharingan before. Let me experience this secondary experience. Mangetsu sneered again and again. He was a super genius of Hojiki clan, and even if he was to compare, he was no less than the deceased second-generation Mizukage, Hojiki Gengetsu. Hojiki Mangetsu in his late 20s was at its peak, so he naturally wouldn't give up his best tolerance. Utakata glanced coldly at Shin, and without a word, he directly took Haku and Kimimaro away, acting extremely decisively. Kojuro is already dead. Kimimaro and Haku can't have any more accidents. Otherwise, they won't be able to explain to the village. This time, maybe I can bring back a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Hojiki Mangetsu revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Nonsense. A cold light flashed in Shin's eyes. The thing he hated the most was that someone insulted his precious Mangekyo Sharingan. Hojiki clan? With your lowly bloodline, are you worthy of getting your hands on the noble Uchiha's blood inheritance? Shin directly ignored the fleeing Utakata. His eyes coldly stared at Mangetsu. Swish. He formed a seal in his sleeve. Mangekyo Sharingan. A strong sense of oppression attacked. Immediately after, Shin flicked his sleeve, and a large number of psychic arts were activated. Countless swords, senbon, and the others flew out. In just an instant, Hojiki Mangetsu was pierced into a sieve, causing a large amount of water to splash out. Unfortunately, it was useless. Hehe, your Mangekyo Hitomi technique is indeed very patient. It is no wonder that you have your eyes on my ninja blade. However, I am precisely immune to all of your attacks. Hojiki Mangetsu revealed a terrifying smile. He held a saber in one hand in front of him, so excited that he was trembling a little. My luck is too good. I just happened to meet a type that was defeated by me. After I kill you, I will take your eyes off you and grasp your Hitomi technique. The scene was too beautiful. Shin only sneered and directly took out the amber bottle. Killing intent filled the air. At the same time, on the moon, Hoito, who had been hungry for 2 days, found a broken wooden platform with tears of joy. I have an impression of this. Back then, Tonari and his son used this to contact Ninja World and the moon. Can I finally go back to Ninja World? Chapter 302, He Got Stronger. There is a phenomenon of restraint among ninjas, or ninjutsu, from the mutual restraint of the most basic chakra attributes to the mutual restraint between ninjutsu systems. Hojiki Mangetsu was very happy right now, he felt that he had met the best opponent. The Demon of the Eye organization, with the pupil technique of manipulating ninja equipment. He, his water transformation secret technique is the least afraid of physical attacks, so he can be immune to any amount of attacks. If you want to deal with the Hojiki clan, using this kind of method is useless. It seems like the method I used to gather information about you was correct. Hojiki Mangetsu smiled from ear to ear. In the battle when you seized the amber bottle, you also used Hitomi technique on the fourth Raikage, but even his thunder escape armor was not broken. Hojiki Mangetsu became more and more excited as he spoke. Shin said coldly, at that time, I was just a little careless. Watch how I kill you. That time when he fought the fourth Raikage, it was the first time that Shin participated in a battle after he had Mangekyo Sharingan. He was not prepared enough. But now it was different. Countless ninja tools are his confidence, and the amber bottle is his trump card. What's more, he is not only these strengths, but the further development of his eye ability gives Shin the absolute confidence to kill Mangetsu. Swish! A large number of ninja tools attacked again. Humph, it's useless. Or do you want to use this method as a cover and find an opportunity to attack me? Hojiki Mangetsu smiled contemptuously. He suddenly waved his explosive blade and countless exploding talismans appeared. Along with a loud explosion, countless ninja tools were blown apart. This is the explosive blade. A trace of greed flashed through Shin's eyes. Good stuff, can it be a saber that can summon an unlimited number of spirit explosion talismans? In the next moment, Shin once again activated Hitomi's strength. The tools that had been blasted into countless pieces once again moved, piercing through Hojiki Mangetsu densely. You can even use fragments of ninja tools. Hojiki Mangetsu thought silently. Hojiki Mangetsu. Shin grabbed the amber bottle and shouted. Mangetsu looked suspiciously at the amber bottle. Just as he was about to respond, he shut his mouth tightly. A large amount of ninja tools smashed him into a puddle. Shin took advantage of this opportunity to smash down with the amber bottle. Rumble! Mangetsu was smashed into pieces by the amber bottle. These two knives are mine. Shin couldn't wait to reach out and grab the two knives. But in the next moment, with two bangs, the two knives disappeared. Hojiki Mangetsu appeared not far away and used the psychic ability to summon the two blades in time. When he waved them again, he destroyed the countless ninja tools. The combat experience is quite sufficient, but in front of me, it is useless at all. Shin glared at him and was about to activate the illusion. Although he was not good at illusion, he was still someone with Mangekyo Sharingan. When dealing with Mangetsu, he could at least tear apart his will. But Mangetsu did not look at Shin's eyes, not even looking at his head, wary of himself being hit by the illusion. It's useless. Shin controlled a large number of ninja tools to surround Mangetsu. Then, he used the reflect principle to use these ninja tools to cast illusion on Mangetsu. When Mangetsu lowered its head and saw the reflection of Mangekyo Sharingan on Kunao's surface, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it! Mangetsu was furious and immediately fell into the illusion. At this moment, Hojiki Mangetsu was in despair. If it was hit by Mangekyo's illusion technique, wouldn't it be? The strength of this illusion technique didn't seem to be very strong. However, in a battle of this level, even a moment of absent-mindedness would be fatal. Hojiki Mangetsu. Shin sneered. Mangetsu, who had been affected by the illusion, was about to respond. Shut up! Bang! Utakata rushed back in time and ruthlessly kicked Mangetsu's head. Then he injected chakra to break Shin's illusion. If I had been a little late, you idiot would have already been killed. How can you be so careless in front of Mangekyo Sharingan? Utakata's voice was indifferent. Mangetsu was so shocked that his whole body was dripping with water. He looked at Shin's figure in shock and anger, gnashing his teeth. Just a little bit more and he would be sealed in that amber bottle. Through the constant reflection of light from the ninja equipment, it reflected Mangekyo Sharingan. This was somewhat similar to the white magic mirror eye seal. Unless he completely closed his eyes and fought with his hearing and perception, it would be difficult to avoid. If it was any other ninja with Mangekyo, they could only calculate the angle in advance, and the conditions were harsh. However, Shin, who could control the ninja tools at will, he could easily do this. Although I am very reluctant, let's join hands. If we deal with the enemy alone, we have no chance of winning. Utakata said. Mangetsu looked at Utakata suspiciously. Join forces with you? Are you sure you won't hold me back? Utakata, to put it nicely, he is the star of hope of the village and the only suitable candidate for the six-tailed Jinchuriki so far. To put it bluntly, the village raised Utakata as a pig. Utakata's daily mission was to get close to the six-tailed and work hard to adapt to the power of the six-tailed. What qualifications did such a guy have to join hands with him? Well, of course there is a reason why I said that. Originally, I didn't intend to show this kind of power, but now I have no choice. I don't want to die in this kind of place. As soon as Utakata finished speaking, a stream of red-colored chakra immediately gushed out, transforming into a layer of translucent outer clothing attached to the surface of the body. Bijuu's coat. You have mastered the chakra of the six-tailed? Do the old guys in the village know? Mangetsu was extremely shocked. Of course not. That's why I said there's no other way. I don't like to fight, and I don't like to be in the spotlight. Utakata glanced at Mangetsu. But Mangetsu, this guy, could not die here. Once Mangetsu dies, Kirigakure would lose its fire power, and there would be no one to fight. If Kojuro died, and Mangetsu died, and Utakata returned to the village, he would not end well. The crazy and cold-blooded Yondame Mizukage would most likely not let him go. Instead, he directly tore off his disguise and forced him to immediately start transplanting Bijuu. Humph, 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 it's not Jinchuriki, but it possesses a portion of Bijuu's chakra. But what's the use of this? Shin smiled contemptuously, and without any fear, he brazenly attacked. Not to mention that Utakata was not Jinchuriki, even if a perfect Jinchuriki came now, Shin would still be able to win. I, Uchiha Shin, can win against anyone except for the leader and Shiranui Yuuji. This was Shin's absolute self-confidence. Crash! With a wave of his hand, a new ninja tool poured out, but if one looked carefully, they would know that the number of ninja tools this time was obviously less than the time when they fought against Mangetsu. Obviously, Shin was also a little poor. The ninja tools that were thrown out were all money. He was not as good as Conan's 600 billion exploding talismans reserve. He could not even gather 6,000 ninja tools. After killing these two people, I should think of a way to grab some ninja tools. I heard that Iron Country is rich in ninja tools and there is no war all year round. There must be a lot of reserves. Shin thought to himself. Utakata raised his head, and the red tail behind him flicked, sending a large number of ninja tools flying. He took out the flute and immediately blew a bubble, driving the bubble to float towards Shin. Shin casually used the ninja tool to shatter the bubble. Oh! There are corrosive bubbles. Shin looked at his own ninja tool that was emitting blue smoke and was unconcerned. The battle between the three became more and more intense. Many people nearby noticed it, especially Konoha's ninja. They had already been squatting around the two statues and monitoring them. In the battle between the three of them, it was impossible to hide it from them, but they just stood in the distance and watched coldly. The I organization is fighting with Kirigakure. It has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it. Mangekyou, the ninja who controls the ninja tools. So it's him. This guy claims to be his Uchiha Madara. Report to the village first. We don't need to participate. Some of Konoha's ninjas did not approach. Instead, they stood further away and watched the intense battle. In fact, everyone was optimistic about Uchiha Shin. Because Shin had Mangekyou Sharingan, and it was cage level. However, they did not know that Shin was a big deal. He was the kind that was at the bottom of cage level's list. At least judging from the situation, Shin was still fighting very fiercely. He could control countless ninja tools with just a raise of his hand. His momentum was oppressive, and it was very easy to scare people. Once again, he used ninja tools to launch a concentrated attack. Many ninja tools were even corroded by Utakata. Strong acid was the ability of the six-tailed. The appearance of the six-tailed was a slimy slug. Its body was constantly flowing with mucus, and any drop of it was extremely corrosive. Tisk, I didn't expect you to be able to use the strength of the six-tailed to this extent. The current you probably already has the ability to become a container for sealing the six-tailed. Hojiki Mangetsu praised. Because of the strong acid slime, the danger factor of the six-tailed was extremely high. If one was careless, the human being as a container would be corroded clean. Utakata obviously did not need to worry about this. Don't be careless. We just happen to be able to restrain the enemy. Utakata said this, but a trace of doubt still arose in his heart. After exchanging a few blows, he faintly felt that the enemy did not seem to be so invincible, nor did he have the strength of the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The one-eyed Hitomi technique used to control ninja tool was useless, but what about Susanoo? Why didn't the enemy use Susanoo, and just violently smash over? Shouldn't it be something that Mangekyo ninja should do? If the other party used Susanoo, he could easily rush over and smash apart his Bijuu outer garment. But the deterrence of this person in front of him was obviously insufficient. Are you so arrogant that you don't want to use Susanoo, or can't you? Utakata said. This time, it directly stung Shin. Shin exploded on the spot. If he could activate Susanoo, he would have already dismembered these two people. Would he still be standing here? To deal with you, I did not need to use that level of technique, Shin said. But as far as I know, maintaining the most basic Susanoo does not seem to consume much energy. Uchiha Kazue often uses Susanoo. Utakata said calmly. Die, I can kill you with ordinary Hitomi technique. Shin growled, and the large amount of ninja tools suddenly stopped. The next moment, his left eye suddenly widened, and the left eye pupil technique that marked the ninja tool was activated. Swoosh! Through the dense ninja tool connection, Shin successfully marked the two knives with Mangetsu. He had done so much just for this moment. Not good, my saber. Mangetsu's expression changed drastically as he realized that his saber was about to fly away uncontrollably. I've already become too strong. Even if I don't touch it directly, I can still control your weapon. If it's just a ninja tool, it's all under my control. Shin said coldly. The blunt knife and the explosive knife directly broke free from the hands of Mangetsu and danced in the air, surrounded by a large number of ninja tools and fragments. My ninja knife was actually... Humph, so what if you took it? You can't use the unique ability of the ninja knife to begin with. Mangetsu was extremely heartbroken. Shin smiled contemptuously, and the explosive knife immediately slashed at Mangetsu. A large number of explosive talismans appeared, triggering a terrifying explosion. Half of Mangetsu's body was blown up on the spot. It is true that the explosion is gone. It is true that the secret of hydration can be immune to physical attacks in the general sense, but it cannot be completely immune to the explosion of the detonating talisman. Hojiki Mangetsu, who was only left with half his body, was terrified. He had never expected this to happen. Who would have thought that the enemy who had just taken the ninja blade would be able to easily control the ninja blade? So this is your Mangekyo Sharingan's true ability. Utakata's expression changed and he was greatly shocked. If he could control the ninja tool right away after seizing the ninja tool, then if he gave the other party enough garbage ninja tools and a few artifacts, wouldn't that? Is this true ability of the enemy? The stronger the endurance, the stronger the strength. Utakata wanted to save Mangetsu. However, the blunt blade that could cut through all defenses immediately chopped down, sending Utakata flying. The outer clothing of Bijuu on his body was split open by the blunt blade. In this world, I am the only one who can perfectly control the ninja blade. I don't need you, Hojiki Mangetsu. Shin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he continuously slashed down with the explosive blade. Every time it exploded, it could take away a part of Mangetsu's body. In the end, Mangetsu could not even repair the body and could not even maintain its form. It turned into a ball of constantly squirming water. Rumble. There was a loud noise. Mangetsu completely died, and the master was blown to death by his own ninja blade. Shin looked around proudly. Humph, what about Kirigaku's super genius? So what if he can perfectly control any ninja blade? Facing the noble Uchiha, he had to die. Not to mention, Shin had already obtained 2 ninja blades, and his strength had once again increased. He had become even stronger. After obtaining more powerful weapons, his strength would increase even more. This was Shin. Trash was using his own method to steadily increase his strength and gradually gain a foothold on cage level's level. Shin looked at Utakata with a disdainful gaze and was about to attack him. At this time, a strange object descended from the sky. What is it? Shin hurriedly raised his head and saw a tattered wooden platform that was crookedly floating down from the sky. When he was about to land, he simply fell to the ground and made a loud noise. Chapter 303, The Same Kind. A piece of wood that fell from the sky. Uchiha Shin looked suspiciously at the location of the fall. Subconsciously, he looked at the tattered statue of Hamura. Could it be that there was some connection? Maybe something fell from the moon again. This should be very important to you. Utakata had the intention to retreat in his heart, and he looked at Shin with great fear. Mangetsu died. The man who could perfectly control 7 ninja knives, known as the super genius of the Hojiki clan, was killed at the age of 20. This mission was completely failed. Once Mangetsu died, Utakata had no meaning to stay. He began to think about how to escape. What does the thing that fell from the moon have to do with me? Don't even think about escaping. If you hadn't turned back, I would have killed Mangetsu long ago. Shin was a little annoyed and immediately attacked Utakata. The blunt knife spun in the air and aimed at Utakata, fiercely smashing down. Shin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was also curious about the thing that fell from the sky, the most important thing now was to kill Utakata. If he disturbed his actions, he would definitely have to pay the price. Utakata was both shocked and furious. He opened his mouth and spat out a series of bubbles in an attempt to stop the blunt knife. But Shin just sneered, and in an instant, countless ninja tools struck, smashing the bubbles and taking away a large amount of acid. Die! Boom! The blunt saber slashed down. Utakata hurriedly used the tail behind him to try and miss the trajectory of the blunt saber. However, it was at this moment that the explosive blade appeared. A large number of exploding talismans appeared on the surface and instantly exploded. Boom! After a violent explosion, Utakata rushed out of the range of the explosion in an extremely sorry state. There were already some injuries on his body. If it was a normal Jinchuriki, this kind of injury was not worth mentioning, but to Utakata, this degree of injury had already affected his strength. More ninja tools attacked, leaving Utakata with no room to breathe. The moment he turned around to escape. Utakata, you want to leave like this? Shin suddenly shouted. I didn't want to fight you in the first place. Not good. Utakata's heart skipped a beat. The amber bottle was activated, and a powerful suction force came out, tearing his body apart in an unstoppable manner, forcefully pulling him over. Finished. Utakata felt despair in his heart as he watched himself being sucked into the bottle. Humph, this way, my amber bottle can finally be considered as the first offering. Although it is not the orthodox Jinchuriki, its strength is also quite good. Shin was satisfied. After expending so much effort, this amber bottle had finally opened, not becoming an embarrassing decoration. It had a miraculous effect in battle. The leader seemed to be uninterested in Bijuu, even disdaining him. Utakata was of no value to the leader. Forget it, let's bring it back for the leader to see first. If it really doesn't work, kill him. Shin kept thinking about the leader, thinking about how to please him. The ninjas standing in the distance watching the battle and recording Konoha immediately sealed up the information and sent it back to the village immediately. Sure enough, the final winner is the people of the I organization. This is a matter of course. To be able to have Mangekyo Sharingan and join the I organization, there is at least a level of cage. How can Kirigakuru's guy be a match? It is already stupid enough not to escape immediately. This guy's Hitomi technique is really terrifying. Back then, I saw that he had no way to deal with the fourth Raikage and was chased by Lord Kazue. I thought that this guy's strength was limited, but I didn't expect. Many ninjas were shocked. The scene of controlling a large number of ninja tools and launching a dense attack shocked them. Even if the ninja tool was shattered into countless pieces, the people of this I organization could still control it at will. This was too terrifying. In theory, if the number of ninja tools was enough and strong enough, wouldn't they be invincible? At the very least, killing them was the same as chopping vegetables. It turns out that he wasn't weak back then, but he didn't display it. Many of Konoha's ninjas were greatly shocked, especially those who had participated in that battle back then. Their faces were all serious. Humph, the next step is to gather even more powerful ninja tools. I just don't know where the other ninja knives are. If I don't chop off one of them now, the other 4 should be in Akatsuki's hands. Shin silently thought about it, feeling extremely excited. He removed a large amount of ninja tools and sealed them back into the tactic in his sleeve. Then, as for the 2 ninja knives and the amber bottle, Shin stretched out his 2 hands. He grabbed the 2 ninja knives in one hand and revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, the person who had fallen into the deep pit crawled out. Finally. In a deep pit, Hoito stood up with tears streaming down his face. He had returned from the moon alive. With this damaged wooden platform, Hoito had risked his life to pass through the dangerous starry sky of the universe and return to Ninja World. Many times, he suspected that he could not hold on and would die in the cold starry sky of the universe. Fortunately, with the protection of the giant Tensagen and the power stored in the sealed scroll, Hoito managed to hold on. I didn't expect to meet half of my own people the moment I came back. Hoito walked out with a dusty face. Byakugan opened and immediately saw the surrounding scene. They could not hide all the hidden people from him. Shin's chakra far surpassed ordinary people, and in the eyes of Hoito, there was nothing to hide. The demon of the Eye organization? It has been 2 days. This guy not only did not leave Konoha, but also fought with Kirigakura in the territory of Fire Country? Just now, when Shin and Utakata were fighting, Hoito took a look. It is not Jinchuriki, but he has grasped Bijuu's chakra. To deal with this kind of trash, he actually used a sealing method. Hoito no longer cared about a ninja like Utakata. He carried a huge scroll on his back and slowly walked over. Shin threw out a bunch of ninja tools and pinned them on Hoito's path forward. People from Hyaga's clan descended from the sky? Are you the one who caused Hyaga's internal strife? This has nothing to do with you. However, I have already received the approval of one of them. It is an Eye organization. Hoito directly passed the ninja tool that was nailed to the ground. Even though his face was old, it was still filled with a strong sense of belonging to Shin. Is the leader's approval? No, that man should not be the leader, but his relationship with the leader must be very complicated. Hoito had been thinking hard about the relationship between Yuuji and the leader of the Eye organization. After thinking about it, he still could not figure out the reason. He had also considered the possibility that Yuuji was the leader of the Eye organization, but he quickly eliminated this possibility because it was too absurd. Rinnegan and Sharingan were things that only the direct descendants of Rikudo Sennin had. Perhaps Uchiha, who had Mangekyo Sharingan, could have Rinnegan through bloodline reversion. But what did Yuuji have? A person from the Shiranui family, even if he did not rely on Rinnegan and Sharingan, he was still in existence standing at the top of Ninja World sequence. However, Yuuji had Rinnegan, and there was only one. It was definitely not Yuuji's own eyes, but it was dug out from someone else. Hoito had a bold guess. This Rinnegan was most likely obtained from Chief Akatsuki. At the very least, it should have been obtained from the leader of the Eye organization. For some reason, the leader shared with Yuuji one by one. This was also very absurd, but it was already a relatively reliable guess. Hoito looked at the somewhat confused Shin. Demon, you knows nothing about some of the organization's confidential information, Hoito said calmly. He acted as if he was telling a common fact. However, it was this indifference that infuriated Shin. Stupid thing, what are you talking about? I am the one who is most dependent on the leader, Shin. How can I not know the secret information of the organization? As for you, you suddenly appeared and inexplicably said that you want to join the organization. The expression under Shin's mask gradually became ferocious. You are clearly insulting the Eye organization and the leader. How can anyone bypass the leader and recruit people? Even immortals and ghosts absolutely did not have this kind of authority and qualification. If he went against the mysterious leader, he would definitely be killed. This arrogant and stupid guy in front of him, he would just casually clean him up. The leader would definitely praise him. I have about 2 minutes left. This is the remaining time to maintain a high-intensity battle. If I save a little more time, the duration will be even longer. I can easily kill this idiot from Hyaga's clan. Shin attacked brazenly. He simply closed his left eye and only activated his right eye. He planned to use his right eye to control Hitomi to kill Hoito. This kind of operation allowed Shin to hold on for a longer period of time. Swish! A large number of ninjas rushed over and surrounded Hoito. Hoito snorted coldly. He suddenly opened the scroll and extracted a large amount of Hitomi's power from the scroll. Then, he used the reverse to easily send all the ninjas flying. The powerful force shattered most of the ninja tools on the spot. We are not enemies. Don't go crazy. Moreover, I didn't lie to you. There are many things that you do not understand. Hoito still wanted to say something. Shin felt that he had been greatly insulted and shouted, "Shut up!" The explosive blade and blunt blade followed closely behind, mixed in with the many ninjas, and fiercely slashed towards Hoito. Forget it. You don't understand. When you see the leader, you will understand my difficulties. Hoito said slowly. He extracted more of Hitomi's power. When he opened his eyes again, Byakugan had already evolved into a higher level eye. Nothing could escape the gaze of his eyes. The 2 blades that were attacking were sent flying by Hoito's strengthened soft fist art. It's useless. I happen to be the type to restrain you. No matter how many ninja tools you use, I can block them. Don't play anymore. Take me to the base of my organization. I want to see the leader, Hoito urged. Shin was so angry that he laughed on the spot. Just now, Hojiki Mangetsu and Utakata also said that they could restrain him. This bastard of Hyaga's clan also boasted shamelessly about restraining him. Recalling the past, the fourth Raikage used the Thunder Escape armor to block all the ninja tools. To a certain extent, it could also be considered as restraining him. Kazue can change reality, reverse life and death, and also restrain him. Hee. You guys, one or two of you think you can restrain me? Shin had a fierce look on his face. The explosive blade triggered an explosion, but it was blocked by Hoito in the air and was completely unharmed. The blunt blade took the opportunity to attack, aimed at Hoito's head and chopped down. Even if it was the defense of the soft fist, the blunt knife should be able to cut it off. Ha! Hoito also sensed the danger and fiercely struck out with his palm. But this time, the blunt knife did not fly through the air because Shin used more of Hitomi's strength to control the blunt knife, trying his best to bring out the characteristics of the blunt knife, breaking through the defense to the extreme. Competing in strength with me? How naive! Shin revealed a cruel smile. But in the next moment, Shin was slightly stunned. Because Hoito's face became even more cruel. Competing with me with Hitomi's strength? You really don't know what to say. Even if you are an old man in the organization, you still don't put me in your eyes. This old man needed to be beaten up. Hoito immediately extracted more of Hitomi's strength from the scroll to strengthen his own strength. How could this be? This guy's Hitomi strength can still increase? Is it because of that scroll? Shin's eyes were filled with disbelief. There was actually such a thing? It wasn't that he was shocked by how strong Hoito's Hitomi was, but it was purely because. Damn it, he had encountered the same type of Hitomi ninja? This guy, he actually obtained Hitomi's strength through external strength like me. Shin wasn't affected by it. He formed a seal with both hands and immediately unlocked even more of the Edo Sharingan. As Sharingan consumed a large amount of energy, they all turned into dust and dissipated. Shin's Hitomi's strength increased explosively. At this moment, the blunt blade also displayed a power that was far more powerful than before, quickly breaking through Hoito's defense. Humph, interesting. This guy's Hitomi strength has increased. Moreover, I used Byakugan to observe him. I only saw bits and pieces of small sealing techniques, but now these sealing techniques are constantly dissipating. Is this guy the same as me? What ordinary Byakugan couldn't see, Hoito used his stronger eyes to see. He discovered that the body under Shin's robe was covered in dense seals. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but now, as the seals decreased, the other party's Hitomi's strength was actually increasing. With this, Hoito immediately understood. The two of them, the same type of existence, were both relying on external forces to forcefully increase the level of their eyes. They were all trash. Hoito shouted in a low voice and slapped out a palm, pushing the blunt saber away. His eyes strangely looked at Shin. Shin was also looking at him. The two powerful Hitomi ninjas fell into an awkward silence. Their expressions were extremely stiff and surprisingly identical. The two fell into silence at the same time. For a moment, their hearts were extremely awkward, and they didn't know what to say. What are you two idiots doing? Another man wearing a mask, appeared and looked at the two coldly. Ghost Shin said in a low voice. It's you? But I forgive you. I was not a member of the I organization when I launched the rebellion. I don't care about what you did to me. Hoito said immediately. He and Shin found a way out and stopped at the same time, looking at each other strangely. Chapter 304, Helpless. The two of them stopped. What a terrifying battle. Some of the Konoha ninjas watched this battle with serious expressions. Especially when Hoito appeared, these people became even more nervous. 2 days had passed since the rebellion of Hyaga's clan. No matter how much news was blocked, with Uchiha's group of people watching the show, there was no need to keep it a secret. So much so that all the ninjas in the village roughly knew what had happened. Hyaga Hoito, the man who was unable to capture the ghost of the I organization and even used a time and space ninjutsu to escape, actually came back? This guy fell from the sky on a broken piece of wood. Where did he go these 2 days? What does it have to do with the huge stone statue? This kind of thing is beyond our understanding. Let the higher UPS of the village have a headache. Closely monitor, but you absolutely cannot participate in it. Even if Hoito is an S-level rebellious ninja, it is definitely not something we can participate in. Some of Konoha's ninjas held binoculars and observed, hiding even further away, feeling extremely fearful. He was Hyuga Hoito. He was clearly a member of the branch family, but he had to resist the control of clansmen and started a rebellion. In the past 1,000 years, Hyuga Hoito was undoubtedly the first to do so. The key was that Jiraiya, Ghost, and the others were all at the scene, but they could not stop Hoito from escaping. This was a bit terrifying. The person who claimed to be Madara could even easily kill Hojiki Mangetsu, but he couldn't deal with Hoito. This guy, Hoito, has already become so powerful. After all, he has further developed Byakugan's blood inheritance. Just like the three Tomo Sharingan transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan in one breath, his strength level has entered another dimension. Some of the Konoha ninjas had solemn expressions. The spies and the jonins leading the other villages also tried to observe, but they were disturbed and expelled by Konoha's ninjas. What? How stingy! Temari was a little dissatisfied. Leading the team, Ninja Maki said, "This is a matter organized by Konoha and the I organization. With our strength, there is no way to interfere with matters of this level." Maki left with her. For this Chunin exam, Maki is quite satisfied. 2 of the 3-person team of Sand Ninja Village died, and the eldest daughter of Kazekage, Temari, survived. This was good. It is impossible for Temari to compete with those monsters of the same age, and Maki has a clear understanding of this. Go back to the village and report to Lord Jugo. Otogakuru's Jounin could only shake his head helplessly. The troops he brought were all dead, although this was not beyond his expectations. How could Konohagakure let Otogakuru's genin go under the premise that he knew that Otogakure was built by Orochimaru? Without directly sending troops to attack Otogakure, Yandere was already very restrained. However, when he thought of that lunatic Jugo, the leader of the Otogakure group felt a chill run down his spine. Although Orochimaru-sama was also very scary, he was much better than Jugo, who always went crazy. Speaking of which, it should be time for Orochimaru-sama to be resurrected. It has been so long since he was killed by Shiranui Yuuji. The leader of the group pondered and left in a hurry. No one would care about a small character like him. Countless gazes focused on where the 3 people were. Ghost, Demon, Hoito. The arrival of the I organization's ghost, Iroha, gave the 2 of them a step back. Humph, your strength is reasonable. You can barely block a few of my moves. After a moment of silence, Shin broke the awkward atmosphere and slowly said, "Your eyes are also very interesting. Did you obtain Hitomi's strength through that scroll? You are not bad either. I am now a little similar to Shin. You are really Uchiha Madara, and your Mangekyo Sharingan is also very good." Hoito and Shin awkwardly chatted. The way he looked at the other party was strange, with a strange sense of shame. Why would he meet someone of the same type as him? Damn it! The 2 of you are like monkeys watching a monkey show. Don't you feel ashamed? Iroha said in a cold voice. Watch a monkey show? It doesn't matter. As long as I kill all the people watching the show, no one will watch the monkey show. Shin was restless and looked around with malicious eyes. This made the others' expressions change greatly. Iroha suddenly took a step forward and directly pressed Shin's shoulder. I said, don't make a fool of yourself. Iroha stared at him with a terrifying gaze. Even through the mask, the surging power of Hitomi fell directly on Shin. I know, but your strength of Hitomi is really amazing. I am very curious about your eyes. Shin paused and felt a chill. He immediately replied. Sharingan had used up most of the impure soil on his body. If he clashed with a ghost again, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. More importantly, the pressure that the ghost brought him was incomparably great. As time passed, Iroha became more and more skilled and compatible with the development and control of Otsutsuki's bloodline, and the power he could dig out became more and more. His vitality and chakra were continuously increasing. Even though the rate of improvement had slowed down, it was still very shocking. At least there was no problem in suppressing Shin. Your eyes are the Jougan? The real Jougan? Hoito was also moved. His expression changed slightly and he stared at Iroha. Hoito knew that the eyes that he had forced out with Hitomi's strength could not compare to Iroha's eyes on the surface. The short confrontation between him and Iroha 2 days ago had already proved this point. Jougan, truly surpassing Byakugan size. How did this ghost get it? He had risked stealing the forbidden scroll and brought people to start a rebellion. Only then did he barely manage to possess eyes that surpassed Byakugan. Ghosts clearly did not have something like a forbidden scroll. Just by relying on his own strength, he was able to possess a clean eye. Hoito stared at Iroha, unwilling to even blink his eyes. He revealed a longing expression. Can I also have eyes like yours? I mean, I don't rely on external forces but purely on my own strength. You definitely can't do it now, Iroha said. Relying on the sealing scroll was already not bad. Compared to Shin, the other existences all had some water, but they indeed had eyes that were different from others, able to unleash a matching battle power. Iroha, on the other hand, did not discriminate against trash like Hoito. Even in theory, once the power stored in the sealing scroll was exhausted, Hoito would be crippled and lose his value, but at least when the sealing scroll did not exhaust Hitomi's power, Hoito would still be useful. As long as he could unleash a matching power, it would be fine. Iroha did not care what methods he used. Moreover, in terms of time effectiveness, even if it was the orthodox Mangekyo Sharingan, as far as Iroha knew, there was a limit to his lifespan. The more he used it, the faster he became blind. In Iroha's eyes, the orthodox Mangekyo Sharingan was not much nobler than the eyes of Shin and Hoito. The key was still the bloodline of Otsutsuki. The higher the level of the bloodline, the stronger the level of the eyes could be maintained. I didn't receive any notice from the leader. Hoito, you are no longer part of our organization. Leave this place immediately. Iroha ordered without any trace of politeness. Hoito was stunned and immediately frowned. But I don't care who you get the approval of. I only listen to the leader. Maybe the leader has other plans. Hoito was a little dissatisfied. But in the face of Iroha, the man who almost killed him, Hoito did not dare to refute anything. Humph, the next time we meet, we will be at the base of the I organization. Wait. Hoito snorted coldly. Iroha took Shin and left immediately. Shin had already obtained 2 ninja blades, so there was no point in staying any longer. As for Hoito, as long as Hoito was sent back to Konohagakure by an idiot, there would be no problem. I have sealed a guy with the 6-tailed chakra. It might be useful to the leader. Shin suddenly said. Amber bottle? You have been holding this weapon for so long. It finally works. Iroha nodded. As for the one called Utakata, Iroha was not familiar with him. He just needed to wait for Lord Yuuji's orders. The people from the I organization left. Hoito stood where he was and sneered as he used Byakugan to look around. He looked at the extremely hesitant Konoha ninjas. What's wrong? Don't you want to capture me? The village wanted poster should have been issued. I have already rebelled. Are you not going to take action? Hoito sneered. To be honest, Hoito's current state was obviously very poor. His clothes were ragged, like a refugee. His body was also slightly thin, as if he had been hungry for a period of time. In addition to the few moves he had exchanged with Shin earlier, he had consumed quite a bit of energy. If he wanted to make a move, he could only take advantage of this moment. Enough, Hoito. What exactly happened? Why did you become like this? A member of Hyaga's branch family rushed over and shouted. Takuma! You should thank me. When I started the rebellion, I could have killed you directly. I am doing the right thing. Can't you tell? Hoito looked at his friend and said lightly. Do you know how many companions we lost after you left? Because you. Takuma was very excited. They didn't die because of me, but because of clansmen. All the people who followed me to start the rebellion were killed by clansmen. Hoito's face was cold. With clansmen's tolerance, he would definitely execute all the branch family members who participated in the rebellion immediately afterwards. Get out of my way. I don't want to kill you. Moreover, you are not qualified for me to look at you now. I am already standing in a higher view. These eyes are really useful. Hoito said with a sneer. A pair of Byakugan, with astonishing Hitomi's power surging. In the end, Konoha's ninjas still chose to attack. Under the leadership of several jounin, they tried to surround Hoito. However, Hoito only had a look of contempt on his face. He used 8 trigrams Palm's revolving heaven, whose attack range and power had increased by several levels, and began to clear out the area. After a few rounds, he forced out a large area of space and retreated. Konoha could only helplessly watch him leave. It's too late to report to the village now. This is the best result. We tried our best, but we couldn't stop the enemy who wanted to escape. Konoha's ninjas looked at each other and whispered. Even if Hoto's condition was extremely bad, it was not something they could fight against. Not to mention, Hoto still wanted to escape. Root did not want to tangle with them in the first place. Facing such a Hoto, they could not stop him. However, according to the information they revealed, does Hoto want to join an organization? At least for the time being, we did not get permission. As for what exactly happened, we do not know. Takuma, look at it. He is no longer our companion, but a traitor. A ninja patted Takuma on the shoulder and comforted him with a complicated expression. They roughly knew what had happened to Hyaga's clan. The people of Uchiha's clan had long been advertising it vividly. But this was still an internal matter of Hyaga's clan. The difference in ideals between clansmen and the branch family was that the branch family had launched a rebellion against clansmen. This kind of matter was really tricky. Not to mention, Hoto had only killed one member of Hyaga who had betrayed him. He had not killed any of the other people in the village. Compared to the vicious betrayal, Hoto was very calm. Takuma looked lonely, and his eyes were confused. Is Hoto wrong? If Hoto is right, then clansman is wrong? The system that has been upheld in the past 100 years has been wrong. Doesn't that mean that the entire Hyaga is a mistake? Takuma couldn't understand this kind of question, and he didn't want to think about it. Konohagakure. One after another, the information was uploaded layer by layer. Minato kept reading, and finally rubbed the space between his eyebrows with a headache. Hoto appeared again, and he even descended from the sky on a broken piece of wood, probably related to the two blind outsiders from back then. Now, combined with all kinds of information, Minato had already roughly deduced some things. From the clothes of the two guests from beyond the heavens, to Hyaga Hoto, then to Hamura's statue and wooden platform. So, there are also mysterious groups that are paying attention to Hyaga's clan? In addition to Akatsuki and the Eye organization, there is also a clan that can summon meteorites to silently watch Ninja World? It might be related to Hyaga's clan. Hamura's statue, just by looking at its appearance, it looked like Rikuta Sennin's outfit from the legends. In addition, Hyaga and clansmen had taken the initiative to report some information over the past 2 days, such as some of the contents and portraits recorded in the Forbidden Scrolls. Combined with these things, Minato had already guessed a part of the truth. Hyaga's clan probably had a distant relative clan, just like the relationship between Senju and Uzumaki. Even if we know about this, it's useless, and we can't change Hyaga's clan. Jiraiya leaned against the wall and said seriously. Minato nodded helplessly. He also wanted to change. However, he had no way to change Hyaga's clan. In the past, didn't people like Shao De Hokage, who pursued love and peace, still not change Hyaga's clan? The matter of Hyaga using private punishment to punish the branch family had happened many times in the past few decades, but the successive Hokage were helpless and could only play dumb. Even if a member of the branch family reported this to the Hokage could not do anything. Let's put Hoto's matter aside for now. What we need to do now is to investigate the household registration of Konohagakure and focus on those people who have mysteriously disappeared. Minato said, I suspect that the demons of the Eye organization are the villagers who grew up in our Konoha. Chapter 305, Alive Again. Minato carried out a secret investigation. Especially those who were arrested by Orochimaru for human experiments in those years, a key investigation was carried out. Naturally, Shin's information was also uncovered. However, Minato was unable to prove that Shin was demon and could only be listed as a suspicious target. What a headache! Maybe only Orochimaru knows who the real identity of the demon is. But, a person who can open Mangekyo Sharingan but doesn't have Uchiha's bloodline? Minato looked at the list in front of him and felt a headache. Where is Jiraiya-sensei? Minato called Anbu to ask. Mr. Jiraiya is collecting materials in the female bath hall. Do you need me to bring him here? No need, don't disturb him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Anbu retreated. Minato looked at the list in his hand and sighed, Devil, could it be? Does Setsuna know? But it was clear that Uchiha Setsuna did not want to pay attention to Minato. At this time, Setsuna's attention was no longer on Hyaga's clan. He looked at the person in front of him with a face full of surprise, has the leader finally decided to see me? Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Kazue said coldly. Setsuna looked at the man named Immortal in front of him. Various thoughts emerged in his mind, but he still nodded. He put on the mask and followed Kazue. The Valley of the End. The huge waterfall fell between the two statues. The momentum was astonishing and spectacular. Yuuji's figure suddenly appeared here. There were already several people standing there, waiting patiently. Looks like everyone is here. Yuuji glanced at the people present. Kazue, Iroha, Shin, and Setsuna. The 5 core members were all present. Chief, as per your instructions, I have already obtained blunt knives and explosive knives. I even captured Utakata for you. When Shin saw Yuuji, he immediately showed a look of fear and worship. He took out 2 knives and amber bottles. He opened the lid of the amber bottle in front of everyone. With a swish, Utakata escaped from the bottle and looked at the people in front of him with vigilance. You are the Eye Organization. Utakata's face completely changed, and his brain was buzzing. 5 members of the Eye Organization wearing masks means 5 pupil ninjas at the cage level. Utakata had completely given up. He couldn't even defeat a devil, so how could he deal with so many people at the same time? This guy is Utakata. He has the 6-tailed chakra in his body. Maybe you can use it, leader. Shin said as if he was presenting a treasure. 6-tailed chakra? If it's the complete Bijuu, I'm a little interested. Yuuji glanced at Utakata. Under Rinnegan's vision, the little bit of Bijuu chakra in Utakata's body couldn't hide. But this amount was too little. Back then, after the 9-tailed chaos, Kakashi obtained a portion of 9-tailed chakra. When Kakashi used the fox demon outer garment, he had at least 3 tails. With just this little bit in Yujo's body, the amount of tails he could gather was very difficult. Even if he ate it on the spot, it would be useless. Oh? Are you interested in the complete Bijuu? I will go to Kirigakure now and catch the 6-tailed. Shin was about to act immediately and kill Kirigakure alone. Although Kirigakure is not strong, their Yandere Mizu cage is still the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. Are you sure you want to attack Kirigakure alone? Kazue said coldly. Wouldn't that be even better? I'll bring Yandere Mizu cage and the 6-tailed back together. This way, our group will have 2 Bijuu. The leader will definitely be very happy. Shin said matter-of-factly. The others were silent. Iroha couldn't help but say, Demon, he said, a lot of information about your Hitomi has been leaked. I'm afraid that Kirigakure has also obtained some information. Under such circumstances, you still want to attack one of the 5 villages. Even Setsuna, who had just arrived and planned to keep a low profile, couldn't control his temper and said, it doesn't matter. I can do it too. With the 2 of us, Mangekyo Sharingan can easily beat Jinchuriki. No, I don't need you. I can do it alone. Jinchuriki is not worth mentioning in front of my eyes. I only need to use Hitomi's technique to finish him off in one go. Shin retorted. Setsuna shook his head. Do you still need Hitomi's technique? I can resolve the battle with just a glance. Devil, don't forget that you are just a newcomer. They are all working for the organization. How can they be separated? Are you deliberately finding fault? Or do you think that your inferior Mangekyo Sharingan can compare to my eyes? Shin sneered. Setsuna also sneered, my eyes are because of Indra's Hitomi. They are the eyes of ancestor Uchiha. How can your eyes compare to mine? As a member of Uchiha, you should know what an ancestor means, right? That is the source of existence. Shin immediately stopped being angry and was elated. That's right, I am a pure member of the Uchiha clan. Newbie, I forgive your rudeness. I heard that Akatsuki is in a team of 2 people. Why don't the 2 of us, the Honorable Uchiha, join hands and kill Kirigakure? Good idea. Although Kirigakure is a big village, he is still not enough in front of my eyes. Setsuna immediately responded. Everyone else was in a bad mood. Yuuji shook his head in secret. The Uchiha clan, when they are emotionally overwhelmed, can really be supercilious and easily swell. Like in the original book, after Sasuke used Amaterasu to deal with 8 tails, his self-confidence exploded, and he had to take Suijutsu and the others to kill Konoha. But then again, if Sasuke went to Konoha at that time, he would definitely die. Even if Tsunade was unconscious because of Pain's attack on Konoha, Might Guy was still squatting there. Sasuke would definitely be killed. You two, shut up. Chief hasn't spoken yet. What are you two doing? Kazue asked coldly. Chief, say something. I can go to Kirigakura at any time. Shin looked at Kazue with fear. He had no understanding of the background of this immortal. You can go if you want, but the devil is not allowed to go. Now, Ninja World knows that the devil is a member of our organization. Yuuji said casually. If Shin wanted to court death, then he could do as he pleased. In any case, it was impossible for him to capture Kirigakura. Shin, who had exploded in his heart, was essentially the same as Sasuke, who had just obtained Mangekyo. It was impossible for him to recognize himself without being severely beaten. This idiot will probably die to Kirigakura, Kazue said casually. Without waiting for Shin to get angry, Yuuji said indifferently, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, I will use Edo Tensei to turn him into a puppet. It just so happens that I can lock his eyes down and hand them over to someone who needs them. Shin immediately wilted. I called you here this time because I have a task for you. First, you don't have to pay attention to that Hyuga Hoito for the time being. I have other arrangements for him. If that guy provokes you, remember not to kill him. Try to keep your breath. Second, continue to search for Hitomi who has potential in the whole of Ninja World. In addition to Konoha's Uchiha and Hyuga, Ninja World also has other Hitomi clan. Yuuji directly took out a few scrolls and threw them to the other four. There are other Hitomi techniques? It can't be Rinnegan, right? Setsuna opened the scroll in surprise and quickly skimmed through it. He immediately understood. I understand what Chief means. Blood Dragon Eye and Kurenai Eye, they are the old enemies of Sharingan and Byakugan. But these two big families should have died long ago. Setsuna said. He didn't know much about Kurenai's eyes, but he had some understanding of the Blood Dragon Eye. After all, the Blood Dragon Eye and Sharingan also had the reputation of Hypnotic Eye. They were enemies back then. Sharingan of Uchiha and the Blood Dragon Eye of Shinoik were even earlier than the time when Uchiha and Senju became mortal enemies. Setsuna said, the Shinoik clan has long been wiped out by our Uchiha clan many years ago. Ninja World no longer has the blood of the Blood Dragon Eye. Otherwise, our Uchiha clan would have dispatched people to kill their descendants long ago. That is only because you think that the descendants of the Shinoik have always been alive. Moreover, they walk around as merchants. Yuuji said coldly. Blood Dragon Eye, in the previous life, first came from the official novel Sasuke Shinden Rei Kouhen. This novel was written by Kishimoto himself, describing the entire process of the Shinoik clan and Uchiha clan becoming enemies. Shinoik clan was originally a ninja clan of the Thunder Kingdom. A woman of this clan married into the harem of the Thunder Kingdom daimyo. Later, the daimyo mysteriously died, and the main palace slandered that it was a woman of the Shinoik clan who assassinated daimyo. Just like that, the Shinoik clan suffered the siege of all the forces in the Thunder Kingdom, and had no choice but to flee to the Hell Valley of the Water Kingdom to live in seclusion. At that time, the Uchiha clan accepted employment and was in charge of watching over the Hell Valley. In a disguised way, Uchiha was equivalent to watching over the Shinoik clan. The two clans successfully became enemies, and a long and cruel war broke out. Originally, relying on Uchiha's strength alone was not enough to completely exterminate the Shinoik clan, but when the war was at its climax, the Shinoik clan had an internal strife. The man named Shinoik Oya Shiroen, his wife was killed by his clansmen because of a trivial matter. Oya Shiroen, under his rage, launched a massacre on all the clansmen other than his daughter, Chino, and forcibly killed the entire clan until only he and his daughter were left. That's right, he was the Itachi of the Shinoik. Once Megatron of the Ninja World, Blood Dragon Eye blood successor, who was as famous as the Uchiha clan, disappeared in the world's perception. Many people who did not know the truth thought that Uchiha's clan had wiped out the Shinoik. Later on, even Uchiha himself felt the same way. Oya Shiroen and Chino concealed their identities and were not known by the world. Even their mortal enemy, Uchiha's clan, did not know that there were still people from the Shinoik clan alive. Therefore, it was no wonder that Setsuna felt puzzled. In his past life, he had never heard of the news that the Shinoik clan had descendants alive. However, since the leader said there was, then there must be. The Blood Dragon Eye is a very dangerous blood inheritance. It has a powerful illusion ability comparable to Sharingan. It can also control the living through the blood, and this living person can turn into a bomb. Yuuji said coldly, this kind of Hitomi technique is very interesting. In the future, when you walk in Ninja World, you have to gather more information about the Blood Dragon Eye. Understood, leave it to this old man. Since it's the person the leader wants, I will bring him back, Setsuna said in a deep voice. Humph, I must have found the person first and then brought him back to the leader, Shin said hurriedly. Setsuna asked with a question mark and simply ignored him. As for Kurene's eyes, Iroha expressed that he had never heard of this kind of eyes. According to Setsuna, Kurene's eyes were still Byakugan's mortal enemies. However, Iroha remained silent. After the matter, he would just ask Yuuji for some information. No matter what, he had to find the person. Chief, if we meet Akatsuki's people, what should we do? After all, you have fought with the other party's leader. If you meet their people, do you want to find an opportunity to kill them? Setsuna asked. The few people present all looked at Yuuji. If they really fought, these people would never lose to Akatsuki's group. As long as Nagato and those two don't do it themselves, no matter how many others come, it is impossible for others to win. There is no need to deliberately provoke him. However, if the other party insists on courting death, then we will take action. After saying this, Yuuji's figure had already disappeared from where he was. Time-space Hitomi technique, it is really convenient. Moreover, the leader actually used this kind of Hitomi technique so extravagantly. The few of them were somewhat envious. However, they really couldn't learn it. For the time being, they didn't have the qualifications to possess this kind of high-end Hitomi technique. Only Iroha still had a possibility. Once he could grasp the power of the giant Tensagen, it would be natural for him to unleash his spatial ability. Perhaps he could also use his other eye from Elder Clansmen. Perhaps he could also use his spatial ability. The remaining 4 people scattered. Setsuna did not leave. Instead, he stayed in the base and wandered around. He even talked to Netsum and Hadarubi couple. I didn't expect that the organization's base was actually under the Valley of the End. Ordinary people wouldn't think of this. Setsuna thought. Chief is also very mysterious and powerful. Hey, old man, I want to go to Kirigakure. Shin greeted Setsuna. If you are alone, don't die. After all, you are not as strong as me. Humph, don't be so self-righteous. I am much stronger than you. Shin snorted coldly. He planned to go to the Iron Kingdom near the sea first and get some ninja tools first. As long as there are enough ninja tools, even if Rikudo Sennin comes, Uchiha Shin, can kill him. As for whether he had the money to buy ninja tools. As for the members of the I organization, it was not important whether he was rich or not. That was called taking. While Shin was taking action. On the other side, in a secret base in the water country. Ho ho ho, I'm alive again. This time, I won't die no matter what. Orochimaru's whole body grew sticky, and he easily seized the body of an unlucky guy. Orochimaru-sama, it's great to see you again. Jogo said respectfully. Orochimaru nodded, tell me, what happened recently? The first thing was that Ryuhoka Cave was destroyed by Shiranui Yuuji. What about the White Snake Sage? He died too. He died very miserably. Chapter 306, Destroy the Gedo Statue. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. You told me that Ryuhoka Cave was gone? Ryuhoka Cave's boss, such a big white snake, was also killed? Who did it? Yuuji. Orochimaru's face was ugly. He, who had just been resurrected, had just taken a person's body, and had not yet completely covered the original genes of his body. His face, which was constantly changing, seemed to be a little distorted. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. He, go to hell. Suddenly, Jogo went berserk, and a large number of curse seals appeared. Wahaha, I'll kill one first. Are you a man or a woman? Forget it, I just want to be a human. I guessed right, you are a human, kill. A few cannons stretched out from his spine and fired at Orochimaru. After a roar, he returned to normal and quickly knelt down on one knee. Orochimaru-sama, I'm really sorry for this. Don't mind, but this time, you went crazy too suddenly, without any warning. I thought you were going to use this method to kill me. Orochimaru's body, which had just been seized, was already in tatters, and a lot of wounds had been blasted out by him. Very good, the life of this body has been reduced by a lot. Orochimaru had just resurrected and was about to consider which container to choose. Orochimaru glanced at the frightened and fearful Jugo, and a trace of haze flashed through his eyes. There were too few people who could be used. Shin, who was originally optimistic, had also been captured by the people from the I organization. Now, he was afraid that he had already been dismembered. There was only one heavy soul left. As expected, he still had to walk among Ninja World and hook up with some young and promising geniuses. However, the White Snake Sage was actually killed by Yuuji. It really surprised me. Would such a powerful and ancient sage die? Orochimaru licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, deep in thought. White Snake Sage. Orochimaru was fortunate enough to meet him a few times. The huge white snake coiled around the seat gave Orochimaru a huge visual and mental shock. Orochimaru chose to transform his body into a white phosphorus snake. To a certain extent, he was imitating the White Snake Sage. White Snake Sage had already lived for a few hundred years, and it seemed that he still had to continue living. Such an ancient and powerful creature was Orochimaru's pursuit. But now, White Snake Sage had actually been killed by that guy. Humph, the world is really changing. The little brat of the past has already grown to such a degree. I'm afraid that he won't lose to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in terms of strength. White Snake Sage is dead, and I, Orochimaru, am still alive. Orochimaru sighed for a while. Has Ryuuka Cave also been destroyed? All the snakes have been killed by that guy. No, as far as I know, Godzilla is constantly coming out of Godzilla's Holy Land to fight with Ryuuka Cave's snakes. It seems that he is undergoing some kind of training. I understand. Using a Holy Land to train soldiers, stepping on Ryuuka Cave's corpse to announce his position to the world. This kind of spirit is really amazing. Orochimaru nodded, a look of yearning on his face. As soon as he thought about it, he recalled the experience of being killed by Yuuji without even seeing Godzilla and Sage in the Holy Land of Godzilla. He was a little upset. If Yuuji had not intervened and killed him, he would have been learning from Sage at this time. What about the Three Snake Princess? What? I don't know. Forget it, I'll check it myself. Orochimaru bit his finger and confirmed that his DNA had covered the body. The blood had also turned into his own blood, so he immediately used the psychic spell. Summoning technique. Bang! A little white snake appeared in front of Orochimaru. The little white snake shook its head, obviously a little confused. It immediately shouted, Orochimaru, you really aren't dead. You actually dare to communicate with me. Humph, Togorium, I should be more surprised. You actually weren't killed by that man. Orochimaru licked his lips, a little surprised. He had already responded to him. It would be the other two, but he did not expect it to be Togorium. This girl should have been killed by him back then. How did she survive? Togorium vomited more and more frequently, staring at a pair of jewel-like eyes, brewing strong malice. It was this bastard in front of her. Back then, he had summoned her to that giant island, but in the end, she was captured alive and almost died. But if you think about it carefully, Ryuuka Cave has become a training ground for Godzilla's Holy Land anyway, and the other two snake girls dare not complain, so they can only hide in the depths of Ryuuka Cave, shivering and panicking all day. She's pretty good already. At least, as long as she didn't seek death, Yuuji wouldn't kill her. Although she had turned from a high and mighty divine lady who had been revered and worshipped by countless humans into a high-end pet all of a sudden, it was a cruel torture to her dignity. But at least she would be able to secure her life. In the past 1,000 years, she was still just an ordinary little white snake. Togorium stared at Orochimaru with a hostile gaze. Jugo directly stood in front of Orochimaru with a vigilant expression. He felt a lot of pressure from this little snake. Push her away, Jugo. Right now, you are still no match for her. In any case, Togorium is one of Ryuuka Cave's sage. Ordinary people can't stop her, Orochimaru said. Togorium. Orochimaru had never really fought with her, but according to the battle between Togorium and Yuuji he had observed before his death, Orochimaru felt that if he really attacked with all his strength, he would not be inferior to her. Togorium's strength level was still within the scope of Cage. Then there was nothing to be afraid of. If you want to attack me here, it is best to think about the consequences. Although I have just been resurrected, I am not so easy to kill. Orochimaru smiled. Togorium thought for a moment, but in the end, she did not attack. What did you call me here for? If there's nothing else, I have to go back quickly. Sure enough, you have sided with Yuuji. How about we make a deal? Go back and tell him that I want to meet Godzilla Sage. He can set the conditions. Orochimaru said. Togorium sneered and disappeared from where he was. She didn't refuse. That's good. From the looks of it, the only descendant of Godzilla's holy land should be Yuuji. Orochimaru pondered. White Snake Sage had been killed, and Ryuuka Cave was no longer reliable. Even the White Phosphorus Snake was no longer reliable. On the White Snake path, the top White Snake Sage had been killed, so there was no point in continuing to chase after him. So, how about we turn to Godzilla? Would Godzilla have the possibility of surpassing White Snake? Not only did Orochimaru want to learn from Senjutsu, but he also wanted to get more secrets about Godzilla. Immortality. Only when I truly grasp immortality will I have enough time and energy to explore the truth of the world. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said to him, pack up. We can't take this base anymore. We'll leave immediately. Jugo nodded. Soon, the base was abandoned. On the way, Orochimaru was thinking about the next step of his plan. The benefits that Akatsuki can bring me are very limited. Other than Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan, there is nothing that I care about. But the problem was that he could not beat Nagato, and he could not beat Obito. If he attacked rashly, 99% of the time he would die again, which was very uncomfortable. He wanted to use his main energy to develop the forbidden technique and study Godzilla. He really did not have any extra energy to carry out Akatsuki's orders. So, should he defect? Tisk, it is a loss to just defect like this. I have to get something. I don't know if the Eye organization will recruit people. Right now, Orochimaru had already vaguely sensed a part of the mysteries of the Eyes, and it seemed to be related to the extremely ancient myths and legends. The Eye organization that paid attention to recruiting all kinds of Hitomi ninjas was obviously more to Orochimaru's liking. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of the Eye organization was too mysterious, and even Orochimaru could not find any clues. He was not a Hitomi ninja, let alone joining them. I still need to find some subordinates with enough talent. It's very difficult for me to interfere with Konoha and Kumagakure. Suna Ninja and Iwa Ninja are also in a remote place, and there is nothing that can be used in the blood family. Only Kirigakure was left. This village also had an extremely ancient family clan. If he could bewitch one or two geniuses to come over, it would be a profit. Konohagakure. Yuuji appeared in Root's base. The little white snake immediately ran over and drilled into Yuuji's sleeve. Finally, it wrapped around his wrist and hissed. Oh? Orochimaru is alive? He still wants to make a deal with me? Interesting. Yuuji shook his head with a smile. If he wanted to get a ticket to Godzilla's Holy Land, there was no problem. Anyway, this Holy Land was Yuuji's private property. But the problem was, why should he give it to Orochimaru? What else did Orochimaru need now? Forbidden? Sorry, Orochimaru could learn it. As long as Yuuji wanted to learn it, he could learn it. Danzo had left him a lot of money. He even copied all the forbidden arts in the Book of Seal for him. Even the signature forbidden technique of Orochimaru, the art of Octa-head, was in Yuuji's hands. What else did Orochimaru have? A more complete art of Edo Tensei? It seems that only this can be seen, but the problem is that I have Takamagahara, who can forcibly suppress the soul. Yuuji opened Rinnegan. Inside Takamagahara, Tonari's soul was still firmly suppressed by him, unable to move. Sensing Yuuji's gaze, Tonari roared angrily, "Damned bastard, why didn't you kill me?" "Kill you? Will you be able to revive easily if I kill you?" Yuuji said indifferently. Tonari paused, not daring to look. Surprised, right? This should be the innate ability of the pure-blooded Otsutsuki. Why would I know? Yuuji shook his head. In my eyes, you have no secrets to speak of. Don't be naive. Just stay here obediently. Without waiting for Tonari to reply, Yuuji closed Takamagahara. Togorium shrank her head in fear, trembling as she wrapped her arm around Yuuji's wrist. Rinnegan. This man, the man with the surname Shiranui, actually has Rinnegan. So that's how it is. White Snake Sage died because of Rinnegan. He can't even escape. But why did this man have Rinnegan? This should be the eyes that only the direct descendants of Hago Romo could possess. Logically speaking, only the Uchiha clan who had inherited Sage's eyes could possess them. More importantly, Togorium thought of something very terrifying. In this world, there were only 2 people who possessed Rinnegan. One was Akatsuki's leader. The White Snake Sage once said that Akatsuki's leader was Jiraiya's disciple. And the other was the leader of the Eye organization. Even the White Snake Sage did not know how this organization appeared out of nowhere. So, Shiranui Yuuji was actually the leader of the Eye organization? Tagorium was almost scared to death, trembling. The man in front of him had actually deceived the entire ninja world. Who would have thought that the leader of the Eye organization, such a powerful and mysterious existence, was actually Shiranui Yuuji? If you casually gossip about me, you will die. Yuuji said without even lifting his eyelids. Yes, yes, I will keep it a secret. Tagorium curled up into a ball, not daring to move. Whether it was the leader of the Eye organization or Shiranui Yuuji, each of these 2 identities were already on top of Ninja World. If one day, this secret would be revealed to the world. When the 2 identities overlapped, how terrifying would Shiranui Yuuji be if he used Rinnegan to fight? He was afraid that his strength had already reached the legendary Rikuta Sennin. The more Tagorium thought about it, the more afraid she became. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of relief and safety surged into her heart. That fellow Nagato is summoning me. Yuuji felt a call coming from his ring. He immediately closed his eyes. In the next moment, the virtual image of Chakra had already appeared in a Megakure's underground base. Everyone is here. Nagato glanced at them. Nagato, Konan, Obito, Su, Hirako, Kakuzu, Kisame, Du, Black-White Zetsu, and Orochimaru. Ha, Orochimaru, it's been so long, I thought you were dead. When Hirako saw Orochimaru, he immediately looked for trouble with full of malice. No one can kill me, even you can't kill me, Hirako. Orochimaru said. Hirako snorted, his eyes full of ridicule. It won't be long before he becomes stronger than Orochimaru. Nagato said coldly, let's talk about the grudges between you 2 later. I have more important things to announce now. Bijuu's capture plan has officially begun. We, Akatsuki, will capture Bijuu and bring peace to the world. The people present were somewhat restless. As for Orochimaru, he had no interest in this explosive news at all. Instead, he stared at the huge Gedo statue without stopping. Is he going to stuff Bijuu into this thing? What exactly is this thing that can seal 9 Bijuu? If he can cut off a portion of Gedo statue and then defect. Chapter 307, Mutiny. Orochimaru's mind was full of thoughts. The others were deeply attracted by Nagato's words. Tisk, is it finally starting? I'm getting impatient from waiting. The opportunity to bring peace to this world is coming. I'm looking forward to the new world that Chief built. Gather Bijuu. With our strength, other than the Eye and Konoha, no one is our match. In other words, we can't do anything about the Nibi and Kyuubi at the moment, unless the 2 Jinchuriki here take the initiative to leave the village. In the empty underground cave, these unruly fellows were talking unscrupulously. To be honest, other than the Eye and Konoha, they really did not put other villages in their eyes. The few people present were all cage level. Moreover, they had formed 2 teams. Sage, Obito, and Su were in charge. No matter how they looked at it, they would not fail. How could Flying Dragon Rider lose? Even if the leader of the Eye organization and Konoha, Yuuji, came to stop them, could it be that they could stop Nagato and the other 2 by themselves? It's full of real peace. A look of yearning appeared on Kisame's face. Among the people present, apart from Nagato and Konan, perhaps only Kisame wholeheartedly wanted to help Nagato. Kisame really wanted to see that brand new and hopeful world. I have to find a way to inform the village as soon as possible. However, with Yuuji-san holding down the fort, there is no way I will lose the Nibi and Kyuubi. Might-do turned his head and thought about secretly stabbing Akatsuki in the back. All the members of the organization have to do their best to gather information about Bijuu from various villages, including but not limited to Jinchuriki's character, ninjutsu, and strength. The location of Bijuu seal, etc. Nagato said in a deep voice. At this moment, some waves appeared in Nagato's heart. After waiting for so many years, he finally took a substantial step. If 10 members and 10 rings worked together to activate the 9 Illusion Dragon seal, they would soon be able to eat a complete Bijuu. As for the 2nd tail and the 9th tail, you just need to gather more information. When the time comes, I will personally take action. A mere Shiranui Yuuji is still not my match. Nagato rubbed the ring on his finger and said coldly. This strong self-confidence makes people look sideways. Therefore, I'm the best at gathering information. Why don't you let me do it? I can find a new body of White Zetsu for you. White Zetsu, who was glued to Nagato, turned his head and suggested. No need. You and Black Zetsu will devote yourselves to helping me. Collect information and let the other members and your clones do it. Nagato refused without hesitation. Because Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were really useful. Nagato hated variables, and he was absolutely unwilling to let the two of them leave his body. Black Zetsu cursed. He was extremely anxious. He could only passively participate in things like gathering Bijuu. Black Zetsu was flustered and exasperated. During the days when he was under Nagato's control, he had missed out on too much information. Especially the information about the leader of the Eye organization. That was Rinnegan, the Eye that could revive his mother. I don't even know which generation the leader of the Eye organization is because of Indra's reincarnation. However, I have a new idea. It may not be because of Indra. Maybe it is the reincarnation of Ashura who transplanted the Eye of Indra's reincarnation. Black Zetsu calculated in his heart and hated Nagato to the core. The plan to capture Bijuu is about to begin. Hirako was a little worried. Among all the people present, Hirako felt that he was the weakest one. He only possesses the 2 blood inheriting limits, and his life-saving means are top-notch, but to be honest, he can only be regarded as an elite jounin. When he captured Bijuu, it was inevitable that he would have to face the top experts of the various villages. Hirako felt that if he did not find a way to fuse with the reliable blood inheritance, his fate would be very miserable. Damn it, what kind of blood inheritance should I fuse with? Kirigakure's ice escape and corpse bone vein? IWA ninja's explosive escape? Suna ninja's magnetic escape? Hirako secretly had a headache, and he always felt that it was almost interesting. Sure enough, Sharingan and nuclear releases blood inheritance were more attractive to him. The complete Chimera technique wanted to fuse with the 5 bloodline limits, and with every additional fusion, the difficulty level would increase exponentially. It was no wonder that Hirako had to be cautious. If it really doesn't work, I can only ask Yuuji for help. Hirako sighed and subconsciously glanced at Obito and Su. It would be great if he could fuse these 2 fellows and then fuse them with Yuuji. Mr. Madara, speaking of which, you seem to have fought with a mysterious enemy a few days ago. Who is the other party? Nagato turned his head and looked at Obito. His pair of eyes were filled with a sense of oppression. I'm not sure. He probably came from a mysterious ancient ninja clan. Obito said lightly. Next to him, Konan questioned, the ninja clan that lives on the moon. That's right, Ninja World has a history of 1,000 years. Perhaps there is a powerful ancient clan that has used some method to settle on the moon. What about Mokuton? As a member of Uchiha, you actually mastered Mokuton's blood inheritance, and you can even create such a huge Buddha statue. That technique is called True Count Senju, right? Konan asked. Everyone looked at Obito, and then looked at the void, their eyes flashing. Uchiha Madara, he can actually use Mokuton, and also used Mokuton's strongest ninjutsu, this is really. Then Senju Hashirama wouldn't have Mangekyo Sharingan, right? What kind of dirty deal did the 2 of them make behind their backs and exchange their bloodlines? This has nothing to do with you. Woman, don't forget your position. Obito said coldly. Konan was speechless and turned his head away. Then, disperse. Nagato spoke, and the people present all disappeared. But not long after, Orochimaru rushed day and night to Omegakure. He directly entered the underground hole where Gedo statue was located, and looked up at this behemoth. Orochimaru is back. Do you want to see him? Konan walked behind Nagato and whispered. As always, Nagato sat on the tongue of the statue of Yama and quietly looked down at Omegakure under the rain. A mere rain was not enough to obstruct his vision. Only at this time would Nagato be able to enjoy a moment of peace. Ignore him. The plan to capture Bijuu has already begun. We need Orochimaru's power. Nagato did not reply. As long as Orochimaru did not court death and did things that went against him or betrayed the organization, Nagato was too lazy to care. Among all the members of Akatsuki, except for Konan who stood on his side, which one of them didn't have their own plans? But so what? God didn't care. Now, in addition to paying attention to Bijuu's information, I also have to keep an eye on the organization. Only that man is qualified to be my obstacle. Nagato thought. The one who also had Rinnegan, let him taste the most miserable defeat in his life, the bitter fruit of suffering. Only God was qualified to be God's opponent. A mere Orochimaru was not worth mentioning. Hey? Nagato sensed something, and his expression changed slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. Orochimaru, that guy, seems to have gotten close to the Gedo statue? Humph, Gedo statue is not something Orochimaru can get his hands on. This is Rinnegan's creation. Rumble. After a loud bang, the snake with 8 heads directly fired an 8-headed snake cannon at the Gedo statue. Orochimaru wanted to die? How dare he attack Gedo statue? Nagato suddenly stood up, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Konan had already turned into countless pieces of paper and quickly disappeared from the spot. In the underground cave, Orochimaru struck the Gedo statue. It's really sturdy. Even my strongest attack was unable to damage this thing. I'm getting more and more curious about this Gedo statue. Orochimaru's upper body emerged from the mouth of one of the snake heads, licking his lips greedily. Time was of the essence, and he made a series of hand seals. Water release, water break wave. The signature ninjutsu of the second generation Hokage had the best cutting ability. With a crack, this water break wave cut into the core region of the region that was hit by the Hydra cannon. On the outer layer of Gedo statue, a thin layer of skin was cut off. Orochimaru was somewhat unwilling, but after sensing the chakra of Nagato and Konan, he could only control the head of Octahead to swallow this layer. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Countless pieces of paper gathered together to form Konan. Nagato also rushed over and looked at the snake with a gloomy face. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Hehe, there's no need to explain. There is nothing left for me to linger on in this organization. Even if it's a foreign golem, it's purely because I think it's a bit of a loss to defect. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Why did you defect? The organization clearly treated you well. What you said is not bad. It's just providing me with funds and experimental equipment. Can you help me with my research? Or can you send me forbidden arts? I want Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan. You can't give me. Orochimaru looked at Nagato reluctantly. He didn't even dare to look directly at Nagato. Although Nagato didn't show his illusion ability, Orochimaru still remained cautious. Those who betray the organization must die, Shinra Tensei. Nagato did not waste words and directly raised his hand to attack. Orochimaru's huge figure was sent flying like a toy, and he smashed into the wall, causing a huge roar. This caused the underground hole that had been shattered because of the aftermath of the Hydra cannon to completely collapse. However, it was clear that he did not care about this kind of detail at all. Nagato was about to kill Orochimaru, completely killing him. But Orochimaru only smiled evilly, and immediately disappeared from where he was. Reverse psychic? This guy has already been prepared for this. Nagato stopped, his expression ice cold. Konan was extremely angry. Betrayal. Orochimaru, this bastard is really not worthy of service. He wanted to kill us the first time he saw us. Don't talk about this anymore, Konan. Right now, the most important thing is to gather all the members of the clan and tell them about Orochimaru's defection and start a hunt for him. Nagato said. He had to get Orochimaru back, because the ring in Orochimaru's hand was one of the keys that had been sealed by the 9 phantom dragons. Moreover, there were only 9 out of the 10 core members left. Nagato was very uncomfortable. First, he had to recruit all 10 of them and take back Orochimaru's ring. When all of Akatsuki's members learned of this news, their expressions were subtle, and most of them were gloating, holding the mentality of watching the show and not minding the big trouble. Betrayal? Good, defecting is good. So, I can openly make a move on Orochimaru. Hirako laughed in a low voice. Kakuzu said scornfully, don't worry, you are no match for him. You will be beaten to death. Other than running faster than him, you are useless. You bastard, this is only temporary. I will soon surpass Orochimaru. Hirako said angrily. He made up his mind to ask Yuuji for help. No matter what, he had to get the valuable blood inheritance. Soon, the news of Orochimaru's defection began to spread. Orochimaru, defected? Nagato wants to suspend the plan to capture Bijuu. Yuuji shook his head. Originally, on the timeline, Orochimaru defected and took away part of the Gedo statue, which directly caused the plan to stop. Moreover, now, Nagato had too many opponents to face. The Eye organization was one, and the mysterious enemy on the moon was also one. Coupled with Konohagakure's terrifying body size and luxurious cage-level lineup, it was suffocating. Nagato was beaten ruthlessly, so he would naturally be more cautious. He urgently wanted to grasp more power, and then he would officially start the plan. Let him be. Yuuji soon stopped paying attention. The one who was panicking was Nagato, not him. Now, compared to the disturbance in the outside world, Yuuji was more interested in putting a part of his energy into the ninja school. Children grow up very quickly and change every day. Naruto and Sasuke were also in a fierce competition, competing in all aspects. The result of the competition was Sasuke won the theory class. Sasuke still won the non-combat part of the practical class. But only in the battle, Naruto could always win. Moreover, the more he fought, the stronger he became, the more energetic he became, and the more chakra he brought. This made Naruto's reputation shake, and the whole school knew that he was a monster-level existence. There was no other way, with the nine-tailed hand to cheat Naruto. If Sasuke could win, it would be a ghost. This time, Naruto is the first. Yuuji sat in the office and looked at the transcript in his hand. He chuckled and felt it was very interesting. Generally speaking, because Indra crushed Ajura in all aspects, whether it was talent, physical fitness, learning speed, etc., Indra suppressed Ajura to death because of him. The main reason why the first generation was blackened by Indra was not because of Black Zetsu's guidance, but because of Rikudo Senin's unfairness. Rikudo Senin arranged a test. Because Indra felt that he was strong, he directly used absolute strength to solve the problem. As for Ajura, this rookie, he did not have the ability. He could only work with the locals to overcome the difficulties together. Then, Rikudo Senin chose Ajura as the heir. The reason he gave was that love was more important. Because Indra was furious, he turned black and betrayed the ninja sect. He also began to take revenge on Rikudo Senin and Ajura. If Rikudo Senin directly told him that Indra wanted to understand love and unity, because Indra would definitely not hesitate to do it. If he tried hard but failed, then he naturally had nothing to say. It had to be known that because Indra was also an innocent child when he was a child, and he was very reasonable, but in the end, he became cold-blooded and cruel. If Rikudo Senin was the one to carry this pot, and played a mysterious way of balance and tactics, even Black Zetsu would have to admit defeat. Oh, it's time for me to go to class again. Yuuji pondered. Chapter 308, My Father. The ninja school was as lively as ever. The children who played with each other in the sports field naturally had to fight or even bully. After all, they were all a group of children. Even if they mastered chakra, learned the three body techniques, and had extraordinary strength, they were only a group of children in their minds. One had to know that when Uchiha Itachi was still in school, he was often surrounded and beaten up by people, even though the ones who were beaten in the end were only the bullies. In other words, even if their strength was slightly inferior, if they dared to rush up and fight when they encountered something, they would naturally receive the support of their companions. In the sports field, the battle had just ended, and the students of the various grades were watching aggressively, letting out waves of exclamations. Many senior students had solemn expressions, and some of them simply revealed expressions of fear. Bang! With one kick, two figures crossed. Uchiha Sasuke in the first grade and Rock Lee in the second grade just had a contest. Are you kidding me? Is this level of the first and second grade? That Lee, didn't everyone say that he was the last one? He didn't even know how to use ninjutsu. Why is he so strong? Many senior students looked on in shock, their eyes wide open. It was a bit too strong. It was fine if Uchiha Sasuke could fight, but they were still disciples of that person. But why was Lee so strong? What a bunch of idiots! Do you really think that Lee is weak? He can easily defeat them with just physical skills. Tenten sat on the fitness equipment and spoke in a bored manner. These senior students once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Itachi, Kabuto, and Yamato. Your strength is not bad. I thought that the second-year students were not capable. Sasuke rubbed his face. He had just been kicked by Lee, and it was very painful. This simple action caused the little girls to scream. Lee was under a lot of pressure. You can actually suppress me with only physical skills. If you use ninjutsu. Is this a genius? Don't misunderstand. Even if it's only limited to physical skills, I didn't use my full strength. Sasuke shook his head. Sasuke is really useless. It's so hard to deal with a second-year student. I just beat a fifth-year student down 2 days ago. Hee. Naruto didn't bother to hide his disgust towards Sasuke as he mocked loudly. Immediately, many gazes turned towards Naruto, and they became even more fearful. This guy is the one who is as famous as Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, don't provoke him. He is a monster. His physical strength is exaggerated, and his chakra capacity is also hard to estimate. Speaking of which, my father told me to stay away from him. He said that he was a demon fox or something. I was not allowed to play with him. That's right. My mother said the same thing, but he is really strong. Many people whispered and looked at Naruto and Sasuke with shock and worship. These two people were really too strong. When they fought the senior students, it was like chopping vegetables. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the strongest in the second grade. The strongest person is called Hyuga Neji. Lee was not angry. Instead, he said seriously. Hyuga Neji. Sasuke raised his eyebrows. He remembered that this person was the child of the family head of the branch family. Humph, boring. Among the spectators, Hyuga Neji's face fell, dark clouds covering his face. He turned around and left. So gloomy. He was even more vicious. Many people were beaten half to death by Neji. Neji was not like this when he was in the first grade. Now he has become so cold-blooded and terrifying. It seems to be related to what happened to Hyuga's clan not long ago. It seems that someone betrayed the village. Sasuke stared at Neji. Mingren also slowly frowned and stared at Neji's back. Hyuga's clan, this clan gave Hinata. Forget it, why would I care about Hinata? What a joke. Naruto shook his head and felt that he was a little silly. He was clearly getting smarter and smarter, why would he care about Hinata? Well, Sakura, who was originally pleasing to the eye, was becoming more and more boring. Naruto's mind was now full of Sasuke, and it was Naruto's dream to kill Sasuke. Come, Sasuke. Let's fight to the end. Naruto walked out of the crowd and shouted. So handsome, Naruto. Is he Naruto? Does he have a girlfriend? Get lost, Naruto is mine. Sasuke is also mine. The crowd was noisy. The students who were about to leave also stopped at this time, wanting to see the fight between the two strongest people. The bell rang, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and was about to go back to class. Next time, Naruto, now is not the time for us to decide the winner. Tisk, at this time. Naruto listened to the bell and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He followed behind Sasuke, planning to return to the classroom. Naruto. A small face with a wide forehead looked at him, very shy. Sakura? You are blocking me, quickly get out of the way. Naruto frowned, very annoyed. Sakura obediently got out of the way and stared blankly at Naruto leaving. Sakura, have you noticed? Naruto and Sasuke are really alike. They are both cool, but they make people can't help but get close to each other. Naruto is yours, Sasuke is mine, so it's decided. Ino poked Sakura with her elbow. Hey, Ino, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Oh? Then I'll go chase Naruto. I'm just joking. The students returned to their respective classrooms. Naruto and Sasuke were in their respective seats. Even if their ordinary gazes were intertwined, they were full of gunpowder. The others all stood far away from the two, their faces full of reverence. These two people are starting again. It's so troublesome. There's nothing we can do about it. We and the two of them are not from the same dimension to begin with. Shikamaru, do you want to eat potato chips? I can give you some. So scary. These two guys, aren't they, Akamaru? I heard from my sister that Itachi and the other two are also super geniuses who can completely crush people of the same age. Inyazuka Kaiba recalled the words of his sister, Inyazuka Hana. It was an honor to have a monster class existence at the same time, but it was also a tragedy. Naruto, I want to sit beside you. Hinata walked in with a numb face and refused to let strangers in. It's up to you. Why do you keep the head curtain so thick, just like that Neji? Naruto glanced at Hinata. The current Hinata no longer had the shyness of the past and was becoming mature in an abnormal manner. All of this happened after that incident. Hinata pursed her lips and shook her head. She sat silently beside Naruto. She looked extremely depressed. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps rang out. Yuuji walked in and put the textbook on the table with a bang. He glanced at the classroom and nodded slightly. Hello, sensei. Some of the students shivered and got up with a fanatical face. This person was Ninja World's top expert. It was hard to imagine how strong his real strength would be. Sit down. Yuuji looked at Naruto and Sasuke. The temperament of these two people was constantly getting closer and closer. It could be foreseen that in the next few years, under Yuuji's continuous efforts, when they broke through the critical point, their personalities would break the limit and transform into the other party's domain. I am really looking forward to that moment. Because the ghosts of Indra and Asura should have come to an end. They are just two balls of chakra, and they have been entangled for 1,000 years. It is better to die. As the end of term is approaching, we will not take the unified exam. We will only take the class test. When these words came out, there was grief everywhere. Political class was definitely the most boring class among all the theoretical classes. If not for Yuuji, these children would not be willing to spend time on this course. Although it is a political theory class, I have decided to not use complicated multiple-choice questions and theory questions to test the results of your studies in this year. Just write an essay. The theme is family. The topic is self-written and the content is casual. Yuuji said casually. In any case, these students were just first-year children. The purpose of teaching had been achieved, and Yuuji was too lazy to come up with some questions to embarrass them. Everyone picked up their pens and thought hard. Family? What does Yuuji-sensei mean? Is he trying to get to the bottom of it? But for an existence like him, he doesn't need to be afraid of any ninja clan. People like Shikamaru, who had a flexible mind, immediately began to crazily think about it. Generally, if sensei really had to worry about the background of the child, he would inevitably have to pay more attention to it on weekdays. But did Yuuji need it? Which parent was unconvinced and dared to jump? Are you sure you won't be beaten to death by Yuuji? According to the intelligence collected by Shikamaru, once Yuuji-sensei entered combat state, he were very fierce individual and never cared about trivial matters. The several families in the village might only be able to contend against Yuuji-sensei if they joined hands. Shikamaru thought. In his opinion, to be able to compete with a few ninjas by himself, this level should be the level of Ninja World's top expert. Shikamaru pondered and thought for a while before he started writing. The content he wrote was to discuss the relationship between clans, families, and villages. The others were also racking their brains. Some people looked confused, scratching their ears and cheeks, not knowing how to start. However, some people smiled evilly, licked the pen, and wrote quickly. Humph, it's a very simple question. I have never been better than the hateful Sasuke in theory class. There must be no problem this time. Naruto wrote down the question. This made the people on both sides and the front and back row who were paying attention to him immediately look at him. Many people have seen Naruto's title, such as being struck by lightning, my Hokage father. This? Yuuji-sensei, is this a competition of learning? This is a competition of father. Sasuke had good eyesight. He glanced at it from afar and his face sank. The hateful Naruto is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. This article has already stood at a very high level in terms of conception. Is the son of the Hokage very amazing? Sasuke's eyes were full of malice. After thinking for a while, he also wrote. Naruto had long been paying attention to Sasuke's actions and was full of superiority. At this time, he also hurriedly turned his head to look at Sasuke's test paper. Sasuke also openly wrote his own essay question. What is the matter about being a genius young master born in Ninja World's #1 family? You are not right. Smelly fart Sasuke, are you stealing from me? Do you have any shame? Naruto slammed the table and stared at the other person. Sasuke glared at him. Naruto, everyone relies on their talent to write an article. Your talent can't compare to mine. How can you accuse me of stealing from you? You still want to use plagiarism to defeat the original? Don't even think about it. The two of them looked like they were about to fight. Yuuji sat on the chair, not even blinking as he moved his fingers. Rumble. The two of them felt a huge pressure pressing down on them, forcefully pressing them down on their seats. Take the test at ease. If you speak any more nonsense, all your points will be 0. You guys don't want to stay behind, right? Yuuji held the latest issue of Intimacy Heaven in his hand and said indifferently. Well, this book written by Jiraiya, how should I put it, is almost meaningless. It is not pornographic when it should be pornographic, and the driving is not aggressive. However, Ninja World, who was lacking in cultural industries, was considered outstanding. Yuuji was completely bored. He flipped through Ninja World's bestseller book and had no other thoughts. Soon, everyone handed in their essays. Yuuji scored on the spot, gave Naruto 95 points, and Sasuke 95 points. The audience was the highest. In this way, including the results of other subjects, it was possible for Naruto to win the first place of the year. As soon as class was over, Naruto waved his exam paper and ran home excitedly. He wanted to show off to his father and be praised by his father. When he returned home, Naruto sat in his seat and waited obediently. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. Late at night. Damn it, it's like this again. Naruto sat alone in front of the table, and even had a few hasty bites of his dinner. On the table, the examination scroll lay quietly. Naruto left the stool and finally looked outside the room, completely giving up. Naruto, your father does not care about you. Nine-Tailed took the opportunity to drug him. This evil big fox would not let go of any opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been too full to supply Naruto with chakra. Shut up, I don't need you to tell me. What? Pay attention to your tone when you speak to this old man. This old man is the Nine-Tailed. Being able to teach you is already. I didn't see you teach me anything when I went down for horse's exam. Naruto was in a bad mood and said sarcastically. Nine-Tailed was silent. During the examination, with that man around, how could it dare to do anything? One man and one fox began to quarrel loudly. It's so noisy. The two of you, the moment I came in, I saw Kurama cursing Naruto. A strand of wool directly invaded Naruto's body. Sue's figure appeared. It was still that strange pale white mask. The black-red clothes covered his body. You, it's actually you. Nine-Tailed turned pale with fright. This fellow in front of him also had the strength to beat him up. Nine-Tailed didn't know who this person was, and it was even more impossible to determine if it was Senju Hashirama himself. Because the black Mokuton was really confusing. Sensei? You haven't come to see me for a long time. Naruto's eyes lit up. Something happened recently. I went to deal with it and took some time. Sue said. Sensei, I heard some news from Sasuke. You are one of Akatsuki's people, right? That's right, this is not a secret. Well, then you can take me to join Akatsuki. Chapter 309, Refusal. Idiot. Nine-Tailed cursed in his heart and turned his head away unhappily. Join Akatsuki? Nine-Tailed knew that Akatsuki had a huge conspiracy. If Naruto went, he would probably walk into the trap himself. Even if Sensei was the man in front of him, he would not be able to change Akatsuki's goal. Join Akatsuki? Naruto, why do you have such a thought? Sue paused and said. Ah, it's not because of some special reason. It's purely because I want to find something meaningful to do. Since Sensei is in that organization, then isn't it natural for me to join as well? Naruto held his head with both hands and laughed. Let's talk about this after a few years. You don't know much about Akatsuki. Sue shook his head. If Naruto entered Akatsuki, he would be caught by Nagato in minutes. The nine-tailed fox that came to his door, Nagato would die of joy. In the early morning, Minato returned home. After a quick glance at Naruto, he immediately fell asleep. There were more matters to attend to tomorrow. Minato did not realize that his son had already started running in a relatively dangerous direction. Sai, Mangetsu, and Utakata both died within the borders of the Fire Country. I wonder how Kirigakure will go crazy. Minato had a headache. There were too many things he needed to care about. As for the investigation of the I-Demon organization's true identity, Minato had already locked onto several targets. The mysterious disappearance of Shin was one of them. The Water Nation, Kirigakure. Kimimaro and Haku finally arrived alive and immediately reported the results of Chunin examination. What? Kojuro is dead? Even Mangetsu and Utakata are dead. The entire upper echelons of Kirigakure were alarmed, and everyone was incomparably angry. It was just a test for Chunin. A new generation died, and 2 outstanding ninjas died during the year of fighting. Among them, Utakata was the only candidate for the six-tailed Jinchuriki. How could the higher UPS of Kirigakure not be angry that such a person could possibly control the six-tailed? The people of the I organization attacked our team. The demon who claimed to be Uchiha Madara wanted to seize the ninja blade of the Mangetsu. Bastard! Kojuro, who wields a ninja blade, died in Chunin exam. I suspect that the demon colluded with Konoha to seize the ninja blade. The elders were furious. They were even more terrified. Facing Konohagakure, they already felt great pressure. Now, if they were to add in a mysterious I organization, it made them unable to breathe. Yandere Mizukage was the only one who could fight at the top of Kirigakure's strength, and no one else could fight him. We should have thought of it a long time ago. Demon, that guy's Hitomi technique can control ninja tools, and it is very likely that he will be interested in ninja knives. With Mangetsu's personality, he will not compromise, let alone obediently take the initiative to give up ninja knives. We should not have sent Mangetsu to lead the team. Even if we send Terumi Mei, it is better than sending Mangetsu. What's the use of talking about this now? Can you revive Mangetsu? Immediately start diplomacy with Konohagakure and ask them why they didn't protect our ninjas. Could it be that Konoha can't even do the most basic protection? This Hojiki clan elder is too good. The village has decided to send you as an envoy. Hurry up and go find trouble with Konohagakure. Hojiki clan elder immediately became mute and could only shake his head in pain. Relying on Hojiki Mangetsu, their clan originally had a chance to return to the peak. Even if they waited for another 10 years, after Yandere Mizukage had an accident, Hojiki Mangetsu would naturally take over the 5th generation Mizukage. One had to know that among the young ninjas at the age Mangetsu, no one was able to contend with him. If Mangetsu could become the 5th generation Mizukage, the status and prestige of Hojiki clan would return to the peak level of the 2nd generation Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu when he was in charge. Unfortunately, they were all gone now. Although Mangetsu's younger brother, Suijutsu, was also a rare genius, his talent was a level lower than Mangetsu's. Finally, Yandere Mizukage arrived late. It seems that you have already discussed the results. Genji, you go and arrange it. Yagura said dryly. Leaving this sentence, he was about to leave. Wait. Lord Mizukage, such a big thing has happened. Do we, Kirigakure, just swallow our anger like this? As Mizukage, don't you want to say something? One person stood up and shouted. Yagura turned around and used his numb face to stare at the person who spoke. He said indifferently, then what plan do you have? This. What are you shouting for without a plan? Die. With a slap, Yagura used the coral palm technique to turn this person into a human coral. He could not die again. Who else has a plan? Yagura looked at everyone present. Everyone lowered their heads. Even Kirigakure's second character, Genji, lowered his head. Yagura expressionlessly turned around and left. Only after he left did the people present let out a sigh of relief. Lord Mizukage is becoming more and more savage. It really makes people afraid. In the past, he was still a little restrained. Now, he is publicly killing people in the higher UPS meeting. Sigh. Everyone talked in low voices and sighed. If not for the fact that he was a fool, he would have been able to tell that something was wrong with Yagura's state. After all, a young man who was originally very rational and astute became so unfamiliar after becoming Yandere Mizukage. He lived in seclusion and often used murder methods to maintain his power. He also continuously pushed the policy of blood mist. If it was just a person, they would understand that there was something wrong with Yagura. It was not that no one suspected that Yagura had been affected by the illusion, but they had no evidence. Moreover, there was no means to prove that Yagura had been controlled. If only we had Byakugan, we would have been able to see if Lord Mizukage had been affected by the illusion at a glance. Unfortunately, Ao really deserves to die. Unfortunately, the Byakugan they had spent so much effort to obtain in the 3 battles had been transplanted into Ao. However, not long after, Ao was killed by Yuuji, and Byakugan was also taken away by Yuuji. This caused them to be very passive. They suspected that there was something wrong with Yagura, but no one had any evidence. They wanted to verify it face to face, but they were also worried that they would be beaten to death by Yagura. It was even more impossible to use force to subdue Yagura. Not to mention how ridiculous it was to use force to deal with the shadow of a village. Offending the superiors was a betrayal behavior. Even if they really wanted to fight, no one present was a match for Yagura. As a three-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura was the ceiling of Kirigakuru's combat ability. This was too embarrassing. They had no way to deal with Yagura. They could only silently endure it, constantly suffering. Kirigakuru's strength also continued to weaken day after day. After the meeting ended, Genji, who was already extremely old, was trembling as he walked. After returning home, Genji made a gesture, and a large number of ninjas spread out to be on guard. Humph, it seems that things are not going smoothly. Even a cunning person like you is helpless. A tall and sturdy man with a large blade on his back walked out from the shadows. He casually glanced outside. Lord Genji, you arranged so many people. Are you going to be on guard or do you want to take advantage of the situation to kill me? Genji slowly shook his head. If you don't, you know that I won't do this. For the village, you still have a lot of value. How ironic. I didn't expect that Kirigakure, one of the 5 big villages, would actually need me, a traitor, to save him. As you wish, I will save this village and become the 5th generation Mizukage. Zabuza sneered, feeling happy. A big shot like Genji now had a request for him, how could he not be happy? More importantly, as long as he killed Yagura, he could become the 5th generation Mizukage and take charge of this village. At the thought of this, the blood in his body was boiling, and he wished he could chop off Yagura's head. Of course, I will keep my promise. When the matter is over, I will use my influence to wash you clean. Genji whispered. I hope so. Zabuza looked at Genji with disdain. He would be a fool if he believed such nonsense. He was afraid that after he killed Yagura, Genji would immediately mobilize a large number of ninjas to kill him. Zabuza and Genji knew that the other party could not be trusted, but they were all pretending to be confused. As long as Yagura did not die, the foundation of their cooperation would not collapse. So, these ninjas outside are the subordinates you arranged for me? Let's begin, I can't wait to kill Yandame. Zabuza immediately moved. If you don't cut, you have to fight quickly. I am not sure what kind of reaction those ninjas will make. Got it. Genji looked at the figure that was not cut down and slowly lowered his head, letting out a deep sigh. When did Kirigakure become like this? For the sake of Kirigakure's future, Yandame Mizukage, no matter what problems you have, no matter if you are controlled, or if it is because of some reasons that you want to govern the village like this, it is no longer important. Please die. Soon. A large number of figures shuttled through the village. What happened? Why are there so many people? Terumi Mei immediately noticed that something was wrong and was about to act. However, in the next moment, an Anbu appeared in front of Terumi Mei. Sir, this is Sir Genji's plan. Please do not participate. Terumi Mei was bewildered. He had already guessed something and immediately closed the door. The various large clans also discovered that something was wrong, but facing Anbu who had come to the door, these clans did not do anything for the time being, maintaining their restraint. Yandame Mizukage's residence was surrounded. Anbu and the guards responsible for protecting Mizukage had been transferred away by Genji. But even at this moment, Yagura still did not move. Still not willing to come out? They are waiting for me to rush in. Zabuza pulled out the broadsword, his eyes fierce. Finally, at this moment, if he didn't chop off the hand holding the broadsword, it would tremble a little, he was too excited. The thought that his beloved sword could drink Mizukage's blood, he was excited. Since he escaped from that empty hand like a dog and died for so many years, he finally had to return to the village as a hero. Rumble. If he didn't cut open the door, it would be too late. Lord Mizukage, I am here to take your head. Zabuza sneered and tilted his head. A large number of ninjas immediately rushed in. Yagura raised his head with a numb face and looked at the people in front of him indifferently. Offending your superiors, you deserve to die. Yagura said coldly. If I kill you, I naturally won't offend my superior. Who would care about the order of a dead person? Attack. He didn't give the order. A large number of ninjas attacked Yagura with all kinds of ninjutsu. Yagura looked slow, and his reaction was slow. But just as he was about to be submerged by a large number of ninjutsu and ninja tools, an incomparably huge, barbed tail suddenly stretched out from behind him and swept out, completely defeating a large number of attacks. Some of the ninjas were also killed on the spot. Three-tailed beast's tail, it looks like you can calmly cooperate with Bijuu. It really doesn't seem like you are being controlled. If he didn't make a cut, he might as well wave his broadsword and charge through the spacious room. He bounced around the walls and roof, found an angle, and hacked down. Shua! The broadsword slashed down. Ninja art. Water mirror art. Yagura stood where he was, motionless. But in the next moment, in front of him, a mirror formed from flowing water appeared. Then, a new chop appeared from the mirror. It also brandished the broadsword and slashed out fiercely. What? Zabuza's expression changed. Bang! The two beheading broadswords collided with each other. How could this be? Another me actually appeared. Is this a reflection? Is this Yandame's unique ninjutsu? He was getting more and more excited. As long as he could get Yagura to respond, he would be excited even if he didn't. At the same time, many ninjas rushed up again and attacked Yagura. The fierce battle started, and the amazing noise spread out quickly, startling many people in the village. Some people didn't need to look, but they immediately understood when they heard the commotion. There was another rebellion. This was very normal. Ever since Sandame Mizukage took office and came to Yandame Mizukage's office, what Kirigakura lacked the least was rebellion. All kinds of ambitious people hoped to assassinate the higher UPS, hoping that they could directly replace the higher UPS. Time passed. More and more people were gradually unable to restrain themselves. Humph! How can there not be my Kagaya clan for such a lively matter? All the clansmen who want to fight come with me. The bloodthirsty and aggressive Madman clan couldn't hold back anymore. Clan leader, which one should we kill? Kill Yandame, or kill the rebels? Is this a serious problem? They haven't decided the victor after so long. Let's go and see. This already explained the problem. We will kill whoever we see. Ha 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 ha. Kagaya's clan moved out on a large scale. Some of the other families that noticed the commotion immediately cursed. This family was a group of lunatics gathering camp. The entire Kirigakura fell into turmoil. Most of the ninjas remained silent under Genji's orders, patiently waiting for the result. On the other hand, the uninvited guest who had come from afar was looking at the scene in front of him with great joy. Ayaya, what good luck, to actually encounter a rebellion. Orochimaru stood on the cliff, looking at Kirigakura who was caught in the flames, extremely excited. The more chaotic it was, the better, he could fish in troubled waters. Chapter 310, Are You Alive? Kirigakura's turmoil continued. As Kagaya's clan madly participated in the war and killed everyone they saw, the entire situation of Kirigakura became even more chaotic. It was to the point that when Genji found out, his face was gloomy and he remained silent for a long time. Hehe, I like this kind of village the most. Orochimaru sneaked into Kirigakura, fishing in troubled waters. His first goal was to search for the young geniuses of various clans. He first sneaked into the territory of Kagaya's clan. Who? What greeted him was a series of bones. Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru with a cold expression. Corpse bone vein. Your clansmen are all involved in the rebellion. Why aren't you taking action? Orochimaru's eyes shone with a deep greed. You. Are you Orochimaru, one of the Sunin? Kimimaro immediately pulled out his spine, his face full of vigilance. This appearance, this kind of oppressive feeling, it couldn't be wrong. But Orochimaru, this Konoha rebel, why was he here? I think. Orochimaru was just about to say something. Die. With a tyrannical look on his face, he grabbed his spine and rushed over. The members of the Kagaya tribe who were in charge of protecting Kimimaro were left behind, and when they heard the movement, they rushed over one after another, shouting loudly. Tisk, what a pity. If one day you can't stay in this hypocritical village anymore, come and seek shelter with me. Orochimaru jumped up, hurriedly retreated, and left somewhat unwillingly. If he really wanted to use force, he would definitely be able to forcefully kidnap Kimimaro, but it would take some time. However, what he lacked the most was time. That old man, Genji, was not so easy to deal with. If he was discovered by Genji, his situation would be very dangerous. Then I will go to Hojiki clan to take a look. I heard that Mangetsu has a younger brother called Suijutsu. Orochimaru was still unwilling to give up. He found Suijutsu. It was obvious that Suijutsu was only following Orochimaru because he was mentally retarded. I have a family in a village. Unless I'm an idiot, I won't wander the ninja world with you. Not only did Suijutsu refuse, but he also called his clansmen to surround Orochimaru. A genius like him was always accompanied by a large number of clan elites. Orochimaru? Isn't this Orochimaru? Why did he appear in our village? I understand now. Orochimaru was the one who planned tonight's rebellion. He must be trying to harm our village. The Hojiki clan was furious and started attacking Orochimaru one after another. Don't be ashamed, there are rebellions in your village almost every day, and you still need me to plan. Orochimaru looked ugly and planned to retreat. Bad start. Kirigakuru's various large clans still had relatively complete strength, and they were not wiped out by Obito like they had in the timeline. Kimimaro and Suijutsu were far from reaching the point of no return, so how could they seek refuge with Orochimaru? Orochimaru had originally planned to include Haku from the Yuki clan as a candidate, but now it seemed that he should stop thinking about it. These clans, in the village where Kirigakure was always full of thorns, were very strict with their geniuses, afraid that they would be assassinated by some unexpected betrayal. Don't even think about escaping. The Hojiki clan immediately issued an alarm. Even more ninjas noticed the commotion and rushed over. As a result, Genji, who was monitoring Kirigakure closely, was shocked and bewildered when he heard the news of Orochimaru's appearance. He immediately issued a hunting order. Orochimaru's face was dark, and he quickly left the Hojiki clan's territory. Behind him, a group of people were chasing after him. It's not easy to make a move. Orochimaru's expression was not very good. He had his eyes on the young people now. They looked down on him, but he looked down on them. It was useless to trick them. It was a rare opportunity for Kirigakure to make trouble, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to deceive others. How hateful! Quickly kill Orochimaru. He was the one who planned today's rebellion. This poisonous snake has lost the protection of Ryuhoka Cave. Today is the best time to kill him. Let's use Sunin's head to establish the reputation of our village. Orochimaru, who was in a bad mood, was filled with killing intent. Originally, I didn't intend to do anything to you Kirigakure, but since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Ninja art, myriad snake array. Countless poisonous snakes suddenly appeared and swallowed a large number of ninjas in one breath. Along with the screams, the expressions of these elites of Kirigakure changed. Isn't Ryuhoka Cave about to be destroyed? How can he summon so many poisonous snakes? Someone's face was ugly. Idiot, even if the Holy Land is about to be destroyed, it is still a holy land. There are so many poisonous snakes that are of no value. Orochimaru killed nearly 20 people in one move and planned to leave. At this time, he had already arrived at the edge of Kirigakure. As long as he plunged into the sea, he would be able to leave calmly. Without the Kirigakure troops led by Cage Level, it had no way to deal with Orochimaru at all. Seeing that, Orochimaru was about to escape calmly, come and go freely among Kirigakure, and humiliate them to his heart's content. But at this moment, a figure slowly appeared, blocking Orochimaru's escape path. You are. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. It's you. Shin's eyes flashed, and he was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet Orochimaru in such a place. What's going on? Who is that person? Looking at his attire, this is bad. Could he be from the I organization? The I organization also participated in tonight's rebellion? Or was it a coincidence? It was this person who killed Hojiki Mangetsu. Some of the Hojiki ninjas immediately looked at Shin with angry eyes. Mangetsu was their hope to return to the peak. Now it was all gone, and they died because they participated in a small test of Chunin. Everything was because of this guy from the I organization. Demon. Orochimaru, you haven't died yet, right? It's been a long time since we last met. It's great to see you again. Shin suddenly laughed. To be able to meet Orochimaru in such a situation, it was really too exciting. When Shin saw his former master, he couldn't wait to act tough. His original right arm was cut off by Orochimaru, and he bumped into Ten Sharingan, and finally transplanted it to Danzo. Well, his original left arm was cut off by Kazue. Orochimaru, you are really in a sorry state. Being chased by this group of trash is too ridiculous. One of the Sunin in the past has fallen to this level. Shin slowly spoke. Under Orochimaru's surprised gaze, he slowly stretched out his hands. Mangekyo Sharingan. Swish. Countless ninja tools suddenly gushed out from his sleeves. Kunao, Senbon, the sword in his hand, the giant sword in his hand. There were many kinds of them. They were of different sizes, and the number was exaggerated. In order to get these ninja tools, he made the Iron Country go crazy. He forced the leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, to come forward. He took the initiative to pay a lot of ninja tools in exchange for Shin's departure. Under the control of Shin's Hitomi's technique, these ninja tools formed a beautiful arc in the air, forming a long river of ninjas. In just an instant, they enveloped Kirigakuru's pursuing troops. A massacre unfolded. Even though Kirigakuru's ninjas tried to resist in fear, their speed was still too slow. The current Shin was already much stronger than before, and his combat experience could not be compared to before. Waves of screams rang out, and a large number of people fell one after another. Their bodies were filled with all kinds of ninja tools, and it was a horrible sight to behold. Some people's entire bodies were dismembered and cut into pieces by a large number of ninja tools, and they were extremely miserable, dying without a complete corpse. However, there were still people who survived. Oh! Hojiki clan's water transformation secret art. Shin looked at the surviving Hojiki clan members with the arrogant attitude of a cat playing with a mouse. Especially his actions in front of Orochimaru, which made Shin's mentality even more inflated. Our Hojiki clan is not afraid of your Hitomi art. A few balls of water wriggled and reformed into human form. The last person who used the water transformation secret technique to fight against me has already been sent to Sirikuta Senin. You are no exception. Shin shook his head slightly and displayed the calmness of a top expert. Forget it, I will use the power I obtained from your clansmen to kill you. This is a gift from me to you. In the next moment, with a light bang, a strangely shaped ninja blade appeared where the smoke dissipated. This ninja blade spun a few times in the air, turned around, and slashed at several Hojiki clansmen. Not good, this is an explosive blade. Quickly dodge! A Hojiki clansman shouted, but in the next second, he was cut by the explosive blade and exploded with a bang. Dead. The other clansmen were terrified and tried to escape, but in front of Shin's Hitomi, they was unable to do so and was killed one by one. Why do you want to help Orochimaru? What he can give you, we, Kirigakure, can give more. The last Hojiki clansman shouted in despair. Shin paused and said arrogantly, you are mistaken. I am not helping him. And there is one thing that you can't give, and that is, happiness. Boom. The last Hojiki clansman was annihilated in the explosion. The explosive blade danced in the air and finally fell into Shin's hand. Shin looked at the blade and was very satisfied. What a good ninja tool. What do you think, Orochimaru? Orochimaru stood in the distance and saw the massacre with his own eyes. He said cautiously, an ordinary person would need at least a few years of hard work to master this blade. For you to be able to use it to such an extent is really amazing. The more he spoke, the more Orochimaru thought of Shin's eyes, and his eyes were filled with greed. Mangekyo Sharingan was truly an incredible power. He could even have the ability to control ninja tools. It's just a ninja tool. In front of my eyes, it is nothing. You, who have been coveting Sharingan for so many years, still can't escape the shackles of these eyes. Shin slowly turned his head and looked at Orochimaru with a sneer. This made Orochimaru even more suspicious. Do we know each other? I don't remember where I offended you. These are not important. What's important is that seeing you like a stray dog makes me very happy. Shin's eyes shone brightly as he sized up Orochimaru. They hadn't seen each other for many years, and Orochimaru was already pulling him like this. Being chased by a group of Kirigakure's troops? I heard that you have the ability to revive continuously and even joined Akatsuki. Shin raised his hand and took out another ninja blade. I am very interested in Akatsuki's guy. Shua! The two blades suddenly flew up and slashed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly avoided him and said coldly, I've already withdrawn from Akatsuki. That's not important. Shin looked at Orochimaru who was retreating, and his mood became more and more carefree. A few years ago, in order to get some benefits from this man, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own body for Orochimaru to experiment with. Now, Orochimaru, who was obsessed with Sharingan, was no longer in his eyes. Orochimaru was silent. He stared at Shin for a long time, and then slowly said, so that's how it is. It seems that you came for me. You have Mangekyo Sharingan, and you know that I have been studying Sharingan. You have an inexplicable hostility towards me. It turned out to be you. I really can't believe it. You have grown to such an extent. You have even upgraded a pair of Sharingan that I casually threw out into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. You have grown, Shin. Orochimaru licked his lips, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Shin's eyes suddenly became cold, and without saying a word, he directly controlled countless ninja tools to attack Orochimaru. Orochimaru abandoned a big snake double and blocked a large number of ninja tools, while he himself crawled like a snake and fled far away. I wasn't sure just now, but now I can confirm that we actually met again in this situation. Orochimaru looked at Shin. Even if you know my real identity, it's useless. In my eyes, you are just a sad little prey. Shin took off his mask, revealing his own face. Even at this moment, Orochimaru still couldn't believe it. Orochimaru knew very well what kind of person Shin was. Other than his special physique, he really had no other redeeming qualities. He was ambitious, arrogant, had high eyes and low hands, and his talent was poor. Apart from his physique, there were no other merits to speak of. Back then, if not for the fact that Orochimaru didn't have anyone to use, he wouldn't have returned to Konoha to recruit Shin and even gave him a pair of Sharingan. Ever since you were taken away by the leader of the Eye organization, it seems that you have experienced something very interesting. Someone like Shin could actually open up Mangekyo Sharingan and become a member of the Eye organization? Your head. Orochimaru seemed to have discovered something. The scalp under the hood seemed to have an abnormal angle. Orochimaru seemed to understand. Orochimaru, in my eyes, you, who used to be high and mighty, are nothing more than a pathetic trash. Shin's voice was ice cold. Orochimaru slowly approached, stopping only 10 meters away from Shin. Do you want to kill me? I just want to humiliate you. You won't get anything even if you risk your life, but I have it easily. Is that so? You are still so childish. Since I helped you so much in the past, you should give up your own body again. Orochimaru revealed a deep greed. The past Shin was still unable to move Orochimaru. But it was different now. A body with Mangekyo Sharingan that can adapt to all kinds of blood. Shua. Orochimaru suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Shin's eyes. Chapter 311, Shin vs Orochimaru. Orochimaru was no stranger to the action of rubbing his eyes. When he first joined Akatsuki, it was Pain who personally recruited him. At that time, Orochimaru also suddenly made a move, reaching out his hand to grab Pain's eyes. In the end, he was sent flying by a Shinra Tensei. Give me your eyes. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. Shin just snorted, and his expression under the mask revealed a trace of deep ridicule. He knew Orochimaru too well. Bang! The blunt blade appeared and ruthlessly chopped towards Orochimaru's palm. Just as Orochimaru was about to touch Mangekyo Sharingan, he forcibly cut off his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. However, Orochimaru obviously did not care about this loss. He only had a face full of regret. It's a pity that if my fingers were a centimeter longer, I would have succeeded. It seems that when I choose a container in the future, I have to pay more attention to this. Orochimaru held his broken arm and laughed in a low voice. Humph, the reason why you can get close to me is not because you are strong, but purely because I allow you to get close. Shoo! The ninjas on the ground immediately shook and rushed toward Orochimaru. In just a moment, Orochimaru was surrounded. You don't have absolute defense. In front of my eyes, you have no room to resist. Shin looked at Orochimaru, and Shin was full of confidence. This way, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to escape. Countless ninja tools rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru used his remaining hand, which was stained with blood, and immediately activated summoning technique. Huge smoke rose into the air. Manda covered in wounds appeared. It was as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. The sinister cracks on its body seemed to have been ruthlessly grabbed by some terrifying creature. Before Manda could say anything, he were immediately struck by countless ninja tools and let out a miserable scream. Bastard, how dare you fool me like this? Do you want to die? Manda, long time no see. So you are still alive. Orochimaru came out from a huge claw mark on Manda's body, bringing out some of Manda's flesh and blood. He looked down at Manda. There were many ninja tools nailed to the surface of it, especially those that were nailed into the wound. The damage was greater. But it was obvious that this number of ninjas was not enough to kill Manda. On the contrary, it made Manda extremely angry. After I heard that something happened to Ryuuka Cave, I was very worried about you. If you die, wouldn't I lose a very reliable companion? Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Don't worry, after this time, I will prepare 100 people as sacrifices for you. Offering. When Wanda heard this, he subconsciously muttered. He was obviously a little greedy, but some kind of memory that made him extremely fearful welled up in his heart. There's no need for offerings. I won't eat people. I quit, Wanda said. Oh. Orochimaru looked at it in surprise. Ryuuka Cave snakes were all born to eat humans, and it was an honor to eat more humans. From white snake sage to some big snakes, the favorite thing was to swallow the whole person and slowly dissolve them. It was as if this method could prove that they were nobler, especially nobler than humans. But now, the remaining strength of Ryuuka Cave is struggling to support the attack of another holy land. Mount Mayuboku and Shikotsu have no intention of helping us. It is all up to us. Wanda's cold voice revealed deep fear. All of this is because of that guy. I understand. It seems that your act of eating humans has angered that guy. Orochimaru immediately understood. Cut the crap. Is the opponent this time the human in front of me? After this is done, you sacrifice 500 livestock for me. I need enough food. Wanda stared at Shin. Wanda ignored this strange outfit. Ryuuka Cave had used all his remaining strength to fight with many Godzilla. How could he have the energy to care about Ninja World? Even though Wanda knew that the Eye organization in Ninja World was very terrifying and that the leader had Rinnegan, he did not think about the Eye organization in this situation. His mind was filled with thoughts of getting rid of this person as soon as possible, and then returning to Ryuuka Cave to recuperate. Before it was summoned to this place, it had just fought with that sub-body Godzilla, and it had suffered quite a bit of injuries. To a certain extent, Orochimaru's timely summoning saved it. However, the snake needed to go deep into Ryuuka Cave's body, and the rich natural energy needed to heal its injuries. The natural energy in Ninja World was too thin. It's just a beast that survived Ryuuka Cave. Shin looked at Manda coldly. He didn't even care about Orochimaru, so why would he care about a mere snake? Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin glared at him and decided to use his illusion to deal with Manda. Not good, Manda, don't look at his eyes. Orochimaru's expression changed. Mangekyo Sharingan? Orochimaru, you are looking for such a troublesome opponent for me again. Manda was furious. The pattern of the three Megatama began to appear in its snake eyes. Wang! The illusion attacked and invaded the brain of Manda, trying to control it. Humph, that bastard Setsuna still dares to look down on my eyes, although I am unable to activate Susanoo, but using illusion is still more than enough. Shin was certain in his heart. With just this snake, it would definitely not be able to block his illusion. But the reality of the situation was very bone-chilling. After being stiff for a moment, after receiving the chakra from Orochimaru, he immediately shook his head. He got rid of the illusion. Was that Mangekyo's illusion? So weak. Wanda spat at Shin and looked at him in shock. Could it be that he had unknowingly become so strong? Humph, 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 Shin, you're still the same as before. Without me, you won't be able to do anything. You should just follow me again. Orochimaru sneered. Shin flew into a rage out of humiliation. He also became ruthless in his heart. In his sleeve, a large number of ninja tools swarmed out. Shin used all the ninja tools he got from the Iron Country in one breath. No matter how huge a snake is, it will still be torn apart in front of my Hitomi technique. Shin roared. The 10,000 snakes plunged into the ground and forcefully shuttled through the earth, barely avoiding the first wave of attacks. Immediately after, the blunt saber pierced through the ground and opened up a path. The explosive saber followed closely behind and ruthlessly hacked at the huge body of Manda. An unending stream of explosive talismans appeared and exploded, instantly sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. Manda let out a painful hiss. The blunt saber and explosive saber continued to slash down, forcibly cutting off a section of the myriad snake's body. Orochimaru, why didn't you make a move? Manda crawled out of the ground again, extremely angry. Orochimaru frowned, you brought me to quickly travel through the earth. How should I make a move? According to my understanding of him, that guy should have used up all the ninja tools he stored, eat him. Manda looked at Orochimaru with hatred, and immediately opened his mouth and bit down on Shin. He took a bite, bit it together with a large amount of rocks and dust, chewed it hard, and swallowed it into his stomach. This guy's Hitomi technique seems to be a control tool. As long as I digest it fast enough. Manda closed his mouth tightly. A large amount of ninja weapons and 2 ninja blades came at him, and Orochimaru hurriedly summoned the Rashomon to block them. In this short period of time, Shin had already entered the stomach of Manda. A large amount of stomach acid attacked, and the strong corrosive power was enough to digest Shin in the first place. Humph, you really underestimate me. Shin coldly snorted, and a considerable amount of Hitomi power appeared in his left eye. Along with the dissipation of a large amount of Edo Sharingan, Shin began to launch his own Hitomi technique in a large area, trying to mark down all the rocks, soil, and stomach acid. In the past, Shin had never done this before. Since I can control solid, there is no reason that I can't control the liquid, as long as it is a ninja tools. Shin was anxious. He had originally planned to use the amber clear vase, but this kind of great killing weapon could only seal one individual each time. After sealing Manda, he would no longer have a trump card against Orochimaru. The eyes all over his body were dissipating at an unprecedented speed. His left eye was trying to mark his stomach acid, while his right eye was also controlling the ninja from the outside world. This kind of consumption could be imagined. However, Orochimaru would not let him escape so easily. He had already used all his methods and even summoned a large number of poisonous snakes. Even if he had to use poisonous snakes to exchange with the ninja, he would not allow Shin to escape. Is he dead? Orochimaru frowned. Not yet, but it will be digested by me at any time. Well, when you are about to melt him, remember to let him live. Orochimaru said. Tisk, you like his body. No wonder, a body with Mangekyo Sharingan is exactly what you want. Manda said impatiently, waiting for the moment when Shin was digested by it. Leave it to Orochimaru? Don't joke, it was impossible for him. Although he did not know that this person's illusion technique would be so weak, logically speaking, Mangekyo ninja could control Bijuu with just a glance, but in the end, he could not even control it. However, this was not important. It was undoubtedly Mangekyo Sharingan. This kind of powerful eyes could not fall into the hands of people like Orochimaru. At this moment, Manda suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of gastric acid. This terrifying corrosive substance directly corroded a part of his internal organs, and it also sprayed out along the hideous wounds on his body. Under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, Manda died. His stomach acid went out of control? No, there's also the poison in his body. To think that such a thing would happen. Orochimaru's face sank. He could even control the liquid. To a certain extent, Shin had become somewhat similar to the dead Hanzo. He could control and spread toxic substances. Your pet is dead. Orochimaru, you can't kill me. The clothes on the surface of Shin's body had been greatly corroded, and his skin and some of his flesh had been destroyed. In order to control his stomach acid and toxins, he had paid a very painful price. Similarly, his physical condition was completely exposed to Orochimaru. His entire body was covered in dense holes. Some of the holes had already gone empty, while some of the strange three-tomo Sharingan was rolling around, looking around. So that's how it is. What a genius idea, transplanting a large number of ordinary Sharingan to you, and then relying on the enormous power of Hitomi to create a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru was shocked. He had never thought that he could use this method to obtain the noble and powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. However, I'm afraid that only Shin has the ability to do this in this world. Shin's physique will not reject the blood inheritance of transplantation. So what if I see it? Anyway, you are going to die soon. Shin panted. Who changed you to this, the leader of the Eye organization? He also has the Edo Tensei. I am even more curious about his real identity. It can't be the second generation Hokage, right? Orochimaru pondered. In this world, there were only a few people who controlled Edo Tensei. One was the second generation Hokage. Denzo, Yuuji, Sandame, and Yandame might also be able to reincarnate Edo Tensei. Who could it be? Or could it be that someone had traded such a dangerous technique as Edo Tensei to the Eye? But it was clear that there was no chance to verify this matter now. Shin had already rushed towards him. The many ninja tools also rushed towards Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer had any room to retreat. Even if he used the Great Serpent Flow as a substitute, there was no way for him to escape. Shin spread the ninja tools densely, covering a large area. Shoo! The dense ninja poured down, nailing Orochimaru to the ground. Shin looked at Orochimaru, revealing a cruel and carefree smile. This man, the man he feared in the past, was no longer his opponent. Do you have any last words? Shin formed a seal with his hands and closed Mangekyo Sharingan. He maintained his ordinary three-tomo form and spoke arrogantly. I am not dead, you know. Orochimaru was on the verge of death. I don't want you to pay the price for every resurrection. If you kill you more than enough times, will you not be affected? Will there be no risk? Shin slowly walked over. He held a blunt knife in one hand, wanting to cut off Orochimaru's head. If he could take Orochimaru's head back, he might be able to get the leader to praise him. Akatsuki's core member, Uchiha Shin, would kill one first. Just as Shin made his move, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth. Kusanagi sword, empty blade. Kusanagi sword suddenly stretched out and stabbed Shin's chest. Then, a small white snake that was biting Kusanagi sword came out. In the end, I still won. Your Hitomi skill is really tricky. The little snake looked at Shin with vicious eyes. Although he had reincarnated several times and his soul was badly damaged, he found an excellent body in this reincarnation, causing his strength to decline. However, it was amazing that Shin could grow to the extent of competing with him in just a few years. Who was the leader of Akatsuki? To actually be able to raise a trash like Shin to such an extent. Unfortunately, I just reincarnated once, so I can't immediately seize your body. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and his body immediately swelled up. From a small white snake, he suddenly turned into a white phosphorus snake. His huge tail stretched out, wanting to wrap Shin up and take him away. Chapter 312, In the Name of Uchiha. Orochimaru was no longer interested in Kirigakuru's turmoil. Although he had not fooled a young man, he was very satisfied to be able to get Uchiha Shin again. Shin, you've fallen into my hands again. Orochimaru held Shin, a little excited. Orochimaru drooled at such a perfect body. But Shin lowered his head, and blood flowed from his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. His blood flowed on Kusanagi's sword, and Hitomi, who was marked with ninja on his left eye, started to seize control of Kusanagi's sword. Take out your Kusanagi sword. Shin laughed and reached out to hold Kusanagi's sword tightly. Orochimaru wanted to shorten Kusanagi's sword and swallow it, but it was impossible. He lost control of Kusanagi's sword. Not only that, Shin began to use up the last few pieces of Edo Sharingan. Using the last bit of Hitomi power, he activated Hitomi power in his right eye to control his ninja body and began to control Kusanagi's sword. This Kusanagi sword that could be freely extended and shortened slowly fell into Shin's hands. This is my divine artifact. Orochimaru firmly bit Kusanagi's sword, his eyes full of malice and anger. His tail also slowly tightened, trying to crush all the bones in Shin's body to stop him. At this point, both of them were exhausted. Orochimaru, do you know what the difference between you and the leader is? Do you know why I want to follow the leader and not you? You can give me as much as the leader. Shin suddenly laughed. He could even get him some real Sharingan and transplant them into his body. Orochimaru could also give him top-notch techniques. In the past, Shin used an arm to make a deal with Orochimaru and exchanged them for cloning techniques from him. Although in recent years, Shin had no use for cloning techniques at all, and he had become very strong himself. Oh, what is it? Orochimaru continued to exert his strength. A subtle sound had already appeared on Shin's body. Because of you, you are always a snake hiding in a stinking ditch. In the face of a wider world, your tolerance is not enough for you to take a second look at this new world. Shin suddenly exerted his strength. Puchi. He directly broke both of his arms in exchange for a small space for movement. Ka. Shin bit down on Kusanagi's sword, and at the same time, he twisted his neck. Whoosh! Kusanagi's sword suddenly turned and cut Orochimaru's body. A large amount of blood spurted out. Orochimaru screamed, enduring the pain, but still refused to let go. He bit his Kusanagi sword and kept retreating. This pulled Shin's teeth off. Damn guy, your Hitomi seems to be exhausted. Orochimaru twisted half of his body and roared angrily. You are the same. Shin sneered and looked down at the wound on his chest. For a moment, he was in a trance. He almost killed Orochimaru. In just a few years, he had grown to this extent. For Shin, fighting against Orochimaru was of extraordinary significance. Similarly, Orochimaru was also the first cage level he had truly gone all out to cripple. Moreover, it was the old cage level. Well, although he himself was exhausted. The two of them confronted each other, their faces were very ugly, and they were in a terrible state. Orochimaru even swallowed Kusanagi sword into his stomach, refusing to give Shin a chance. His other Kusanagi sword had already been taken away by Kazue, and the remaining one could not be lost no matter what. At this time, a team of Kirigakure ninjas rushed over. As expected, something happened. No one came back for such a long time to report the situation, and they were actually killed. That half-snake is Orochimaru? The other person is Sharingan. Kirigakure Enbu, who had rushed over, looked at the two people in surprise and bewilderment. They could not help but be a little restless. If he could take down these two people, then Kirigakure would shake the entire ninja world. Without my order, you are not allowed to move. The old Genji was surrounded by many Anbu ninjas, and he observed with his cloudy eyes. Akatsuki's Orochimaru and the people from the Eye organization? They actually fought with Kirigakure. Hehe, Shin, it looks like you're going to die here. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. You have a trump card, and so do I. Shin snorted coldly. Neither of you can leave. I, Kirigakure, am not so easy to break in. Genji said coldly. Old man, you can kill me or not. I can also summon the mist ninjas. Orochimaru said coldly. Genji frowned. Shin took out the amber bottle and looked at the people in front of him. You guys want to deal with me? I only need Hitomi to kill all of you. I don't want to see Kirigakure being attacked by our Eye organization, so I will go back and deal with your internal rebellions. Genji's face was gloomy. One represented Akatsuki, the other came from an Eye organization. Facing these two organizations, Genji felt a lot of pressure. No matter which organization he faced, Kirigakure could not take it. There were too many experts in these two organizations, so many that Genji could not breathe. Not to mention the two leaders who had Rinnegan. In the entire ninja world, other than Konoha, no one could block the attacks of these two organizations. Moreover, if he really took down these two people, even if he succeeded, there would probably be only a few people left alive, and the remaining strength would be difficult to control the situation of Kirigakure. Genji glanced at the ninjas that were everywhere, paused on the blunt knife and the explosive knife, and fell silent. After a long time, Genji said with an ugly expression, since you didn't attack Kirigakure directly, leave this place. Lord Genji. Why? An Anbu was shocked. The rebellion in the village has not been resolved. It is unknown whether Yandere Mizukage is alive or dead. Genji said in a deep voice. Orochimaru and Shin had appeared at this time. If it was any other time, they might have really made a move. Orochimaru and Shin looked at each other with some unwillingness. They were both regretful that they could not completely kill the other party, and finally chose to retreat. Orochimaru bit down on half of his body, abandoned his humanoid body, and drilled into the ground to escape. Shin dragged his heavily injured body and calmly retrieved the ninja tools that were everywhere. Bang! 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 A series of smoke appeared and the ninjas disappeared one after another. Kirigakure's ninjas looked at Shin anxiously with bloodshot eyes. This bastard of the Eye organization is so arrogant. Blunt blade and explosive blade are our Kirigakure's blades. An Anbu ninja could not help but say. Shin did not look back. Since the death of Mangetsu, it is mine. You can also rob it. See if I can kill all of you. It is more difficult for me to kill Orochimaru, but to deal with you, it will only take a moment. Who can dodge thousands of ninja attacks? Shin took back the two ninja knives and the amber bottle and looked at the people in front of him expressionlessly. His face was full of potholes, covered with blood and scars, making people unable to see his specific appearance, and it was extremely visually impactful. Even though it looked like there were a lot of loopholes, it still forced Genji and the others to not dare to make a move easily. Because Shin only needed a look to control a large number of ninja tools to launch an attack. This kind of attack speed was too fast and difficult to guard against. Shin quickly left. Kirigakure ninjas stood in place, feeling aggrieved. Let's go back. The matter of the village is more important. Genji took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. As long as they had Yandere Mizukage, there was no problem. But if they had Jinchuriki with 6 tails and 2 cage level in charge, how could they retreat in front of Akatsuki and the Eye organization? Genji took his people to clean up the battlefield in a short time, took Orochimaru's body away, and hurried back to the village. After a while, a whirlpool appeared on the spot. Obito stood on the ground where the two had just fought. I was still a step too late. Obito looked at the mess. Should we chase after them? The battle between these two is very fierce, and the damage is relatively large. Now is the opportunity. One of White Zetsu poked his head out. Obito was silent for a moment. It's useless to kill Orochimaru. He will revive again. Our goal is to seize the ring he took away. As for the other one, if he killed a member of the Eye organization now, who knows what kind of reaction the Eye organization would make. Cage Level's Hitomi ninja was much more precious than Cage Level ninja. The Eye organization must have some purpose in recruiting these Hitomi ninja. Killing them casually would anger the other party. In his heart, Obito was really unwilling to fight with the mysterious and powerful people of the Eye organization. His main goal was still Bijuu. As long as he could collect all of Bijuu and resurrect the Jubi, Obito would be strong and Shin, and a mere Eye organization was nothing. However, there is another problem. Rin-Egan can control the Jubi. If I want to become the Jubi Jinchuriki, I will have to dig out a piece of Rin-Egan from Nagato. If the leader of the Eye organization also interferes, there is also a possibility that he can seize the Jubi. Obito pondered silently and did not tell White Zetsu. Right now, he was full of doubts about White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. He felt that this was the backup plan that Uchiha Madara had left behind to trick him. The victor will also be decided on Kirigakuru's side. Obito, you have to make a decision. If you want to kill the people from the Eye organization, you will definitely not be able to care about Kirigakuru's side. Another White Zetsu came out and complained, in order to monitor this battle, I was almost affected. There were not many clones left, so I would lose another one. Set up your position. You are just a tool. Obito snorted. Then which side do you want to go to? The three Megatama in Obito's eyes kept spinning. I want both sides. In the next moment, Obito's figure had already disappeared. Kirigakure. Zabuza's assassination against the fourth Mizukage has entered the final stage, and there is no doubt that he was blown away by the fourth Mizukage. Even if the fourth generation of Mizukage's mind is not clear now, it is definitely not something that can be dealt with again. Fortunately, Yondaime Mizukage's brain wasn't good enough. If he didn't, he would not have been able to hold on until now. Otherwise, how could he be able to deal with the fourth generation of Mizukage with three tails only by relying on the beheading sword? Ka. Another confrontation. If he didn't break the water mirror technique, he would be panting. Yondaime Mizukage's technique was very difficult to deal with if he didn't execute it. The water mirror technique could replicate the other him, and the coral palm was the bane of body techniques. If he didn't execute it again and again, he would swing his broadsword and launch attacks again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Yondaime Mizukage. Are you still resisting? Your subordinates have all died. Yondaime Mizukage raised his numb face and said dryly. He was surrounded by a large number of corpses. Many of them were even broken into many pieces. As blood flowed, the entire room turned into an Ashura arena. You should be the one who should be worried. It's been so long, but no one has come to help you, Yondaime Mizukage. Do you still not understand what is wrong? Zabuza's face was covered in sweat and his face was full of disdain. Yondaime Mizukage paused and said in a stiff voice, then after I deal with you, I will go and kill all these rebellious people. Kill the entire village? Kill all of them? What kind of Mizukage are you? That's not important. What's important is to kill all the rebels. Yondaime Mizukage said. If he didn't know, he would really feel that Yondaime Mizukage was seriously ill. From the time they fought until now, Yondaime Mizukage had already had a problem. It was numb and dull, with a little bit of dullness, like a puppet that had been set with the logic of behavior. Most importantly, his control over Bijuu was at most at the stage of Bijuu's outer clothing. At the very least, he would stick out his tail and forcefully clear the area. It was clearly more convenient to enter the half Bijuu transformation and become a small three-tailed beast. Zabuza, you can commit suicide. Yondaime Mizukage said coldly. Zabuza just sneered, waving his beheading broadsword and fiercely slashing down. Three-tailed beast's tail slapped over, fiercely resisting the beheading broadsword. From just now until now, this scene had happened many times. If he didn't do everything he could and use all the ninjutsu he had, he would be completely defeated by Yondaime Mizukage. If he didn't kill, Yondaime Mizukage would. Even if he couldn't, Yondaime Mizukage could. Ka-ba! The broadsword was broken into pieces. Zabuza jumped into the distance and stabbed the broadsword into the ground. He would absorb the blood in the room and quickly restore it to normal. If you can't kill me, why do you want to assassinate me? You have already betrayed me. Even if you successfully kill me, Genji will definitely not let you go. Yandere Mizukage suddenly stopped what he was doing. Killing you can prove the value and significance of my existence. I am the product of the blood mist policy. It is reasonable for a ninja to walk out of the blood mist and betray the person who pushed the blood mist, right? If he did not give up, he would have to retreat. No matter how he looked at it, he could not win. When the miscellaneous fish subordinates were still around, they could still distract Yandere Mizukage. Now that all of his subordinates were dead, he was the only one left. If they continued to fight, he would really die here. Well, the mission failed, and he had to find a way to get rid of the Genji's people, and it was another bad battle. If you don't cut it, let's talk. Yandere Mizukage's voice suddenly changed. Talk? Talk about how you turned me into a coral. Zabuza said vigilantly. No, it's not Yandere Mizukage who wants to talk to you, but I want to talk to you. I can see the ambition in your eyes. There are not many ninjas like you. A strange black shadow slowly emerged from the ground and stood behind Yagura. Orange-colored whirlpool mask, black-clothed red clouds. With my status, I, Uchiha Madara, will talk to you. Obito looked at the shocked face and said lightly. Orochimaru has already defected, and Akatsuki still has an empty position as a core member. If we don't gather 10 people, Nagato will not start to arrest Bijuu no matter what. Chapter 313, Trend. Zabuza had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that he would actually be invited by Uchiha Madara. Join Akatsuki? Alright, this was a path that he had never imagined. So it was you who controlled Yandere Mizukage. Then I understand. In this world, I'm afraid that only you can control him and the three-tailed at the same time with your illusion. Now that you are Kirigakuer, what about the other one? The beheading blade was placed in front of him as he spoke cautiously. That guy did not participate. Also, don't always tie me with him. Obito's face sank. It was another person who mentioned that bastard. Why was there always someone who tied him with that annoying fellow, Yuuji? If you join Akatsuki, I will take you to see the leader. This is your only choice and the most correct choice. You have already betrayed and endured. The entire Kirigakuer will never let you go. If I don't make a move, you will either die in the hands of Yagura or be killed by the people arranged by Genji. Obito slowly walked out, and a Sharingan shone in the darkness. Zabuza was silent for a moment, then he carried the broadsword on his back. He had no other choice. If he refused, he would probably be killed immediately. Zetsu, take him to see the leader. Obito said in a deep voice. White Zetsu stuck his head out from the ground. I got it. I didn't expect you to use this method to solve the problem and directly win over the other party. Newbie, come with me. Whether you can get the approval of the leader depends on your performance. Akatsuki's sage's eyes? I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that he was defeated by Sage from the Eye organization. Don't say such things in front of the leader. Otherwise, you will die. White Zetsu kindly reminded him. Obito had already left silently. Yandere Mizukage was still numb and sat back in his seat. White Zetsu glanced at the place where Obito had disappeared and was worried. Was it an illusion? He felt that Obito was becoming more and more unwilling to let him go. This was not a good sign. They, White Zetsu, are obviously so useful, and their numbers are getting fewer and fewer, but Obito's vigilance against them has become even more severe. In fact, Obito no longer needed to care about those two guys, because he was in contact with a new power. That guy on the moon has a close relationship with Hyuga's clan. Obito remembered the autopsy on Tonari's corpse. He had paid a huge price and even used the real Senju technique to kill Tonari and get Tonari's body. Although his medical level and scientific research ability were not very high, he definitely had some skills, but he was completely able to get used to the most basic research. When Obito thought of that ridiculously powerful body, his heart beat faster. Logically speaking, that guy should be related to Hyuga's clan by blood. He did not know where his eyes went, so it should be Byakugan. But why did my autopsy report show that he also had a bloodline connection with Uchiha's clan? Obito really couldn't understand. At the same time, being able to form a bloodline connection with the two distant ninja clans like Uchiha and Hyuga, this kind of thing. A long time ago, Uchiha and Hyuga actually had the same ancestor? Then what about Senju? Uchiha and Senju combined to advance eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan. They obviously had the same ancestor, and most likely were the descendants of Rikudo Sennin. Could it be that Hyuga was also a descendant of Rikudo Sennin? This discovery was very important. The cells that Obito had extracted from Tonari's corpse were far stronger than he had expected. When he successfully analyzed the secrets of Tonari's corpse and grasped the ability of this corpse, he would become even stronger. At that time, gathering the blood of Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga, the three great ninja clans, Obito felt that even if he faced Nagato, he did not need to be too afraid. Unless Uchiha Madara was alive, no one could truly understand the burning desire in Obito's heart. Shin, who was escaping from Kirigakure, was caught up by Obito on the sea. You are in such a bad state, but you can run so far. It seems that your body is very special. Obito stood in front of Shin and sized up this person who also called himself Uchiha Madara. It was this guy who caused Uchiha Madara's name to depreciate greatly. You can't even take down a mere Orochimaru, how can you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Obito sneered again and again. Yet, being crippled by Yondame's Hokage, do you mean to call yourself Uchiha Madara? How can a man who can compete with the ninja god be forced to that extent by Namikaze Minato? Shin's face was deathly pale, and he was in a terrible state. But he still did not retreat. The two men who claimed to be Uchiha Madara confronted each other above the sea. The surging waves continued to attack, but they could not defeat the two. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming to Kirigakure? It shouldn't have been known by your eye organization about me controlling Kirigakure. Obito stared at Shin and observed his body. Ugly, ferocious, and deformed. But Obito understood Shin's situation, and there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Just this? Relying on external forces to maintain Mangekyo Sharingan, it's just a defective product. I plan to catch a Bijuu to become the leader's pet. Unfortunately, I met Orochimaru. Otherwise, I would have succeeded. Shin whispered. Oh? Your target is Bijuu. Obito's eyes changed. What are Bijuu? In front of us pupil ninjas, they are just playthings. They have no value except as pets. Shin said. Obito was half suspicious. The arrogant attitude that Shin displayed was very much like Uchiha, who was in the middle of acting tough. At this time, Uchiha had the buff of a bragging family. Even if he was about to die, he still did not let go of that arrogance. Forget it, I'll find the result myself. Obito used Mangekyo Sharingan to try to control Shin. Shin gritted his teeth and used one hand to form a seal. He used the last two pieces of Edo Sharingan to forcefully open Mangekyo. This was a fight between Mangekyo, but it was clear that Shin was at a disadvantage in an instant. Your eyes are almost exhausted. Although using this method to maintain Mangekyo's strength is very surprising, only in your complete state can you fight against me. Obito sensed Shin's weak strength and immediately smiled. He had never seen such a trash like Mangekyo. Wang! The two forces of Hitomi clashed against each other. Obito's illusion technique violently broke through Shin's Hitomi technique barrier and directly fell into Shin's mind. Tell me, what is the purpose of the Eye Organization? Obito asked impatiently. Recruit the powerful Hitomi ninja and collect the powerful eyes. Then what is the purpose of doing these things? Obito frowned. I don't know. Shin said. Obito looked surprised. How could that be? My illusion should have worked. Why is this guy still lying? In the Eye Organization, Shin had a code name. He also represented the Eye Organization and participated in Konoha's test. Such a character actually did not know the purpose of the Eye Organization? But at least it could be certain that the Eye Organization's target was not Bijuu. This made Obito's anxious heart feel a little safe. Then there is no use in keeping you. Obito's eyes flickered as he stared at Shin, his killing intent pervading the air. If it was any other Eye Organization member who was blocked by him, Obito might not have killed them. It just so happened that it was this bastard who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Obito reached out and was about to snap Shin's neck. Just at this moment, a hand reached over and easily cut off Obito's arm. Just lightly touching Obito's arm, a time and space fluctuation came, and Obito's arm fell off. Bam! The pale arm fell into the sea and was picked up by the man who suddenly appeared. Hitomi, it's you. Obito's face changed. He subconsciously activated the void and hurriedly jumped into the distance. Well, is this an arm made of the first generation cells? It seems that your original arm has been destroyed. What a poor wretch. Yuuji used time-space Hitomi technique to descend. He lowered his head and sized up Obito's arm. He directly turned around and casually pulled off Shin's completely crippled arm. He then placed Obito's arm on it. In any case, Shin was able to adapt to all kinds of blood circulation. A mere arm was enough to control it. Leader? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to catch a Bijuu for you to come back. Shin woke up, feeling both ashamed and resentful. He was actually being controlled by another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, it was simply a disgrace. Looking up, you could never compare to this guy in the first place. After all, the other party is the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Even if he is not Madara himself, he is at least Madara's heir. Yuuji said indifferently. In the face of Obito with one eye, not to mention that Shin was already exhausted, even if he was in full condition, he could only barely hold on. If both of Obito's eyes were there, he could easily defeat Shin. The gap between the two of them was too great. One had to know that Obito with one eye had the support of the first generation cells, and he could easily control all 9 tails. Hitomi's strength was astonishing. You came in time. It seems that you are very dissatisfied with your subordinates. You clearly applied the method of surveillance. Obito did not forget to provoke the relationship. However, this was obviously useless. Yuuji was indeed monitoring Shin the entire time. The reason was very simple. Shin had already planted Yuuji's cells in his body. Yuuji could know what Shin was doing. It was just like if he didn't launch an assassination on Yagura and was recruited by Obito, Yuuji would also know. This was because back then, when Yuuji released Zabuza, he had also conveniently implanted his cells into Zabuza's body. Shua! Shin began to move his fingers. In front of Obito, he recklessly used Obito's hand. There was no discomfort at all. The arm made from the first generation of cells is currently in contact with my Sharingan. I also understand how you activated the real Senju. Thank you, other me. Shin was in a good mood, but these words directly made Obito go berserk. Only he, Uchiha Obito, could possess Madara's identity. Do you think that with Hitomi here, I can't move you? Even if I don't use Mangekyo Sharingan's Hitomi technique, it is not something you can deal with. Obito gnashed his teeth. My Mokuton technique is not inferior to Hashirama. What a good one! Using a stunted version of Senju, you barely killed a descendant of Otsutsuki who is not even 10 years old. You really gave Madara face. Yuuji said calmly. As for the fact that this descendant of Otsutsuki was pure-blooded and had a giant Tensagen, Yuuji ignored it. How can you be so clear? Have you ever seen the real Senju and what is Otsutsuki? Obito was shocked. Sure enough, you know nothing about the truth of the world and only indulge in the squabble on the surface. Bijuu, Uchiha, and Senju are just insignificant dust that covers the truth. Your tolerance is just so-so, Yuuji said. Obito fell into complete silence and was speechless for a long time. It was because Yuuji's words had caused a great shock to him. Especially the descendants of Otsutsuki. Is Otsutsuki the surname of a certain family clan? A family clan on the moon? But a family clan that has a bloodline connection with Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga at the same time. The secret hidden in this was too great. Obito looked at the leader of this mysterious organization with fear and shock. Once again, even though he had grasped a whole new power, in front of this man, he still felt like a child. Sharingan, who was proud of being able to see through all darkness, was not worth mentioning in front of the higher Rinnegan. Which era are you from? The era of Warring States period? Or the more ancient era of ninja sect? Obito asked. However, Yuuji only shook his head and took a step forward. Obito hurriedly retreated a large distance. I not only possess the strength of Uchiha and Senju. He gritted his teeth and instantly unleashed his divine might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he cut off the arm of Tonari's corpse, held it in his hand, and directly connected it to his own arm. A bit of Otsutsuki's bloodline began to flow through Obito's body for the first time, and it directly impacted Obito's original body. An incomparably astonishing vitality burst forth, greatly increasing Obito's physical fitness and chakra, and also forming a huge burden on Obito's original body. This was the arm of a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, a level higher than the scattered Hashirama cells. The entire process was extremely swift, and Yuuji did not stop it. Mokuton, the realm of the tree, descended. Obito directly created an incomparably huge sea of trees on the surface of the sea. To actually use Otsutsuki's body so roughly, if Tonari knew, he would probably cry out. Yuuji said. Tonari. Obito repeated the name, his face twisted as he tried his best to adapt to the new power. Yuuji opened his eyes and displayed Takamagahara. The suppressed Tonari's soul immediately began to exert strength in anger, wanting to escape. But just as he appeared, he was stunned. He didn't even care about Yuuji who was close to him. He immediately turned his head and stared straight at Obito. To be exact, it was Obito's arm. This is my body. You bastard, it's fine if you kill me, but you actually dare to do this to me. Tonari was surprisingly angry. Obito was even more stunned. He stared blankly at the person who stuck out half of his body, emitting a white light. This is the soul of the dead? How can you have this kind of ability? Obito took 2 steps back, somewhat frightened. In his impression, only the art of Edo Tensei could control the soul of the dead. But even Edo Tensei needed a body of the Yang world as a carrier. But what was this, summoning the soul of the dead for no reason? Rinnegan was so terrifying, but why hadn't Nagato shown this ability before? I can not only summon the dead, but also perfectly revive him. Do you want to try? Yuuji let out a voice full of malice. Chapter 314, In Action. Obito was extremely anxious. The other party's uniqueness had exceeded his expectations. Nagato's Path of Hell has the ability to control the soul square. The reincarnation heavenly art can also revive the dead, but it can bring the soul of the dead back to the Yang world alone. Obito and Tonari looked at each other and felt that it was very tricky. Resurrection. You are talking about the reincarnation heavenly technique, right? It is a forbidden technique that requires one to sacrifice one's life to resurrect the dead. Will you sacrifice yourself to resurrect this person? Obito sneered. Yuuji said lightly, you underestimate Rinnegan too much. You underestimate a powerful ninja who can carry Rinnegan. At this moment, Yuuji attacked Obito. Bansho Tenin. Swish. A powerful suction force came and pulled Obito over. Along the way, he directly broke a large number of trees. Obito didn't dare to use Kamui, so he could only quickly form seals and use other ninjutsu to resist. This guy's Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu. Other than Mokuton, other ninjutsu is almost useless. Obito's face was gloomy, and he could only control a large number of trees to sweep towards the other party. Mokuton can also absorb chakra. As long as I use it properly, I can fight for a chance to escape, probably. Obito looked at Yuuji who was getting closer and closer, and the sense of crisis in his heart rose to the extreme. The entire sea of trees also began to go berserk, trying to resist the power of Yuuji. Return my body, you evil ninja from the lower realm. Tonari's soul was furious, and he couldn't wait to make a move. A large amount of chakra gathered and turned into a ball of chakra, directly attacking Obito. Rumble. A large number of trees swept over, layer after layer, and collided with this ball of chakra. Countless giant branches were destroyed by the chakra ball. Go back, you are already dead, don't jump out. Yuuji reached out his hand and pushed back the furious Tonari's soul. This bastard insulted my body, and you actually let me stop. Tonari roared unwillingly. Your soul is being toyed with by me. Do you have any ideas? Death is death. You should be glad that you are a descendant of Otsutsuki. If it was Ninja World, he would not even have the self-consciousness of his soul. Yuuji ignored Tonari's resistance and pressed him back into Takamagahara, suppressing him once again. Such a pure soul of Otsutsuki was a rare item in the entire universe. Yuuji was very careful and kept it. What is Otsutsuki? What is his relationship with Ninja World? What is his relationship with Uchiha's clan and Hyuga's clan? Obito asked in a deep voice. You claim to be Uchiha Madara. After obtaining Hashirama's cells, you should also have a preliminary grasp of the all-embracing power, but you know nothing about the truth of the world? What a pathetic fellow. You are very sad. Nagato, who is a vessel, is also very sad. You are just playthings that have been kept in the dark. Yuuji shook his head slightly. Rinnegan's Hitomi power was wantonly wreaking havoc. A super-large Shinra Tensei rushed out and destroyed the sea of trees on the spot. The huge waves that soared into the sky spread out in all directions, forming a man-made super tsunami. One could foresee that there would be a bunch of unlucky people near the Water Nation, Wave Nation, Iron Nation, and so on. However, Obito and Yuuji obviously did not care about this. Obito was more and more bewildered, and his heart was heavy. Otsutsuki's clan, was it really the source of Ninja World's ancient bloodline? Then where did Otsutsuki come from? What was his relationship with Rikuta Sennin? Speaking of which, who was Rikuta Sennin? Was he also a ninja? Where did his Rinnegan come from? So, Rikuta Sennin came from Otsutsuki's clan? We, Uchiha and Senju, are actually Otsutsuki's distant relatives? No, even including Hyuga. Obito said in a deep voice. Yuuji nodded. That's right. Beside Yuuji, Shin was also shocked. The conversation between the two of them had a huge impact on his knowledge. There were so many ancient clans, but they all had one ancestor? I understand now. I understand what the purpose of your eye organization is. No wonder they don't even put Bijuu in their eyes. Obito suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes revealing a look of shock. You want to chase after Otsutsuki's footsteps? If Sharingan and Byakugan are both from Otsutsuki's clan, then the real purpose of you, who are desperately searching for Hitomi's ninja arts, can only be Otsutsuki. So, your eye organization wants to become Otsutsuki. Whatever you think. Yuuji listened to the first half of the sentence and nodded repeatedly, but in the end, he wanted to turn around and leave. Becoming Otsutsuki? This kind of goal was not worthy of Yuuji wasting his time. Even if Otsutsuki's family fought in the universe and successfully created God of Chakra, or even many God of Chakra, Yuuji still had a trump card in his hand. With planet Godzilla around, Yuuji had enough confidence to be on par with Otsutsuki's clan, and he did not need to walk on Otsutsuki's path at all. Including Rinnegan in his left eye, it was not wrong to say that this eye was Rinnegan, but to put it bluntly, this was just a small part of God Tree that was forcefully enslaved and assimilated by planet Godzilla. Not speaking, it seems that I guessed right. Tonari, this guy, is Otsutsuki's clan. He is just a descendant of the combination of Otsutsuki and Ninja World, and he does not even have his own eyes. He is much worse than the real Otsutsuki. Yuuji said. In Obito's heart, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. This time, he really believed that the eye organization was not interested in tailed beasts, and had no plans to hunt or collect tailed beasts at all. The ambition of this organization was much greater than he had imagined. To a certain extent, it was even more exaggerated than the goal of reviving the Juhobi. The reason was very simple. The Juhobi was personally dismembered by Rikuta Sennin, which meant that the Juhobi was no match for Rikuta Sennin. Since Rikuta Sennin was from Otsutsuki's clan, Rikuta Sennin was definitely not the only true clansman of this clan. There might even be someone stronger than Rikuta Sennin. If I become the Juhobi Jinchuriki, I would essentially only become the second Rikuta Sennin. I would not be stronger than the Rikuta Sennin in his prime. However, Obito still did not know where Otsutsuki's clan came from. That was already an even more ancient history. It was not even as ancient as Rikuta Sennin's era. We are not enemies. Obito took 2 steps back and said in a deep voice, our targets have no conflict at all. We can even complement each other to a certain extent. Humph, idiot, how can you compare our organization activation? Shin said disdainfully. Obito directly ignored this guy. He looked at Yuuji and said, we can cooperate. If I join hands with you, it will be helpful to each other. Help? What can you give me? Don't tell me about the 10-tailed. Your purpose of collecting Bijuu is to become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. I don't care about it. Yuuji said. Obito had a look of understanding on his face. As expected, this guy actually knew everything. Was it because he knew, that was why he did not like Akatsuki's plan? The way Obito looked at Yuuji changed slightly. It's very simple. Strength and means. Since you know about the Juhobi and also have Rinnegan, you have enough qualifications to participate. I will collect all the Bijuu and become the second Rikuta Sennin. At that time, I should also be considered as a member of Otsutsuki's clan, Obito said with a burning gaze. Obito told him about his infinite Tsukuyomi's reading plan with full heart. At present, there is still an unlimited Izanagi plan, but the difficulty of this plan is even greater. It can only be used as a backup plan, Obito said. I don't care if you become the second Rikuta Sennin or if you control the entire planet. Moreover, Even if you successfully activated Infinite Tsukuyomi's reading, it wouldn't be of any use to me. Yuuji shook his head. Even if he used Infinite Tsukuyomi's reading now, he still had the confidence to block the illusion that Infinite Tsukuyomi was reading. Obito frowned and pondered for a moment. When you mention the planet, your ambition is greater than I imagined, and your field of vision has already exceeded the scope of Ninja World. In that case, I will also join in the organization. Obito suddenly raised his head and said cautiously, you are recruiting a powerful Hitomi ninja. I am absolutely qualified. I, Uchiha Madara, am willing to join the organization you rule. We can join hands dash. I am not interested in a fool like you. Yuuji raised his hand. Takamagahara descended with a loud bang and enveloped Obito with a single strike. In the next moment, Obito disappeared. He abandoned an eye and activated Izanagi to escape. I don't know if Infinite Izanagi is useful or not, but Izanagi seems to be very useful. He saved you many times. Yuuji said coldly. Obito gritted his teeth and stared at the other party with bloodshot eyes. From strength to personality, he had been humiliated by this man. Although it was strange that this guy suddenly said the word idiot, Obito did not think too much about it. He gritted his teeth and took out a scroll from his sleeve. Oh? Did you find a way to deal with me? Yuuji was interested. Obito smiled sinisterly. You will regret your decision today. I promise that you will beg me to join your organization in the future. Swish. He opened the scroll, and along with the rising smoke, a series of Sharingan appeared on the surface of the scroll. I have enough eyes to use Izanagi endlessly. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. With lightning speed, Obito used his finger to pierce through his mask, took off his grayish-white eyes and threw them away. Then, he picked up a pair of intact eyes from the scroll and stuffed them in. Not only that, he also created several clones of Mokuton, each of them holding a Sharingan in their hands. Plug and unplug, this is very Uchiha, but it is more powerful to prepare many eyes to plug and unplug at one go. Yuuji was also slightly stunned. He looked at Obito in surprise, not knowing what to say for a moment. In a situation where he was sure that he could not match, Obito actually took out this kind of response method. It had to be said that he was very strong. So many Sharingan. How can you have so many? Before Yuuji could say anything, Shin suddenly looked jealous. It had to be known that his entire body was only filled with Edo Sharingan. If he were to be covered with true eyes, wouldn't he take off? Humph, no one in this world can kill me. I can use a 3-tomo Sharingan to rewrite my fate for a long time in the future. Obito grinned and turned to escape without hesitation. Shin asked, Leader, are we going to kill him? No, it will take at least a few days to kill this guy. Yuuji shook his head. If Obito used the 3 Megatama Sharingan, he would be able to maintain it for at least 10 minutes and resurrect at will within this time limit. Not to mention, this guy also had a Mangekyo Sharingan. The only reason he could escape in front of the leader is because he has enough Sharingan. I also need more Sharingan. Shin said. What? You want to attack Konoha this time? Of course not. I spent so much effort to deal with Orochimaru. Shin shook his head and made up his mind. I plan to perfect the cloning technique I got from Orochimaru, and use my own eyes to create new eyes. Is that so? It's a cloning technique, and it's a precious blood inheritance like Sharingan. Yuuji glanced at him. In the timeline, Shin had indeed done it. He had cloned a lot of sons who had Sharingan. But the problem was that at that time Naruto's child had grown up. The current Shin did not have the strength to take down Uchiha's clan and wantonly dig out their eyes. Seeing Obito take out a bunch of Sharingan's random spendings with extreme arrogance, Shin was deeply stimulated. Your stupid action this time led to nothing. The only thing that makes me gratified is that you are not stupid to the end and know what you should do. Yuuji activated Takamagahara's technique and instantly disappeared with Shin. He sensed some kind of fluctuation. It seemed that Hirako wanted to find him for something. Obito frantically fled. After escaping to a certain distance, he even used his Kamui to flee far away. He didn't chase after me? Humph, he probably knows that he won't kill me. Obito let out a sigh of relief. At this time, White Zetsu popped his head out. I have already successfully helped him escape. Kirigakuru's situation has temporarily stabilized. Genji did not do anything. Humph, that's because he, Orochimaru, and the demon were sucked away, so he did not dare to act casually. Obito snorted coldly. So, it looks like you didn't manage to kill the people from the I organization. Are you going to chase after Orochimaru? Where did Orochimaru run off to? In the north of the Fire Country, maybe he went back to Land of Ricefields or went to some other small countries. White Zetsu's clone said. Obito frowned and went straight to the north of the Fire Country. At this time, in the Grass Country in the north of the Fire Country. This small country located at the edge of Ninja World continent was still repeating its fate day after day. Accepting missions, doing missions, listening to the instructions of the Great Ninja Village. Seeing the ninja of the Great Ninja Village, they could only swallow their anger and return to the village with injuries all over their bodies. Damn it, it should be enough. That woman's daughter can already be used, right? If we use her to treat her injuries, we will save a lot of medical supplies. Some of the ninjas could no longer hold back. When they were about to enter the village, they complained loudly to their companions. The ninjas in small villages of small countries lacked the most basic medical methods. You just said that there are people here that can be used to heal injuries. A voice came. An incomparably sturdy giant bear appeared in front of this grass ninja. Chapter 315, Banging the Head. Several grass ninjas died on the spot with their eyes wide open. Even at the moment when their lives were lost, they did not dare to look at it. They actually died in the hands of a talking big bear. At first, they thought that the big bear was a special psychic beast. As long as a beast came into contact with chakra, they would have a certain probability of mastering it and becoming a powerful creature that transcended wild beasts. The intelligent psychic beasts, like the three great sacred grounds and the Inma clan, would speak the human language. These grass ninja were still excited to capture this bear. For small village ninjas like them who lacked medical supplies, ninjutsu, and medical ninja, if they could have a psychic beast, their strength would definitely soar. But unfortunately, this bear just waved his hand and tore them apart. The black bear stretched out its huge claws and grabbed the head of a person who had not died completely. With just a glance, it obtained the information it wanted. The girl with red hair? It really is here. According to the information I have, red hair has a certain attraction to me. It should be Uzumaki clan, the descendant of Hago Romo. The big bear's eyes were cold and ruthless. It was a natural, lofty, and indifferent attitude that regarded everything as ants. But it's good. There is such a person with Itsutsuki's blood in his body, and he is suitable to be my vessel. As soon as the vessel was mentioned, the big bear, or Ishiki, became agitated. This kind of emotion was rare for him, who looked down on countless planets like a god. When Ishiki thought of the vessel, he thought of the vessel he had used for thousands of years, the monk Jijin. Since 1,000 years ago, when he planted the 10 tails and was about to harvest the entire planet, Kaguya, who was supposed to be a sacrifice to God Tree, launched a sneak attack on him, forcing him to use Hitomi to escape and parasitize Jijin. If not for that damn alien, I wouldn't have needed to be so anxious to find a new container. Ishiki was annoyed and subconsciously exerted force. His giant claws instantly crushed Grass Ninja's head. Ishiki had lived for a long time, but he had never seen such a sinister fellow. The man named Yuuji was also an outsider, and he seemed to know Otsutsuki very well. During the battle, Yuuji had forced Ishiki to use more strength several times. This directly caused Jijin's body to be crippled long ago. Ishiki had no choice but to live on this lowly beast in a sorry state. This was how Itsutsuki's clan was. When they lost their main body and could only use temporary containers, they were the weakest. It was very easy to be killed. Because of the temporary parasitic container, it was originally unable to carry a complete Otsutsuki. The huge amount of heart breath and rough genetic coverage was not something that a temporary container could withstand. Forcing a perfect resurrection, Otsutsuki could only survive for a few minutes. After a few minutes, the temporary container was broken. How could they have a new container and put a wedge mark on the new container? Otherwise, they could only wait for death. In the past, Ishiki used all his firepower to kill or occupy Yuuji's body as soon as possible. He did not hesitate to enter the second form of the karma, completely freeing his data. As a result, at this critical juncture, Yuuji seemed to have expected it, turned around and ran. As a result, Jijin's temporary container was completely destroyed in just a few minutes and could no longer be used. It was used up in vain. Although it is a pity to lose Jijin, there is no problem in the result. I have found a more perfect container. Ishiki raised his head and looked at the village in front of him. Uzumaki Karin was there. The descendant of Hamura, who had the blood of Otsutsuki, was also the descendant of that cheap slave, and was undoubtedly a more suitable container. The big bear moving at an exaggerated speed, rushing to the grass village. The entire grass village was in chaos. What happened just now? It looked like a huge bear. It was 2 meters tall when it was lying on the ground. A psychic beast? How could such a psychic beast suddenly appear in a place like ours? Maybe the kingdom of bear came here. There are a lot of bears there. A large number of grass ninjas immediately moved and attacked with a cruel face. But soon, they realized what it meant to be cruel. Facing this bear, kunao and the sword in their hands that they threw out could only scratch the fur at most. Some grass ninjas who faced it head-on were smashed into pieces in just one move. The fragments of the bones and internal organs shot out more than 10 meters away. Use ninjutsu to deal with it. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. Ninjutsu came one after another, but none of them could stop the other. A group of lowly species. When I find the container, I will kill all of you. Ishiki glanced coldly at these people. God didn't care whether ants were happy or angry. However, God was annoyed by the insects that were jumping up and down in front of him. God was sick of it, and the insects were going to be unlucky. Get out of the way, this psychic beast is not something you can deal with. An Anbu ninja stood up. She took off her mask and revealed her blue eyes that looked like Rin-Egan. Ah, it's Lord Raizetsu. Lord Raizetsu's talent, even Lord Mui of Hojiki Castle admires her greatly. There must be no problem. Shut up. Don't mention that city and that man. Hojiki City, Mui, this was a taboo word in the grass village. A few years ago, Mui sacrificed countless people just to open the box of bliss, but the result was that he attracted the attention of the Eye organization and Akatsuki. The final result was different, but Hojiki City was destroyed, and all the guards and prisoners in the city were dead. It was true. It was said that there were terrifying demons running out of Ghost Lamp City. Is this bear monster a demon? Lord Raizetsu, you must defeat this guy. Many ninjas stepped aside, their faces full of fear and expectation. Fire release, Ghost Lantern. Raizetsu spewed out a large number of ghost flames, rushing towards Ishiki from all directions. But Ishiki didn't even look at it, and a powerful chakra burst out, dispersing these ghost flames. How could this be? Raizetsu was shocked. This level of chakra, as well as the technique of using chakra, had already surpassed most ninjas. Especially that kind of disregard, made Raizetsu feel that she was not facing an animal, but an experienced and powerful ninja. Why is it going in that direction? Raizetsu looked at Ishiki who was charging forward and hesitated. In that direction, was there something else that attracted him? Lord Raizetsu, that is the village's slum. During the 3 battles, it existed as a temporary medical facility. A ninja said. Slums? Medical. Raizetsu paused. Could it be her? That little girl with red hair and medical ability. Raizetsu immediately followed. The entire village became extremely chaotic. Many of the faces were filled with humiliation. They never thought that their village, a group of ninjas, would actually be unable to do anything to a beast. Just as the grass ninja were working hard to find a way to deal with Ishiki. An uninvited guest arrived here. Tisk tisk, the village has become really lively. White Zetsu said in a strange voice. Is it an enemy invasion? Obito used Sharingan to observe, and with just a glance, he immediately let out a soft exclamation. What did he see? A ridiculously strong bear was wantonly slaughtering the grass? Humph, so it was the psychic beast that lost control. This psychic beast is also very strong. Obito looked at it and immediately lost his interest. What the hell, trash, he couldn't even deal with a psychic beast. He and White Zetsu followed Orochimaru all the way to the small countries in the north of the Fire Country. It was not important whether Orochimaru died or not, but he had to take back a part of the Gedo statue he stole and the ring. It was the highest priority to take back the ring. The ring was an important medium to activate the 9 Phantom Dragon Seal. Nagato could use the 9 Phantom Dragon Seal by himself, but the other members could not. They did not have Rin-Egan, they could not control Gedo statue, and they also did not have the complete 9 Phantom Dragon Seal. They could only participate through the ring. Where did Orochimaru go? Otagakure also has no trace of him. Obito's face was somewhat gloomy. He had just run out of the I organization's leader's hands and was now searching for Orochimaru without stopping. Madara, what did you talk to the I organization's leader about? White Zetsu seemed to ask inadvertently, as if he was purely curious. You are just a tool. Why are you asking this? Obito looked at him with Sharingan. Yeah, it's just pure curiosity. A dangerous fellow like that might cause interference to us, White Zetsu said. Obito stared at him for a long time before slowly shifting his gaze away. He said coldly, don't worry about the organization. Their target will not clash with our target. Are they not interested in Bijuu? Then why did they gather so many Hitomi ninjas? White Zetsu shouted in surprise. Hitomi was a ninja and had inherited Otsutsuki's bloodline. However, a group of Hitomi ninjas were actually not interested in Bijuu? To a certain extent, they are more worthy of trust than some of our people. Obito looked deeply at White Zetsu. This was also the reason why he tried to join an organization. Although Obito didn't know much about the secrets of Otsutsuki's clan, even he didn't know much about Tonari, a descendant who was disdained by the leader of the I organization. However, the group of madmen in the I organization hoped to become stronger Otsutsuki who surpassed Tonari. In a situation where the target didn't conflict or even complemented each other, Obito was more willing to cooperate with the people of the I organization, instead of working together with White Zetsu and Black Zetsu who had ulterior motives. Obito doesn't trust anyone now. However, the leader of the I organization refused his participation and wanted to kill him. This made Obito hold back his anger. His strongest power was defeated by the leader of the I organization. Go and call Tobi. I need its power. Obito said in a deep voice. It's obviously more convenient for you to use your divine might. Alright, I understand. If you join forces with Tobi, your strength will be very strong. You have inherited Madara's will, so nothing must happen to you. White Zetsu agreed and immediately burrowed into the ground, quickly disappearing into the distance. Obito snorted coldly. He glanced at the distant Kusagakure village and was about to leave. But suddenly, he paused and revealed a surprised expression. What's going on? What is that bear doing to that child? He saw Izhiki walking out of the room with Karin in his mouth. What really attracted Obito was Karin's hair. This flame-like red hair is a symbol of vitality in a family that has almost been exterminated. Obito thought of Nagato. Although, after the cruel battle with the leader of the I organization, a little of Nagato's hair had turned grey. This was a sign of excessive exertion, which meant that Nagato had overused his body in order to extract huge amounts of chakra, causing his vitality to be lost. I can't be wrong. This hair is exactly the same as Nagato's. Could it be the descendant of Uzumaki clan? He is still so young and easy to brainwash. Obito's heart pounded. Among Ninja World's people, the color of their hair was mainly black, but there were also other colors. For example, Sakura was pink. Naturally, there would also be some people who were born to be red hair. However, this kind of pure and extreme red, only that family would have it. This was the manifestation of an extremely vigorous life force, and it was impossible for ordinary red hair ninja to have it. Obito immediately took action. His body turned into a streak of whirlpool and disappeared. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly emerged from the ground. I want this person. Obito took a closer look and immediately confirmed it. He was extremely excited. Such a young Uzumaki. And looking at the physique of this little girl, thin, and withered face, it was clearly a sign of malnutrition. A descendant of Uzumaki who was 6 or 7 years old, in fear and helplessness, and suffering the abuse of the villagers. This was simply a treasure that fell from the sky. Obito believes that he only needs to spend a little effort to gain the favor of this descendant of the Uzumaki easily. With a little more brainwashing, he would be able to turn this little girl into his absolute loyalty. A 6 or 7-year-old child who was in a terrible situation, what the hell did he know? He was very easy to deceive. That fellow Madara had to go through a lot of trouble to find Nagato and transplant his own Rinnegan onto Nagato. As for me, I would get a Uzumaki who was no less than Nagato. Uzumaki clan was also a nearly perfect container. No matter if it was used to store Bijuu or as a tool to nourish the eyes, they were all perfect. Obito was extremely happy. No one could refuse such a perfect subordinate and tool man. He had been raised from a young age and was absolutely loyal. His potential was astonishing and his adaptability was extremely strong. He was too lazy to look at the grass ninjas around him. He directly reached out his hand and grabbed Karin, who had a frightened look on her face. Hehe, you look very scared. Don't worry, no one can hurt you. Come with me. Obito was so excited that he didn't even have time to touch Karin. A huge claw had already landed on Obito's shoulder. Lowly creature, how dare you snatch the person I fancy? The black bear looked over with a dangerous gaze. Chapter 316, Imaginary. For a moment, Obito's breathing stopped. Facing this beast's gaze, Obito felt a great sense of crisis in his heart. All around, the grass ninjas who had been tormented by his haki sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. That bear can actually speak. Who is this person? How did he break into our village? Is it Earth Release? Compared to that person, this person's clothing, could it be Akatsuki's Uchiha Madara? What happened to that little girl with red hair? She first sucked in a ridiculously strong psychic beast, and now she sucked in this one. Many of the grass ninjas' hearts skipped a beat, and their faces revealed deep fear. The pride of a ninja was torn to pieces. If they used all their methods to deal with a psychic beast, how powerful would Uchiha Madara be? Everyone, back off! Don't get caught up! Ryozetsu shouted. The many grass ninjas retreated one after another. Facing the giant bear, they still dared to fight. When they met Uchiha Madara, no one wanted to die. Obito ignored the grass ninjas around him. He slowly raised his head and stared at this strange psychic beast with a three-tomo Sharingan. Beast, who are you talking to? Obito said coldly. Oh, I take back what I said just now. You have the bloodline of that cheap slave, and you are her descendant. You can't be considered cheap, I am willing to call you a bastard. The giant bear loosened its mouth, and Karin fell to the ground in fear, stunned. What happened just now was a little too exciting for this little girl. Your bloodline is heterogeneous, but you are only a little nobler than these inferior creatures. Izhaiki said coldly. Obito was shocked. What are you? Impudent. The giant claw suddenly exerted force. It wanted to smash Obito to pieces. Obito quickly activated his Kamui, allowing the giant claw to pierce through his body. Humph, time-space ninjutsu. No matter what you are, give her to me. Obito was bewildered as he pointed at Karin. His intuition told him that he was facing a very troublesome fellow. Could it be that this bear was also an extremely ancient creature like Sage from the three great sacred grounds? Obito planned to control Karin in his hands first. This is a container I like. I can't give it to you. Izhaiki stretched out his claws to protect Karin. A container. There is really nothing to say to a bastard like you. Get lost or die. Izhaiki said coldly. Then go to hell. Obito was enraged. Only the leader of the I organization dared to speak to him in this tone. However, the leader of the I organization had defeated him before. What was this bear? Shua. Obito suddenly stretched out his hand and was about to penetrate the body of the bear and pull out the heart. However, the bear quickly retreated and threw the phosphorus into the distance. Since you have chosen death, I will grant you death. Karma, first phase. The bear stood up, and strange patterns appeared on its body. A strong sense of oppression assaulted his face, causing Obito's expression to change, his face full of shock. It's a pity that you're a little old. Otherwise, you could also be my reserve vessel. Izhaiki sized up Obito and said indifferently. Swish! A claw suddenly expanded in a strange manner, becoming even larger. It grabbed towards Obito at an exaggerated speed. Rumble! After a loud explosion, a dent appeared on the spot where Obito stood. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito was shocked and used ninjutsu to attack. Izhaiki only raised his claws and activated the ability of wedge. He immediately swallowed this flame and turned it into his own power. For the pure-blooded Otsutsuki, attribute-type ninjutsu were meaningless. They could eat fire release and lightning release completely. Rinnegan. Obito's face changed greatly. It can't be wrong, this ability to absorb ninjutsu is very similar to the ability of Ghoul. It's not Rinnegan, but the principle is similar. No matter how hard the lower-level creature tries, it can't hurt me. The giant bear stood up straight, and a large number of strange patterns covered his body. Only that pair of emotionless eyes were filled with endless indifference. Obito's heart sank, but after looking at Karin, he became ruthless. Uzumaki clan had long been exterminated. In the entire ninja world, there were probably not many descendants who survived. Even the Nagato who had been released could grow to this stage. If he had carefully nurtured a descendant of Uzumaki from a young age, how loyal and powerful would he get in the future? Obito would definitely not give up on Karin. Then we can only fight for a while and let this inexplicable bear take away Uzumaki clan's descendant, saying that it wants to be a vessel. When I peel off your skin, you will know who is a lower class creature. Obito glared and cast an illusion on his Hiki. His Hitomi's power could even easily control the 9 tails. But against this bear, it instantly lost its effectiveness. That powerful illusion was broken by his Hiki in an instant. It seems that you are not an ordinary psychic beast. You seem to know Rinnegan very well. Obito's figure slowly drilled into the ground. In the next moment, he directly appeared next to Karin, grabbed Karin, and was about to suck her into the Kamui space. Wang! His Hiki only glanced at it, and a huge pressure appeared in his eyes, forming a temporary interference with Obito's Kamui. In the next moment, he slapped out with his paw, but it only hit the tree that Obito had created. Obito's face was gloomy. He only wanted to take away Uzumaki's descendant, but he actually encountered such a strange thing. Is this bear really just a psychic beast? Container. Could it be that something else made this bear into a container? Obito thought of Orochimaru. Since I can't take her away, then I can only think of a way to defeat you. Tobi. Obito said. Tobi emerged from the ground and quickly wrapped around Obito. Looks like I didn't come too late. I risked my life to rush over. Tobi laughed strangely. Shut your mouth. Don't hinder me. Obito felt the abundant vitality coming from Tobi's skin and was extremely satisfied. To be honest, if he did not have doubts about White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, he really wanted to use Tobi well. Sharingan and Mokuton, now there is another inferior product of God Tree's cells. You are very interesting. Is Hiki only watched coldly? This time, not only was Obito shocked, but even Tobi and White Zetsu nearby were shocked. God Tree? How do you know about God Tree? Not many people in Ninja World knew about the secrets of the Jubi, so why would this bear know about it? Is Hiki had already made his move. As a noble pure-blooded Otsutsuki, Is Hiki had the qualifications to disregard everything. Rumble. His figure rapidly expanded, and his speed and strength once again welcomed a terrifying explosion. This was a strength that even Obito had to face head-on. You relied on your eyes to activate the spatial Hitomi technique, but your eyes are too low level. You can't even resist my Hitomi's power pressure. The pressure was the power that every Otsutsuki grasped, relying on Hitomi's power to intimidate the enemy, making the enemy unable to move. Although Is Hiki had only opened the first stage, it was enough to create a little interference to Obito. Obito did not dare to be careless, directly opening Mangekyo Sharingan, completely releasing a powerful force to resist this pressure. One time, he used Void to avoid Is Hiki's attack. But at the same time, Is Hiki had already seen through Obito's technique. Obito's figure drilled into the ground. In the next moment, he came out from behind Is Hiki and reached out his hand to swallow Is Hiki into the Kamui space. However, Is Hiki had already grasped this short gap. As he raised his claws, a black spike stabbed towards Obito. This is Nagato's black rod. Obito was shocked. With a puff sound, his body had already been pierced through by the black stick. The characteristic of sealing chakra was completely confirmed by Obito. Although it was somewhat different, it was indeed a creation of yin and yang. A bear that has mastered the yin-yang escape technique? The moment it was attacked, it moved its body into a different space. Although it was a bit rough, it was still somewhat interesting. Is Hiki commented indifferently. He really did not like this ability. Each of Is Hiki's Hitomi techniques was a time and space type Hitomi technique, locking onto the coordinates and opening a different space gate was like an instinct for him. One had to know that Is Hiki was still in a small time space, imprisoning a small 10-tailed beast. If he opened the second stage and could use the complete Hitomi technique, he could easily break through and enter Obito's Kamui. Of course, unless Is Hiki was crazy, he would open the second stage. Even Jijin could only hold on for a few minutes before collapsing, not to mention this giant bear container. However, even though it was only the first stage, it had already caused Obito to bear a tremendous amount of pressure. You know Rinnegan, no Juhobi, and easily see through my Kamui. You are clearly a bear, yet you are able to emit Hitomi's oppressive might through your eyes. Could it be that you are from the Otsutsuki clan? Obito was extremely fearful. Oh? You actually know the name of our clan? That's right, my name is Otsutsuki Ishiki, and it will bring extinction to this world. Ishiki paused and directly admitted it. What is your relationship with Tonari? So that non-inferior creature is called Tonari? Obviously, there is no Byakugan, but he came to the surface rashly. No wonder he was killed. Ishiki said coldly. Since Tonari had caused such a big commotion, Ishiki naturally noticed it. It was a pity that Tonari was dead. Otherwise, Ishiki would be happy to use Tonari as his vessel. This would be the most perfect vessel. Speaking of which, your arm should be Tonari's, right? Otsutsuki's bloodline can't hide from me. Ishiki walked towards Obito step by step. At the same time, he threw out even more steps, wanting to completely nail Obito to death here. Obito snorted coldly, immediately pulling out the step in his body, his hands forming a seal, using several large trees to block these black spikes. Looks like I have to be serious. Although I don't know where you, Otsutsuki, came from, and how did you become a bear? But I guess your strength isn't invincible, you were beaten to this state by some enemy, right? Obito said in a deep voice. Ishiki nodded. That's right. That guy called Shiranui Yuuji is the main opponent I met on this planet. Yuuji was the person that Ishiki had taken a fancy to. Because in his knowledge, Yuuji came from outer space like him. Moreover, according to the level of familiarity that Yuuji had with Otsutsuki's clan, it was possible that Yuuji had even had contact with other Otsutsuki in the universe. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. Yuuji. It's actually that guy. That guy actually defeated a dangerous Otsutsuki. Obito could no longer hold it in. A strong sense of unwillingness surged into his heart. He had spent so much energy to get rid of Otsutsuki Tonari. This Tonari was not even in the eyes of the leader and Ishiki. And Ishiki was most likely the real Otsutsuki. However, such a Otsutsuki was actually beaten by Yuuji to the point that he had to turn into a bear. White Zetsu, why didn't I receive any news? Obito was furious and shouted at White Zetsu who was far away. White Zetsu was also confused. I don't know either. This doesn't make sense. How could there be no movement when two powerful existences were fighting? In fact, at this time, White Zetsu and Tobi were already scared silly. They knew better than Obito what Otsutsuki meant. This Otsutsuki was definitely not a descendant of Kagaya like Tonari, but a fellow clansman of Kagaya. This terrifying discovery made White Zetsu and Tobi tremble in their hearts. Ishiki claimed that he would bring extinction to this world, but Obito did not have any reaction. He felt that if he became the Juhobi Jinchuriki, he could also destroy this world. But White Zetsu and Tobi knew that this was true. Kagaya and his kin were running around in the universe to collect chakra for the planet of life. Kagaya did not escape, but Kagaya's kin came out. Fortunately, Yuuji is here. If Yuuji didn't beat this guy up like this, everything would be over. White Zetsu, who didn't know the truth, was scared. Tisk, it's really useless. Obito was unwilling in his heart. There was a hint of eagerness in his eyes as he looked at Ishiki. I can also do what that fellow Yuuji can do. I am not inferior to him. Mokuton, the realm of tree, descended. A large number of trees gushed out and surrounded Ishiki. The grass ninjas in the surroundings were also swept in and died tragically in the sea of trees. Ryozetsu and the group of people had long been pushed away, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Uchiha Madara actually used such a powerful Mokuton. No matter how he did it, after this battle, our entire village is finished. Many grass ninja had a face full of grief and indignation, but in the face of the ever-expanding tree realm, they could only constantly escape. Those who were slow to escape had already been devoured by the tree realm. White Zetsu, find a chance to take that child away, Obito said. Then what about you? I want to verify something. I am not inferior to that guy Yuuji. I can do what he can do. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated. It was relatively difficult to activate the Susanoo with one eye, but it was not impossible. Then be careful. I feel that guy is very, very strong. White Zetsu replied. He was pondering how to tell Black Zetsu and his main body the news of the explosion. Obito called out to him. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, remember to call Su over. Chapter 317, Broken Susanoo. White Zetsu was just about to find an opportunity to take Karin away. Ryazetsu looked at Karin, who was crying, and gritted her teeth. She immediately rushed over, picked Karin up, and placed her in a safe position. I don't care who you are, but this little girl is innocent. You don't want to see her here, do you? Ryazetsu bit her lips. Yes, take good care of my container. When I kill this bastard, I will come to you. I allow you to be my servant. Izhiki glanced at Ryazetsu and nodded indifferently. It was good to be able to stand out at this time. These inferior creatures were not completely useless. A large number of grass ninjas gathered around Ryazetsu, and at the same time, they looked at Karin strangely. They were not unfamiliar with this little girl. To be more precise, many grass ninjas had been healed by Karin's mother after they were injured, although Karin's mother was forced to be bitten all over by a group of people, and eventually died from excessive exhaustion. It was not important. This guy is really troublesome. How can I complete Obito's order like this? Seeing this scene, White Zetsu carefully crawled around the Ryazetsu, preparing to find an opportunity to attack. But more importantly, he still had to watch the battle. Compared to Otsutsuki's clan, a mere descendant of Uzumaki was not worth mentioning. I still have to find Yuuji. If Obito is killed by Mother's clan, then it will be troublesome. Through the plant root system that was spread all over Ninja World, White Zetsu quickly passed the message to the other White Zetsu. A fierce battle broke out. This was not the first time Obito faced Otsutsuki head-on, but this was the first time he faced such a strange and pure Otsutsuki. The giant bear casually waved its claws, and the giant claws expanded and extended, sweeping away a large number of trees. Can you change your body at will? If this guy's ability is similar to Orochimaru's, it's to seize other people's bodies. Obito's eyes flashed. This should be the best opportunity. Although he didn't know what strange hobbies this Otsutsuki, who was called Izhiki, had. He was not a good person, but had actually become a bear. Now, since Izhiki still needed to find a new container, it meant that his current state was not at the peak, and he might still be in a relatively weak state. If you can absorb my ninjutsu, then I will absorb your chakra. Obito controlled a large number of trees to tightly entangle Izhiki, and began to crazily absorb Izhiki's chakra. He also did it, but it was quickly broken by Izhiki. The entire forest was unable to stop the rampaging Izhiki. The ground trembled and the forest collapsed. Izhiki charged straight at Obito. So fast! Obito's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly dodged. An astonishing dent appeared on the ground. It had been forcefully smashed out by Izhiki. Obito wanted to use his divine might to find an opportunity, but every time he used it, Izhiki would use his divine might to interfere as if he had predicted it. In terms of controlling the eyes, even 10 of you can't compare to me, Izhiki said coldly. A strange hitomi was brewing in his eyes. It was as if he had seen through all of Obito's actions. In close combat, every time he made a move, it caused Obito to bear a tremendous pressure. Rumble. Just an ordinary hand-to-hand fight had caused a disaster. If I get hit directly by this guy, even if my body is different from ordinary people, I will still be seriously injured. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Obito's forehead. This was too exaggerated, this kind of strength and speed. In Obito's knowledge, Izhiki's casual attack was stronger than the fourth Raikage. But the fourth Raikage's attack was a ninja body technique, using lightning chakra to stimulate the body to obtain astonishing strength and speed. However, Izhiki's ordinary physical attack had already completely surpassed Raikage's. However, Izhiki was able to interfere with Obito's Kamui, and the timing of his attack was even more tricky. After a few rounds, Obito was alarmed. Your eyes are Byakugan! Obito shouted. Of course, although there is no way to completely reveal Byakugan in the first stage. Izhiki said coldly. It was something that could only be done in the second stage by revealing Byakugan's special web-like right eye. However, opening the second stage was equivalent to entering the resurrection stage. This garbage body could not carry a complete pure-blooded Otsutsuki. Obito took a deep breath. It seems that I can't let you get close to me. Since Kamui is useless. Susanoo. Blue-colored skull instantly appeared, tightly wrapping around Obito. The two arms that suddenly stretched out immediately launched a siege on Izhiki. After a few strikes, Izhiki nimbly dodged and jumped onto a big tree. This kind of hitomi technique is very interesting. Izhiki said. The only remaining one of Obito, Mangekyo Sharingan, was currently enduring a lot of pressure. Hey, Obito, can you still hold on? This is the first time I have seen someone use a single eye to activate Susanoo. Toby cried out in alarm. Using even more life force, he strengthened Obito's body. This steady stream of life force greatly eased the pressure on Obito. The intense pain coming from his eyes was somewhat alleviated. Single-eyed Susanoo, Obito also gave it his all. The first stage is not enough, he still needs to be further strengthened. Obito said in a low voice, his eyes were bloodshot, and a large amount of Hitomi's strength was used up, pouring into Susanoo. Soon, Susanoo grew muscles and a layer of armor. Entering the second stage. Obito controlled this half-body giant and launched an attack on his Hiki. My Susanoo is an absolute defense. If you only know physical skills, then just wait to die. Obito said in a low voice, then controlled Susanoo to ruthlessly punch over. Rumble. A punch smashed his Hiki into the ground. Obito was happy in his heart. He closed his hands and firmly held his Hiki down. At the same time, he controlled a large number of trees to wrap around him. While binding him, he also extracted his Hiki's chakra. This method of absorbing chakra really comes directly from God Tree's ability. I heard that several decades ago, there was someone called Senju Hashirama who awakened this ability. His Hiki did not panic at all. He still had an indifferent attitude. The current me is no less than Senju Hashirama. I know all the techniques he knows, and I know what he doesn't. Obito reached out his hand. This was the hand he snatched from Tonari. His palm slowly closed, and the restraint on his Hiki became tighter and tighter. Obito wanted to crush all the bones in his Hiki's body, completely cripple him, and then calmly interrogate him to get the information. For example, where did Otsutsuki's clan come from, whether it was Ninja World's native life, or what kind of plot he had. These were all things that Obito urgently wanted to know. Surrender, and I will spare your life. Obito said in a low voice. With this kind of toy. In the next moment, his Hiki exerted strength, and a huge force burst forth, breaking the hands of Susanoo on the spot. A large number of trees were also broken. What? He actually broke my Susanoo. Obito was shocked. Although Susanoo was not an invincible defense, it was still the best in the world. How could it be destroyed by this guy in front of him? After losing both hands, Susanoo was unable to control his Hiki. His Hiki directly jumped up and flew in front of Obito. The two of them looked at each other through Susanoo. Watch how I destroy your toy. Immediately after, his Hiki raised his leg and kicked over. A deadly sense of threat attacked. Obito instinctively opened his eyes wide, and a terrifying Hitomi immediately condensed his power. In a flash, a layer of black Tengu heavy armor quickly covered the surface of Susanoo. Boom! His Hiki kicked over. Obito was sent flying on the spot. That incomparably astonishing defensive power of Susanoo, even if it was wearing the black heavenly dog heavy armor, it was still smashed into pieces on the spot. The terrifying force carried a shocking impact force, directly hitting Obito. After Obito crashed into several trees, he barely stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. This kick almost took his life. This kind of body technique is a bit too strong. A deep fear appeared on Obito's face. He was almost killed in seconds, who would believe it? If he hadn't decisively upgraded Susanoo to the third stage, without the protection of black heavenly heavy armor, that kick of his Hiki might have taken his life on the spot. How terrifying was this body technique that could penetrate the super defense of Susanoo? Obito, you should at least care about me, my body also has cracks. Toby's voice was filled with deep resentment. Toby wrapped around Obito's body and cracks covered his chest. If not for the protection of Toby's super skin, Obito wouldn't have only suffered light injuries. You are just a tool. It doesn't matter if you die. It is a big problem for me to be injured. Obito said coldly. He is really heartless. He is even too lazy to pretend. Toby complained, but we still don't have to fight him head-on. There is no chance of winning in terms of physical skills. You will be beaten to death by him. Everyone was frightened by his Hiki's physical skills attack. You actually didn't die. The only thing you can do is to use your reflexes. His Hiki landed on the ground and slowly walked towards Obito. From beginning to end, this terrifying existence did not reveal any unnecessary emotions. That kind of calm and matter-of-factly made one's heart palpitate. Obito was sweating profusely. He had never encountered such an opponent. Absorbing ninjutsu, immune to illusions, and terrifying enough to crush Susanoo with one kick. What method did Yuuji use to deal with this damn thing? Obito was so angry that his whole body was trembling. This gap was a bit too big. How did Yuuji force this monster to reincarnate into a bear? When did this happen? After killing the White Snake Sage and officially becoming a top existence beyond Cage Realm? But in a battle of this level, it was definitely a landslide. Why didn't he get any information? If he didn't use force, what method did he use? Obito felt his hands and feet go cold. Toby said, then find him to help you fight. Now is not the time to be angry with him. You have inherited Madara's will. You must not fall here. Izhiki walked closer step by step, his steps calm. It seems that you have begun to feel fear. I have seen too many natives like you. When facing the invincible gods, they can only lie on the ground and tremble. Bastard, don't look down on me. Obito's eyeballs were red, he roared angrily, and attacked Izhiki again. The only ninjutsu that could be effective against Izhiki was Mokuton. Unfortunately, Obito didn't know Yin-Yang Release and Senjutsu. Otherwise, if he used Yin-Yang Release and Senjutsu to deal with Izhiki, it might have some effect. Konoha Gakure. One of White Zetsu's clones received a message from other White Zetsu. He did not dare to delay and immediately sneaked into Konoha Gakure. He did not contact Omegakure. Although Obito said to bring Su over, to put it bluntly, Su was only a clone of that man. It was impossible for him to be a match for Izhiki. He could only let his main body make a move. I have to speed up. But why would her fellow clansmen appear in Ninja World? Have they already begun to descend to Ninja World? But it doesn't make sense. When they descended to Ninja World, they were silently defeated by Yuuji and turned into a bear. Even if White Zetsu racked his brains, he still couldn't figure it out. As White Zetsu, at this time, he was afraid of the unknown. He was very worried that Kagaya's clansmen had begun to arrive at Ninja World one after another, and then everything would be over. Kagaya hadn't escaped yet, hadn't recovered the chakra of the entire planet, and hadn't formed a sufficiently powerful army. Ninja World was going to beat up those clansmen that even Kagaya feared? Relying on who? Relying on the body-splicing monster Nagato? Relying on Eye Collector Hitomi? Relying on the resurrected Uchiha Madara? What White Zetsu did not know was that he was just a lowly clone. His wisdom and decisiveness could not compare to his main body, let alone Black Zetsu. He found Yuuji. At this time, Yuuji had just finished his lesson and was in the office reviewing homework. Something happened. Obito is in danger. White Zetsu popped his head out and said anxiously. Yuuji paused and looked at White Zetsu in surprise. Obito is in danger. His identity has been exposed, Nagato wants to kill him. In the entire ninja world, who else could deal with Obito except him? Obito carried a bunch of Sharingan with him. If he really wanted to run, he could definitely escape. No, it's Otsutsuki Izhiki. That guy found Uzumaki's descendant in the grass village and wanted to take him as a container. Obito started a fight with him. White Zetsu said quickly. Otsutsuki Izhiki? So it's this guy. He really didn't die completely. It's a bit regretful. Yuuji immediately became interested. White Zetsu's eyes lit up. He said that he once suffered a loss at your hands. Did you really defeat him? Yeah, after meeting him that year, I fought him. I thought he was already dead. Yuuji said calmly. It was this kind of calm attitude that seemed to be telling him what to eat tonight that made White Zetsu feel suffocated. Then come with me quickly. Obito might only be able to rely on Izanagi to prolong his life now. If he is any later, he will be killed by Izhiki. White Zetsu urged. Got it. How is Obito's current situation? Yuuji got up and said calmly. He seems to have used Susanoo to fight against Izhiki and suffered a big loss. I am not clear about the specific situation. White Zetsu said. Yuuji was stunned and had a strange expression on his face. Competing with Izhiki in physical skills? Alright, Obito was a little too brave. Izhiki can be said to be the one with the strongest level of comprehensive body skills among all Otsutsuki who appeared on the stage. Chapter 318, Susanoo Bodhisattva. Among all of Otsutsuki Izhiki was definitely ranked at the top. He was also the most cold-blooded one. Kagaya was very strong because she ate the chakra fruit. The strength she displayed was the strength she possessed after eating the chakra fruit. As for Izhiki, he didn't eat a single hair. Izhiki was also the most cold-blooded. When facing the sleeping Otsutsuki Momoshiki, his first reaction was to feed Momoshiki to his little Jubi, so that his Jubi could evolve into God Tree. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked and panicked, but even until death, Otsutsuki Izhiki still maintained absolute coldness. Then, let's go. Later, I'm really worried that Obito will be beaten to death by that guy. Yuuji changed into a fake outfit and immediately moved. White Zetsu's clone also quickly drilled into the ground. However, what White Zetsu's clone did not notice was that while Yuuji was moving, a clone also began to move. The descendant of Uzumaki from the grass village is definitely Karin. Izhiki chose Karin as a vessel, so he is not blind. Yuuji's clone quietly moved and appeared in Uchiha's territory. Moreover, he directly found Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, there is a secret mission that I need you to carry out. Yuuji's clone stood in front of Shisui and said. Senior Yuuji, please feel free to instruct me. Shisui agreed without hesitation. Then come with me. Don't act without my orders. I need your strength. Yuuji placed his palm on Shisui and left the village with him. Senior, is it convenient for you to reveal the contents of this secret mission? Shisui said in a solemn voice. His mood was not calm, and he was a little excited, because this was the first time he was taken by Yuuji to carry out a secret mission. In a while, no matter what you see or do, you have to keep it a secret. Even if Yandere asks you, you have to say that you don't know. Yuuji did not turn his head, silently shuttling through the forest. Yes, please rest assured. Shisui agreed. Soon, the two of them stopped and waited. Lord Yuuji. Shisui was confused. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly closed his mouth. A strange figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Black clothes, mask, this person is. The patterns on this mask, are you the leader of the Eye organization? Senior, be careful. Shisui's expression changed. He subconsciously stood in front of Yuuji and opened Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. He stared at the other party as if he was facing a great enemy. The leader of the Eye organization, one of the ceiling of Ninja World's strength, actually appeared not far from Konoha now. Hitomi stopped in his tracks and slowly raised his head, looking at him silently. Even through the mask, Shisui could not see the other party's eyes, but he was still enduring a huge pressure. Just from Hitomi's strength alone, Shisui knew that he was far from being a match for this person in front of him. Step down, Shisui. He is not an enemy, Yuuji said lightly. Not an enemy? Senior, could it be that the secret mission you spoke of is related to the Eye organization? Shisui's heart beat wildly. With his high IQ, he had thought of many possibilities in a very short period of time. Yandere had always wanted to make friends with the Eye organization. He had even invited the demons of the Eye organization to attend the ceremony. However, Senior Yuuji had brought him to meet the leader of the Eye organization in secret. Could it be that Senior Yuuji had actually been in contact with the Eye organization since a long time ago? While Lord Yandere was still trying to figure out how to establish a relationship with the Eye organization, Senior Yuuji had actually contacted the Eye organization a long time ago. Shisui was so excited that his entire body was trembling. So that's how it is. As expected of Senior, your vision have long surpassed the limits of others. Shisui had a face full of admiration. It's all right. Yuuji glanced at him, too lazy to care about what this guy was thinking. There was one thing that Shisui was not bad about, and that was being obedient. It's him? Your eyes are good, but pupil is too weak. Hitomi slowly walked over. Every step he took seemed to be a heavy burden on Shisui's heart. Some things happened before, so it consumed too much of Hitomi's strength. Shisui took a deep breath and tried to maintain his composure. Yuuji said, he is a very talented young man. How about it? Do you want to consider him? You want to recommend him to join my organization? It's really boring, but it's not impossible. Hitomi stared straight at Shisui with a cold, bone-deep gaze. Senior, the task you gave me is to join Eye organization. Shisui was shocked and did not know what to say for a moment. Humph, rookie, you are not qualified to join for the time being. Your eyes and strength are not qualified. Hitomi paused and looked at Yuuji. So, as long as I send this guy over. That's right, I need to use Pule to control that person. This is very important. Yuuji said. Shisui did not understand, but when he saw the two people talking, he was greatly shocked. His eyes revealed a look of worship. I'm afraid that in the entire village, only Lord Yuuji can talk to the leader of the organization with such a calm attitude. Shisui felt that even if Yandere came, it would not work. He looked at Yuuji with blazing eyes. Watching, Yuuji could not stand it. Newbie, since this guy has spoken, it's not good for me to reject him directly. Then let me see your performance in this mission. If you can satisfy me, I will reluctantly give you a chance. Hitomi said coldly. I will work hard. Then, may I ask what the specifics of this mission are? Who am I going to use Hitomi's technique to deal with? Shisui said sternly. You will know when you get there. That place is very dangerous now. There is a very troublesome guy appearing. If you are not careful, you will be beaten to death. Hitomi said coldly and walked to Shisui. Wang! Hitomi erupted with strength and Takamagahara's technique immediately surrounded Shisui. Don't resist, Shisui. This mission cannot be lost. Yuuji shouted. Shisui immediately quieted down. In the next moment, Hitomi disappeared with Shisui. Yuuji stood in the forest. If I can do something at this time, I think it will be very useful. Yuuji muttered. Although Otsutsuki's Hiki was a little miserable now, if he really had to start the second stage, even if it could only last for a short few seconds, he would definitely have the strength of Rikuta Sennin. It was very difficult to deal with. Along with the fluctuations of time and space. Shisui was shocked to find that he had already left Konoha Forest and was now in a strange place. Time type Hitomi technique. Shisui was shocked. Hitomi said coldly, this is the grass village. Your mission target is the descendant of Uzumaki with red hair. Use your Hitomi technique to control her. Grass village? The descendant of Uzumaki? Shisui was shocked. In an instant, he arrived at grass village from the fire country. This distance was really too shocking. Is this strength of the leader of the organization? It is mysterious and unfathomable, surpassing the space ninjutsu of Yandere when he was in the Hokage. With this ability, who in the entire ninja world could defeat the leader of the eye-catching organization? No, Senior Yuuji can definitely do it. Shisui murmured in a low voice. What? It's nothing, I will search for the target now. At this time, an astonishing roar came from the front. Obviously, there was an extremely terrifying expert fighting. Just the chakra fluctuation that spread over with a loud bang was extremely astonishing. Be careful. Don't get caught up in it. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when you are killed. Hitomi left these words behind and disappeared from the spot with extreme indifference. Obviously, he did not intend to participate in this battle. Shisui looked around cautiously, then looked at the distant grass village. The leader of the organization is really mysterious. He quickly moved and immediately headed to the village. The closer he got, the more serious Shisui's expression became when he saw the devastated grass village and the fleeing villagers. Who exactly is fighting here? Shisui stared at a ninja and quietly moved forward. Just as the grass ninja was about to attack him, he cast a glance and used an illusion to control the other party. We need to understand the situation first. After a while, Shisui, who had obtained the information, was dumbfounded. Uchiha Madara is fighting with a bear? This. Shisui was shocked. What kind of psychic beast could fight against a guy like Madara? He muttered to himself for a moment, then turned into this grass ninja and mixed into the village. Shisui had to observe carefully, not only to find the whereabouts of Uzumaki's descendants, but also to gather information about both sides of the battle and bring them back to report to Yuuji. I found it. The little girl with red hair is definitely a descendant of Uzumaki. According to Senior Yuuji, using Hitomi's technique to control, it is obviously to use the other gods. Shisui took a deep breath. Ever since he awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never used his one-eyed Hitomi technique. Because this technique was truly too dangerous. Not to mention, he had once used his other heavenly deity in front of a mirror, almost destroying one of his eyes. This was a dark history that Shisui deeply felt ashamed of. He looked at the battlefield, watching the battle between Madara and that bear from afar. What surprised him was that the legendary Uchiha Madara had actually been completely suppressed. The chakra emitted by that bear is terrifyingly strong, and the patterns on its body are also very strange. Is it Sage Mode? But it doesn't look like. In a short period of time, Shisui had suffered too many shocks. Was this reason why the leader of the I organization did not allow him to participate? At this time, Shisui saw another figure appear beside Madara. The black-clothed red clouds, the pale white mask. Even this one is here? Is Madara and him going to work together to deal with that monster? Shisui's expression was solemn as he observed with all his might. Before Obito was beaten to death by his haki, Su timely arrived. Rumble. Rows of giant black trees burst out, flashing with cold light. Under the circumstances of being destroyed in large numbers, they blocked his haki's attack. They protected Obito. It's really rare to see you in such a sorry state. You were beaten to this state. He swayed and leisurely appeared beside Obito. It's not that I'm too weak, it's that this Otsutsuki is too strong. He is far from being comparable to the Otsutsuki Tonari of the past. Obito panted heavily. His clothes were tattered and he was in a terrible state. Facing a monster like his haki, he had to be careful every time he moved. If he was careless, he would be killed. Obito asked, "How did you fight back then?" "Don't say any more, Madara. Don't casually reveal our information to the enemy." Su interrupted his words. His haki was defeated by Yuuji using Rinnegan, so he knew that Yuuji was Hitomi. But if this guy knew that Yuuji was also fake, there was no need for that. Another low-level creature? Your Mokuton is very special. Ishiki glanced at the black trees that had been destroyed by him and was deep in thought. It was the first time that he had seen such a strange tree. This person was Senju Hashirama, but it was completely different from the Mokuton that Madara used. It was very strange. There is no way to defeat Otsutsuki using conventional methods. We can only use even more powerful ninjutsu to attack. Su tilted his head and said. So, that was what you did at the beginning. Otherwise, only strength will not deceive us. Get out of the way, I am going to use that technique. Su said. Obito frowned and immediately retreated a little. What was that technique? Godzilla transformed? Then, Obito knew. He entered Sage mode and began to absorb natural energy without restraint. Natural energy. It's a waste to give such a treasure to a low-level creature like you to absorb. Ishiki said coldly. Before, he was very dissatisfied with Ryuhoka Cave's white snake, so he wantonly extracted the power of the earth. It was wasting his natural energy. Now there was another one. Sage art, Mokuton. True several thousand hands. Boom. 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 The earth trembled violently, and terrifying cracks spread crazily, as if it was going to completely collapse. Under the stunned gazes of countless people, a huge black monster rose up and covered the sky. At this moment, even the sun was covered by this terrifying big guy. The huge shadow radiated down, making people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. True several thousand hands, this is the strongest ninjutsu of the ninja god. This is too terrifying. Even if this Buddha statue does not attack, it is impossible for ordinary people to destroy it. Many of the grass ninjas were almost scared out of their wits. This was not the little thousand hand that Obito had used before, but the real thousand hand, who could match Senju Hashirama. A mere wooden puppet could match the size of Bijuu, and the real thousand hand, with just one hand, was about the same size as the 9 tails. The actual size of thousand hand was directly proportional to the 10 tails. When this thing appeared in front of a living person again, its deterrent power could be imagined. It was a power that made the brain stop thinking. You bastard, you actually. Obito felt sour in his heart. Just by using Mokuton, he was already strong to this extent. If this Yuuji really wanted to use all of his power, how strong was he? Don't just stand there, use that technique. Su and Obito stood on the head of the huge Buddha statue and said calmly. Obito was stunned. You mean? You don't think that I can kill him with just this, do you? For Otsutsuki, great might not necessarily be an advantage. He can seriously injure me with one kick, so. Use Susanoo. Chapter 319, It's all useless. Obito understood what Su meant. But the problem was, understanding was one thing, but doing it was another. Obito couldn't help but lower his head, looking at this incomparably huge black Buddha statue beneath his feet, his face dull. You mean, I need to use Susanoo? Obito's face twitched. Of course, using Susanoo as armor to buff the Buddha statue, do you still need me to explain further? Your combat intelligence is not so low, right? Su said with some dissatisfaction. Obito's eyelids jumped wildly, his eyes bloodshot. Using Susanoo to cover such an exaggerated Buddha statue, are you sure you are not taking his life? What was even more outrageous was that his Susanoo was only at the third stage, only half of its body. Moreover, he only had one eye, if this super Buddha statue was covered. What are you doing? Hurry up! Su urged. Obito looked at Su with a complicated expression. He suspected that this dog was looking for an opportunity to trick him. But in the end, Obito gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Obito and Tobi poured all their strength into their eyes, and that Mangekyo Sharingan almost exploded. Swish! Blue-colored armor began to spread out, covering thousand-hand Buddha statue bit by bit. This shocking scene triggered countless uproar, shocking everyone. What are the two of them doing, putting a layer of armor on that Buddha statue? This, the combination of true several thousand hands and Susanoo can actually be used like this. Their strength has already reached the level of gods. While we were still working hard to learn low-level ninjutsu, they have already begun to push the power of ninjutsu to an unimaginable level. The expressions of many ninjas were complicated, and in addition to fear, their thoughts almost stopped. This is the domain of top experts. Shisui, who was mixed in the crowd, was even more excited. He revealed a look of reverence. Was Senior Yuuji's strength also at this level? Shisui forced himself to restrain his emotions. At the same time, he began to approach Karin carefully. Ryozetsu and the others protected Karin behind them, but they did not guard against her too much. After all, she was just a child. Shisui walked to Karin and suddenly activated Mangekyo Sharingan. I have two kinds of Mangekyo Hitomi techniques. Senior asked me to control her. She definitely did not need the other god who modified short-term memories. Shisui thought for a moment and used the technique. That is to say, the pupil technique is more powerful, and it will cool down for many years after one use. Kota Amatsukami, protect Senior Yuuji. Shua. In an instant, Karin was hit by the illusion. Her entire mind, including the lowest level of perception, had changed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, an incomparably long time had passed in the illusion world. Shisui corrected Karin's memories and thoughts, as if he had been hollowed out. He panted heavily, his mind exhausted. Ryozetsu felt that something was wrong. Turning his head, she saw that Shisui had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. His task was completed. Next, he would quietly watch the battle and see the result of this earth-shattering battle. He would just bring the information back to the village. Finally, Obito reluctantly put the Susanoo around the Buddha statue. Only, this layer of Susanoo armor was pitifully thin, giving people a feeling that it could be broken with a single poke of his finger. Even at this level, Obito was already risking his life. Only at this level? You can't do it. Su looked down and was very disappointed. Obito was extremely angry. If I hadn't been blinded by Yandere, how could I be at this level? Forget it, it's been hard on you. He sighed. This made Obito even more excited. Isahiki slowly walked to the foot of Buddha statue. He raised his head and looked at the behemoth indifferently. Combining the two arts together, it is still somewhat creative, but it is completely useless, Isahiki said. You will immediately know if it is useful. Even if you are Otsutsuki, you can't fully display your strength at this time. He controlled the Buddha statue and attacked Isahiki. The countless arms began to move, stretching out one after another, aiming at the ant like Isahiki. True several thousand hands, is going to take on the Buddha. Countless arms waved, countless fists shot out, smashing down on Isahiki. Obito endured the great pressure. Hitomi's strength was consumed at an exaggerated rate, but at this time, there was no way out, he could only grit his teeth and endure. He definitely wouldn't allow himself to be looked down upon by this hateful fellow, Yuuji. In an instant, countless arms covered the sun and the moon, blocked time and space, and shrouded it like terrifying smoke. The Black Buddha statue didn't have any signs of mercy at this moment. Instead, it was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Run! The Ryozetsu roared. The many ninjas who were scared silly finally reacted and fled frantically. This attack range was too big, and the entire grass village was covered. Our village. Don't care about this. If you don't run now, you won't even be able to live. Many ninjas fled in panic, but they were still a step too late. Many people had already been covered. Even if these countless fists smashed onto Isahiki's body, the terrifying power and density of the fist was enough to blast open the earth. With every punch, he compressed the air and created an air cannon that spread out in all directions. This kind of attack. Izhiki was slightly moved. In the next moment, he was completely submerged. Boom! 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 The Earth's crust of the entire planet seemed to tremble. A violent earthquake erupted from the continent and spread to the ocean. It even caused a large-scale tsunami. In the middle of a landslide, countless unlucky people were swept in. They were smashed into meat paste by the terrifying fist and the shockwaves. In the end, there was not even a single residue left. But at this moment, no one cared about these details anymore. Everything in his field of vision seemed to be filled and destroyed by the giant Buddha in blue battle armor. Finally, time began to pass once again. The countless arms slowly closed. From the endless violent destruction, it instantly turned into a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Oh, I accidentally killed a lot of people just now. It's really a pity. If you don't have the strength, don't just look at the fun. Sue casually glanced at the completely destroyed grass village, as well as the people who had been smashed to pieces, and soon became unconcerned. This had nothing to do with pity, it was purely about the level of strength. In the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Bijuudama threw the world around, and the forest created by Hashirama covered hundreds of miles. A battle of this level caused terrible natural disasters like playing around, let alone Bijuudama who was blowing around everywhere. Uchiha Madara's attack, from the fire country on the east side of the continent, hit the water country that was across the sea. It might even fly around the earth and hit the wind country or the earth country on the west side of the continent. How many people would die in the middle? Where Bijuu was hit by the flying, or where he was affected, how many people would die? After that, the volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis continued, and the lives of many people were even more unpredictable. No one cared about them, including Senju Hashirama, who would not care about such things. At that time, who knows how many people died in the hands of these two people? Is that guy dead? Obito felt that his eyes were about to go blind. He had never consumed his own Mangekyo Sharingan so crazily. As a result, when he used Mangekyo Sharingan to look around, his vision was a blur and he was already on the verge of losing his sight. Obito, can you still hold on? Toby consoled him. Obito forcefully supported himself and said, "Humph, this is just the beginning." As he spoke, he looked at Sue who was beside him out of the corner of his eye. Sue still stood where he was, and from beginning to end, his figure didn't even sway, as if the terrifying attack just now had nothing to do with him. But it was precisely this calm that made Obito even more fearful. Damned Yuuji, just where is your limit? Just how far have you grown by hiding it from me? Obito's state of mind exploded. Your eyes are really amazing. I thought you wouldn't be able to cooperate with me to complete the top level of the Buddha transformation art just now. Sue praised. Just now, those countless hands were smashing around, and Obito needed to desperately consume more of Hitomi's strength to control the Susanoo to cooperate. The current version of the Great Buddha of Susanoo, the part of the Great Buddha of Susanoo was just a piece of water, nothing more than covering the Buddha statue in the second stage of thin armor. But considering that Obito had used one eye, plus the joint efforts of Toby, it was also possible. Obito stared at the thing with his blurry eyes. At this time, at the place where he was hit by countless heavy fists, a figure slowly flew up. Most of the blood and flesh on his body were sent flying, but he was still alive. That's right. You two aren't good for nothing trash. I haven't been this happy for many years. The last one who gave me this feeling was still that guy called Yuuji. However, that guy used despicable means, causing me to suffer a great loss. Izhiki said coldly. The injuries on his body were also rapidly recovering. Even though he was only at the first stage of activating the karma, his strength was definitely above cage levels. Even if he tried his best to block it, he wouldn't be killed in one blow. He actually didn't die. Obito's expression changed. Was this Otsutsuki? That attack just now was definitely the strongest attack that Obito knew. Obito even felt that even if Senju Hashirama was revived, the strongest attack he used could not compare to the combined attack of the two of them. This was because Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands was at the top of becoming a bodhisattva, but he did not have the Susanoo to increase it. Although this Susanoo has some water, but it still has a bit of bonus. Obito couldn't help but look at Sue again. Damn Yuuji, in the end, what method did you use to defeat this kind of monster, and also made this monster keep you in mind? Ishiki looked at this giant black Buddha and made his move. With a wave of his hand, he threw out a large amount of step stones. Dense and densely packed, they instantly bombarded the Buddha statue. Yin-yang release weapon, it can destroy the flow of chakra. Su whispered. Along with a series of explosions, a large number of steps were about to be nailed onto Senju's Buddha statue. But in the next moment, a large number of arms waved and attacked this dense step. Countless steps were sent flying, falling like black rain. This way, these hands of yours cannot be used like the fingers of a hand. Ishiki said indifferently as he looked at the arms that were inevitably nailed. Following that, Ishiki aimed his palm at Su and Obito, and similarly threw a step. Obito. Su said indifferently. Obito glared. Kamui. The step pierced through their bodies. Your eyesight is no longer good. I can tell. After all, you are a bastard who only got a little at Satsuki's blood. Ishiki flew in front of the two. You bastard. Obito covered his eyes and gritted his teeth. Su did not show any expression. He only created more arms and continued to attack Ishiki. Whether Obito was blind or not was actually not important. As long as this guy still had Hashirama's cells, he would be able to restrain his blindness to the maximum. If he can't hold on, then forget it. I'll deal with him alone, Su said. Obito gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unwillingness. Why was this so blatant? Why was the gap so huge? Bang! Ishiki punched out. A gap immediately appeared on the incomparably hard Buddha statue. Su snorted coldly and controlled countless fists to smash over. However, it seemed that Ishiki had opened up more karma. His eyes had already begun to slowly transform towards Byakugan. He immediately used a powerful body technique to shatter all of the countless fists. The shattered remains bombarded in all directions, like meteors falling from the sky. It carried an astonishing might, bringing a large number of injuries to the earth. Truly difficult to deal with. Sage Art, Fire Release, Phoenix Immortal Flower Technique. Su immediately spat out Fire Release's technique. Hey, ninjutsu is ineffective against him. Obito couldn't help but berate. Su said, watch carefully before you speak. Obito looked over and was stunned to find that Ishiki was actually unable to absorb these flames, and instead caused him to be burned by the flames. What is going on? Obito tried hard to open his eyes. Could it be because? That's right, because of senjutsu. Atsutsuki's clan comes from the universe, and chakra is also their thing. Using chakra to deal with them is useless, and the most direct and effective method is senjutsu. Su looked at Ishiki who was being burned by the flames and spoke slowly. It looked like Ishiki was going to be burned to death, but of course it was an illusion. So that's how it is. You used senjutsu to defeat him. However, Otsutsuki came from the universe? Chakra is something from Atsutsuki's clan? How much information do you know and how many things are you hiding from me? Obito's entire body split apart. Not only was his strength lacking so much, he couldn't even compare to the intelligence gathering. Just when Obito thought that the overall situation was set in stone. Omegakure. Nagato slowly opened his eyes. Those increasingly terrifying eyes were brewing the astonishing power of Hitomi. Just now, he had already completed a deeper level of control over White Zetsu's main body. Oh, I can feel it. Through my body, I can communicate with the other White Zetsu. However, what happened to those two fellows? They fought with a bear named Otsutsuki? What a useless thing. It has been so long since the victor was decided. Nagato stood up from the tongue of the statue of Yama. While Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were silent. He decided to move out. It's time to let the world welcome their god again. Chapter 320, We Are All Carrying Gods. White Zetsu was really a magical creature. After completely grasping White Zetsu's body, Nagato had indeed achieved this point. It's an amazing ability to move and obtain information through the roots of plants. It's a genius to be able to create the first generation of White Zetsu. Nagato stood up and praised. He could already control White Zetsu's ability. Chief, since you already have my ability, then I will change your body. White Zetsu was about to speak. But he was immediately interrupted by Nagato. No, I think this is very good. If I can use your main body, why should I use your avatar? White Zetsu wanted to cry but had no tears. Ever since Nagato was fed by him, he had lost his freedom and became Nagato's body. A group of avatars were actually even more free than his main body. At this time, Black Zetsu said, "Chief, are you really going to participate in the battle between those two? With the two of them working together, no matter how strong the enemy is, there is no problem. There is no need for you to personally take action." Black Zetsu and White Zetsu also knew what had happened. Nagato learned of the information from White Zetsu's avatar, even White Zetsu and Black Zetsu knew it. He was almost scared to death. Otsutsuki is Hiki. It was not a descendant of Hamura, but the real Otsutsuki clan. Why did such a monster appear now? And when did it appear? More importantly, when had Yuuji defeated such a monster and forced it to infect a bear? Black Zetsu trembled. He knew better than anyone what Otsutsuki meant. What puzzled Black Zetsu was why Otsutsuki appeared now. Who was Otsutsuki is Hiki? Was he alone? Or had other Otsutsuki also come to Ninja World? When Black Zetsu was born, it was when Kaguya was sealed by Hago Romo and Hamura. Therefore, he had never heard of Otsutsuki as Hiki and was even less aware of the hatred between Hiki and Kaguya. Black Zetsu, are you trembling? Humph, are you worried that my strength is too strong and you will completely lose your freedom? Don't worry, after I conquer everyone and collect all of Bijuu, I will return your freedom. This time will soon come. Nagato said with confidence. Black Zetsu paused and immediately said, "It's not like that. I am worried. You don't need to explain. I don't believe it even if I explain it. I understand everything." Nagato looked into the distance. The entire Omegakure was wrapped in rain. He reached out his hand. It should be a sunny day today. The rain that covered the village immediately stopped. "Leader, you really don't need to come personally." Black Zetsu was very anxious, looking like he was thinking for Nagato. Black Zetsu was really afraid that Nagato would be killed by his Hiki. "You don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to tremble. I will try my best to restrain myself." Nagato directly flew high into the sky. After finding the right direction, he immediately flew towards the grass village. His speed was astonishing. Black Zetsu was about to go crazy. If Nagato died and Rin-Egan was also dug out by his Hiki, then he would be finished. Who would revive Madara? Who would become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki? Who would become the vessel of his mother? Mother also had no hope of getting out of trouble at all. Soon, Nagato flew to the grass village. He had become too strong, so strong that even he felt that he had to restrain himself in battle and spread despair. It should not be the work of a god. Soon, Nagato saw 3 people fighting. That huge Susanoo Buddha statue actually made Nagato look at it a few more times, revealing a look of appreciation. Not bad, actually thought of this method, but these 2 guys used such a powerful technique but were still unable to take down the enemy, really useless thing. "Leader, the enemy's strength is obviously very strong." Black Zetsu crazily stated. The closer he got, the more afraid he became. "Don't worry, I will only be stronger than him." Nagato lowered his altitude and floated in the air. He formed a triangle with Su, Obito, and his Hiki. "Oh? Why is the leader here?" Su turned his head and looked at him. Nagato said coldly, "Because the 2 of you are too slow. So slow that I am impatient. It's just dealing with a beast. Why did you spend so much time and cause such a big commotion and still not take it down? This guy is not an ordinary person, but a Otsutsuki from the outer world." Obito endured the stinging pain in his eyes and said, "Outer sky? I understand now, just like those 2 back then." Nagato thought of Tonari and his son, and recalled the technique of falling from the sky. However, so what? Even if he was facing Otsutsuki, Nagato could crush it. Rin-Egan, and this strange body. The flames burning on his Hiki's body slowly extinguished, and he quickly recovered from his injuries. He looked at Nagato, and his eyes revealed some fluctuations. It was actually Rin-Egan? Even in Otsutsuki's clan, only Otsutsuki who had eaten the chakra fruit and obtained the 10-tailed gene, could open Rin-Egan. What interested his Hiki even more was Nagato's body. Yes, the white body below the neck and the white head that stretched out from the shoulder were clearly inferior species made from God Tree's cells. The natives and bastards of this planet had some ideas and creativity, but they were only fit to show off their ridiculous intelligence in the narrow space and create such a cheap thing. As for Black Zetsu, who covered the right side of Nagato, his Hiki took a few more glances. The strange black thing seemed to be some form of consciousness that contained Itsutsuki's power. It was very interesting. Was it also a descendant of that cheap slave? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu felt the death gaze of Ishiki and immediately pretended to die on the spot. They did not dare to say a word. In fear, they allowed Nagato to do as he pleased. The two of them did not dare to do anything. An outsider like you actually recognize this pair of eyes. Nagato was not afraid at all and looked at Ishiki indifferently. Both of them were floating in the air with the same expressionless face. Of course I do, because this is the eye of our clan. You are just lucky to have inherited the sporadic bloodlines of our clan. Only then are you qualified to bear this pair of eyes. Ishiki said. Based on his experience, he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with Nagato's eyes. A guy with red hair was obviously from the same family as the Karin he had chosen, but he had Rinnegan. However, Ishiki had no interest in the schemes between these people. He did not care at all. I have inherited Itsutsuki's bloodline. Nagato frowned. He felt that things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. What was this? He was a descendant of Otsutsuki? Nagato felt that no matter what, he should be a descendant of Uzumaki. His astonishing vitality and red-colored hair were all symbols of Uzumaki clan. However, all of this was nothing. Originally, I came to announce the arrival of the gods to the world, but now it seems that I have encountered a very interesting thing. Nagato said coldly. Ishiki nodded. Yes, you are very self-aware. Only people like me are qualified to call themselves gods, not you bastards who have stained Itsutsuki's blood. You dare to call yourself a god? Nagato's expression immediately changed. He couldn't bear it. A beast that called itself god? I only acknowledge another fellow who possesses Rinnegan. You bastard, are you worthy of being called a god? Nagato's voice was icy cold. Su said slowly, be careful, leader. This fellow's strength is probably no less than that person. Humph, don't worry. Right now, I no longer put Hitomi in my eyes. I have already far surpassed him. Nagato raised his hand and pointed it at Ishiki. The two of you, step back. Don't blame me if I kill you. Super Shinra Tensei. Nagato raised his hand, and it was a big move. Rumble. An outrageous repulsive force spread out in all directions with Nagato as the center. Everything within the range of contact was squeezed out. This time, the grass village was completely gone. Not only that, several areas the size of the grass village were blasted out into a terrifying deep pit by Nagato. Not only that, the nearby Ishiki was sent flying on the spot, and Super Shinra Tensei used on him, directly creating huge damage, almost tearing his body into pieces on the spot. On the other side, the great Buddha of Susanoo was also sent flying, and the mountain that was pulled out was sent flying. The damage caused by Nagato's casual attack even exceeded the damage caused by the great Buddha of Susanoo, even though Su and Obito only focused their target on Ishiki just now, and had no interest in other external objects. But this was already very amazing, Super Shinra Tensei, this kind of attack with no other areas, almost unsolvable. Nagato, who could freely control gravity and repulsion, or even control gravity, had reached a very terrifying level. Of course, he was still a super cage, not yet Rikudo Senin. Well, I haven't used this power for a long time. It's unexpectedly useful. Nagato looked down at his palm, or rather, White Zetsu's palm, and was satisfied. Once it was released, it destroyed the vast land, and the entire capital of grass was ruined. This level of Shinra Tensei. It seems that he has mastered Black Zetsu and White Zetsu perfectly. Are you angry? Su stood on the collapsed Buddha statue expressionlessly. You are still in the mood to joke. Don't you know what this means? The stronger this guy is, the more impossible it is to execute our plan. Obito lowered his voice and whispered in a secret language. Obviously, Obito was also worried that Nagato would still be able to hear it even from far away. Su did not respond. Instead, he looked into the distance and looked at the result of this Super Shinra Tensei's wrath, deep in thought. This coverage area is indeed much bigger. Su muttered to himself. Compared to the time when Nagato controlled Heavenly Pain to destroy Konoha's main city, it was much bigger. It was no wonder that Nagato's state of mind was inflated. From the perspective of God, nothing was worth paying attention to. Ishiki staggered and flew up. His body was almost completely destroyed. But he still didn't die, revealing a terrifying vitality. Is this your Hitomi technique? This is the first time I've seen Rinnegan who only focuses on gravity and repulsion, Ishiki said. To be more precise, who would be so stupid to spend so much energy on simple gravity and repulsion? There was clearly an even more powerful Hitomi technique that could be used. Which idiot would play with the most basic Hitomi technique? But Nagato did it because it was not his own eyes, but Madara's. The most powerful Hitomi technique in his eyes, Limbo, Nagato could not use it. Even after he obtained White Zetsu and Black Zetsu's bodies, his strength had increased in all aspects, and the overall level of his body and soul had risen to a new level. Even though Nagato had already faintly sensed that these eyes actually had an even more powerful power to dig out, he had never been able to truly unleash Rinnegan's core, Hitomi art. Therefore, Nagato could only conduct in-depth development on the most basic of gravity and repulsion forces. For example, Sasuke and Madara, who were originally on the timeline, had no interest in gravity and repulsion to begin with. Even if he used them, he would only use them casually. They would never rely on an attack division. Only Nagato would do such a thing. Because he had no other choice. Ishiki stared at Nagato for a long time with his increasingly fair eyes. He had already guessed the reason. It looks like I can only use the first stage of karma. I can't beat you. Ishiki looked down at his tattered body that was almost falling apart. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and quickly rushed to a certain place. Want to escape? In front of a true god, you, a false god, still want to escape? Nagato frowned and immediately chased after him. However, what surprised him was that Ishiki directly landed in front of a red-haired girl and directly slapped her. Then, she let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, unconscious. A strange mark appeared where he came into contact with her. What did you do? Ryozetsu turned pale. This series of events had greatly impacted her knowledge as a grass genius. Now, even the grass village was gone. The few people that appeared in succession were all monsters, almost like gods. Take her and stay far away. After this matter is over, I will go find you. Ishiki said to Ryozetsu, don't worry that I can't find you. As long as there is a karma, I can accurately locate your position. Ryozetsu's mind was in a mess. She subconsciously glanced at Ishiki's increasingly terrifying eyes. Her breathing stagnated and she nodded stiffly. Take her, we will leave. Ryozetsu ordered the ninja following behind him. Shisui was silent for a moment, then obediently picked up Karin. What happened to that little girl? She has the same hair as me. Through Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's perception, Nagato sensed a different meaning from Karin. Extremely vigorous life force, blood-red hair. This is not something you need to pay attention to. Anyway, you are going to die soon, Ishiki said. Forget it. When you truly realize the greatness of the gods, you won't say that. Nagato stretched out his hand towards the unconscious Karin. Bansho Tenin. No matter what, he just needed to grab Karin in his hand. Too naive. Ishiki waved his hand, and in an instant, a huge black hole appeared, swallowing Ryozetsu and Karin. Space-time ninjutsu? And the attainments of this ninjutsu? Nagato looked at Ishiki. Ishiki removed his worries and officially opened the second stage of karma. Chapter 321, Nagato's Mangekyo. The weirdness of Ishiki was beyond Nagato's expectation. First, it was parasitic on a bear, and now it can open the time-space tunnel at will. Now, it has entered a new stage. Karma State 2, or called the second stage. A curved horn grew out of Ishiki's head, which was the symbol of Otsutsuki. The whole body also began to change, transforming from a bear to a human. An aura far surpassing the first stage surged out, and the amount of chakra soared several times. Let's see, if I maintain this state, I will have 5 minutes, and I will kill him within 5 minutes. As the formula was changing, silently evaluating, Ishiki couldn't help but sigh in heart. Even if you have worked hard to strengthen this body in the past few years, can it only reach this level? The lack of high-quality containers has been a problem that has plagued the industry for more than 1,000 years. Jijin was like this before. If it was just for fighting, it would be fine, but that guy named Yuuji forced him to enter the resurrection stage. Even the karma on his body was taken away by Yuuji, causing Jijin's body to collapse in a short time. It's the same with this body now. It's just the body of a lowly beast. No matter how much it is modified, it will be extremely limited. Look, it's only maintaining the second stage, and it hasn't been revived yet. It can't last even a minute. But forget it, it must be enough to kill this person with the Rinnegan. A guy who can't even display the true power of Rinnegan is really not a hindrance. Your state. Nagato carefully observed Ishiki, looking in amazement at the enemy who became stronger in all directions. What really made Nagato's face gloomy were Nagato's eyes. But Ishiki wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Nagato, but acted brazenly. Boom! The air was compressed and began to distort in a manner visible to the naked eye. Nagato, fight back! White Zetsu communicated with Nagato through spiritual consciousness, feeling extremely anxious. Now that things have come to this, he can only help Nagato desperately, strengthen Nagato's strength as much as possible, so that Nagato can kill Ishiki. Ishiki must die. Shinra Tensei. Nagato quickly stretched out his hand, and Shinra Tensei hit Ishiki head-on. At the same time, Nagato immediately changed his pupil technique and activated the Bansho Tenin. The fierce confrontation between attraction and repulsion is enough to cause severe trauma to any life. But unfortunately, Ishiki directly ignored this injury. Now he doesn't care about his injuries at all. In fact, with his body that has recovered a little bit of blood, his defense and self-healing abilities are amazing, far beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. Swish! One punch at a time, this seemingly ordinary physical attack made Nagato's eyelids twitch wildly. Nagato threw Sharingan. Already saw the terrifying chakra brewed by this punch. Shuradu. Nagato stretched out two new hands, one on the left and the other on the right, grasping each gesture. But at the moment of contact, dense cracks appeared on the two arms. Obviously, they were on the verge of collapse just by controlling one gesture. Nagato didn't hesitate, stretched out his original two hands, and started to activate the ability of the Preta path. He began to extract the chakra from Ishiki's body. Not only that, but the ability of the human path was also activated at the same time, directly targeting the consciousness and souls, and slapped Ishiki. The four hands and the three abilities of pain were activated one after another at this time, and all of them were applied to Ishiki. But soon, Nagato's face changed, showing shock. I can't see your memory, so the ability of the world is useless. Of course it's useless. My soul strength is not comparable to yours. With one move, he made a swift move, easily smashing Shuradu's two arms. Seeing that he was about to kick him over, at this time, Black Zetsu also gave it his all, and suddenly broke away from Nagato's body, and quickly entangled Ishiki. It's clearly a black shadow, but its binding ability is beyond imagination. Nagato, hurry up, I can't trap him for too long. Black Zetsu was in a hurry, the terrifying power from Ishiki made him feel like he was about to be torn apart. You strange thing! Ishiki felt Black Zetsu with some surprise. Originally, he thought that Black Zetsu was no different from Nagato and others, and that he was also a descendant of Kaguya, but now it seems that there seems to be some deviation. Why does it feel that the power contained in Black Zetsu's body is more special than that of a reincarnation eye owner like Nagato? What's the relationship with Kaguya? But Ishiki is not interested in paying attention to Black Zetsu's affairs now, just kill them all. Good job, I will be able to obtain his memory and erase his consciousness immediately. Nagato maximized the use of Human Path. Human Path is the weakest frontal combat power, and also the technique who is most likely to be abandoned by Nagato among the 6 paths of pain. However, the ability of the Human Path is extremely powerful. If you touch the head to kill with one hand, as long as you touch the head, you will be instantly killed. But now, the Human Path's ability has been applied to Ishiki, and there has been a deviation. Honey? Sleeping? Female bear? Strong? What the hell are these memories? Nagato received a bunch of rubbish memories, which are the past of a bear, especially some of the images, which are so eye-catching, they burrowed into Nagato's mind like tarsal maggots, and they couldn't be erased. He only captured the bear's memory and consciousness, not all of them. It's useless, my soul and consciousness are not in this bear's head at all. Ishiki said indifferently, and began to forcibly break Black Zetsu's shackles. Everything about him is stored in the karma, and the huge amount of data sealed in the karma is dormant, and it is simply not something that the inferior ability carried by the Rinnegan of the human world can extract. Nagato even heard Black Zetsu's scream. On his shoulder, White Zetsu's head couldn't sit still anymore. Looking at the gesture that was close at hand, he opened his mouth and bit it hard. Of course it's useless. Naraka Path. Nagato gritted his teeth and took out his trump card. The new Ajuradu stretched out its arm, resisting the first move, and at the same time activated the ability of the Naraka path. In an instant, a head of Death God, invisible to ordinary people, appeared strangely behind Nagato. This head, who looked a little dumbfounded, opened his mouth slowly, stretched out a few oily hands, and firmly grasped it. "Oh? This is a bit interesting, the art of absorbing souls." Izhiki nodded in a rare way. Izhiki realized that a part of his awakened soul and consciousness was being chased and pulled by the arms extending into his body. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even know where these hands came from. "Let me take a look." Swish! In an instant, Izhiki unlocked more data backups. When he looked up again, his eyes had changed. This was the change that made Nagato's face change. "Your eyes, the left eye is a Byakugan, what is the right eye? The eyes owned by the Otsutsuki clan are actually Byakugan." Nagato's face darkened completely. He had already realized that he was approaching the unprecedentedly terrifying truth. Otsuki has supercilious eyes, so what are the Hyuga clan? Are the two related by blood? But the Otsutsuki clan are people from beyond the sky, and they have a blood relationship with the Hyuga clan. More importantly, as Izhiki said, Nagato is also a descendant of Otsutsuki. So, rounding it up, he is related to the Hyuga clan by blood. Is he a distant relative? In an instant, Nagato thought of a lot, and analyzed a lot of information. These are shocking things, and even seem absurd. But Nagato's intuition told him that this arrogant Otsutsuki Izhiki had no reason to deceive him at all. Nagato's mind is in a mess. It finally appeared. I thought Izhiki would be reluctant to use his own eyes. In the distance, standing on the collapsed thousand-handed Buddha statue watching the excitement, Su sighed in admiration. At this time, not long after Obito lifted Susanoo, he was covering his eyes in pain, trying to see what he heard. Of course not with the eye of Mangekyo, that eye can no longer see clearly. Obito suspected that if he used the third stage of Susanoo again, this eye would be completely blind. Damn Yuuji, now he suspects more and more that Yuuji is trying to harm him. He looked with another transplanted ordinary 3-jade Sharingan, and saw Izhiki's eyes. One is just Byakugan, and the other is eyes that have never been seen before. It's really strange. This guy has a closer blood connection with the Hyuga clan. Although he was mentally prepared, Obito was still terrified. He had obtained so much shocking information that he couldn't even believe it. When you defeated him back then, did you already see these eyes? Obito asked. Su nodded, that's right, the Byakugan of the left eye are okay, it's nothing more than better than the Hyuga family's white eyes in all aspects, with stronger perspective and observation abilities. The real problem is his right eye. What kind of eye is his right eye? It looks very strange. Could it be the legendary Jougan? Obito asked doubtfully. You actually know Jougan? It seems that you have not let go of your investigation of eye tissue. Humph, of course. Obito snorted coldly. Su said, but I'm not sure what kind of eyes those are. The pupil technique for the right eye of Izhiki are both space-time pupil techniques. According to common sense, Izhiki did not eat the chakra fruit like Kaguya and Momoshiki did, and did not obtain the reincarnation eyes of the Ten Tails divine tree system. But this guy raises a little Ten Tails, he can extract chakra from the little Ten Tails, but it's a little difficult to say that he can extract the bloodline genes of the Ten Tails. It is not possible to determine whether Yoshiki's right eye belongs to. But it is really strong. Su stared at Izhiki's right eye, obviously coveting it. Unfortunately, the last time he gouged out that right eye, he gouged out more of Jijin's eye than the Izhiki's because Izhiki hadn't really come back to life, and that right eye reverted to an ordinary eye after he got it. I don't understand this world anymore. Obito looked at Nagato and Izhiki who were fighting, and said in a low voice. This is not like you. Su said lightly. Obito said in a deep voice, Otsutsuki from beyond the sky, has a blood relationship with Hinata, and claims that Nagato is a descendant of Otsutsuki. So, don't you understand? This means that the Uzumaki clan and the Hyuga clan, which should have no connection at all, are descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are distant relatives. The more Obito analyzed, the more his scalp became numb. Uchiha clan and Senju clan, the combination of the two blood inheritance powers can give birth to the power of all things, and let Madara have Rinnegan. The more he think about it, the more my Obito mentality explodes. Hyuga, Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, may there be a blood relationship with each other? This kind of thing is really ridiculous. This is still a known ancient family. There are other ancient ninjas in the ninja world, such as the Kagaya clan. So what are the immortals of the Six Paths? What kind of identity is he in the Otsutsuki clan, and what is his purpose in coming to the ninja world? Obito was in a mess. Su, on the other hand, was extremely calm. I already knew what you were thinking. Don't forget, I had already killed Tonari's father many years ago, and after so many years of research, I have also come to some conclusions. What is it? I won't tell you. Obito glanced at Su angrily. This bastard is still so annoying. No matter what, we still have to continue to implement Madara's plan, only the power at hand will not deceive people. Su said. Obito was silent, nodded helplessly, and asked unwillingly, what method did you use to defeat Ichishiki? When did you discover and defeat a monster of this level? Su turned his head away, I won't tell you. Obito almost ran away, gnashing his teeth in hatred, thinking wildly in his heart. Calm down, Obito, you need more time and energy to maintain your eyes instead of getting angry. Obito couldn't help reminding, however, is it really okay for you to just watch the show like this? That Otsutsuki's taijutsu is terrifyingly strong, and Nagato has already been approached by the other party. At this time, Ishiki used his powerful pupil power and unlocked more souls and wills to block the invasion of hell. It's time to deal with you. Saying so, Ishiki pulled Black Zetsu off his body. At the same time, it cut off the hand of the Naraka path that took out the soul. Easily smashed Shuridu's arm. Nagato's series of attacks were all disintegrated by the more powerful Ishiki, and the whole process was understated. Opening the eyes, even if it is only a little bit, the current strength has already stepped into the sixth path. This is simply not a level that Nagato can touch, unless Nagato becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki. To deal with Nagato, he didn't even need to use his exclusive pupil technique. Because, using those two right eye pupil techniques will greatly shorten his few lifespans. On Kairin's side, it still takes a little time to arrange the first form, and then quietly wait for the resurrection. You have run out of options. Ishiki reached out to Nagato, and was about to kill Nagato with a punch. Nagato tried his best to stare at his eyes, and once again cast the Super Shinra Tensei, trying to knock Ishiki away. It's useless, I can use the pupil technique to neutralize your attack. In Ishiki's right eye, pupil power circulated. The next moment, a time-space fluctuation struck, swallowing most of the power of Super Shinra Tensei. Boom! In an instant, Ishiki had already punched Nagato with a punch. Nagato still underestimated Ishiki's taijutsu ability. He never expected that Ishiki's taijutsu was so powerful. If you get hit, you will die. Nagato's eyes were about to split open, and he let out a crazy roar. He tried his best to explode the power of his eyes, trying to find a way to resist this physical attack. There was an earth-shattering loud noise. The ground suddenly sank a large part, and the dust all over the sky soared into the sky, covering everything, as if a monster had come out of its cage. Black Zetsu rushed into the dust in a hurry, almost going crazy. He really didn't dare to imagine, if the Rinnegan was destroyed by one blow, what would he use to revive his mother? But after seeing the situation clearly, Black Zetsu was stunned. Ishiki not only didn't continue to attack, but looked at Nagato who was hit by him, thoughtfully, well, I almost succeeded, I didn't expect you to use this ability. Chapter 322, Enraged Nagato. Everyone except Ishiki was stunned. All eyes finally looked at that astonishing blue giant. Although this blue Susanoo was seriously injured by Ishiki, even the black heavy armor was damaged. But no one cared about this detail. From Rinnegan to Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this eye of that guy, Madara? Su let out waves of praise. To be honest, he did not expect this result. In that instant just now, Nagato, who had not perfected Ishiki's terrifying body technique, was about to be killed. At that time, Su didn't panic at all, because even if Nagato was killed, it didn't matter if Rinnegan was taken away by Ishiki. Because Ishiki was a person who was about to die, he took Rinnegan away and handed it to Karin afterwards. And Karin had long been hit by Shisui's Kota Amatsukami, and his thinking had been corrected into absolute loyalty to Yuuji. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the final winner was him, not someone else. Therefore, he didn't panic. But not panicking was one thing, and being surprised was another. He had never expected that Nagato would actually turn these eyes into eternal Mangekyo, and even used Susanoo to protect himself in one breath. Powerful, very powerful. This at least meant that Nagato's familiarity and control of these eyes had already reached a new level. Obito, there seems to be some deviation in our plan. Su shook his head and said. Obito's face was gloomy to the extreme, and his mood was terrible. Even if you don't say it, I know. But Madara never said that such a situation would occur. Nagato is not a member of Uchiha's clan, how could he have the ability to degrade Rinnegan? This did not conform to common sense. It was already very impressive that Nagato was able to dig out a part of Rinnegan's potential, but now he was able to control Rinnegan's instant degeneration? Isn't this simple? Because of Black Zetsu? Isn't that guy Madara's will? Nagato has controlled Black Zetsu for such a long time, maybe he has obtained some kind of spiritual power from Black Zetsu. Su laughed in a low voice. You still have the mood to laugh, we are in big trouble. Nagato is not a fool. He must have realized that there is something wrong with these eyes. Obito was extremely angry. So what? Whether he knows or does not know, is there any effect? It can't avoid collecting the results of Bijuu reviving the 10 tails, and then letting Nagato sacrifice himself to resurrect Madara. Su was very calm. Even if Nagato did not notice that something was wrong, could it be that at the last step, he could really sacrifice himself to activate the reincarnation heavenly art to revive Madara? Didn't he still need Obito, Su, and Black Zetsu to force him to revive Madara? No matter what the process was, in the end, Nagato was definitely unwilling to sacrifice himself. Then the process would be meaningless. But if Nagato mastered Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be equivalent to having mastered Madara's Hitomi art. It would be even more difficult to deal with. Obito said. That's your problem with Black Zetsu, not mine. Anyway, when Madara died, he only gave you an explanation. He completely ignored me. Su replied. That was just an explanation to you. He completely ignored me. Su was very calm. What does it have to do with me? Obito glared at Su with hatred and said helplessly, we'd better find an explanation that Nagato can accept. If he goes crazy, there's really nothing we can do. It's as if he trusted us, isn't he using each other? Our goals are different from his. Su said. Obito's face darkened. Nagato's face darkened even more. He looked at Susanoo that was protecting him, and subconsciously, powerful Hitomi power gushed out, immediately repairing the part that was shattered by his haki. Not only that, but this Susanoo also grew legs. This level of Susanoo, it seems that I have never seen anyone use it before. Nagato stared at it. Really strong. However, Nagato's mind was in a mess. His IQ was not low, but his eyes from the bottom suddenly changed from Rinnegan to Mangekyo Sharingan. This kind of thing was too ridiculous. So I am also a descendant of Uchiha's clan. Nagato looked complicated. In his memory, his parents, who could no longer remember their faces, were actually Uzumaki clans, and Uchihas? How did these two get together in the past? More importantly, the advanced version of Mangekyo Sharingan was Rinnegan? The so-called reincarnation of Rikuta Sennin, now it seemed that was a fake. A certain belief that Nagato had persisted for so many years collapsed. What is it? You look very surprised? To be able to repair a pair of already incomplete eyes continuously and finally obtain Rinnegan, I should be more surprised. Izhiki looked at Nagato coldly. Sharingan is incomplete. Of course, Sharingan is only the son of that lowly slave. He passed on the damaged eyes of his descendants. You bastards who have tainted Atsutsuki's bloodline and have been married to the natives for generations, do you want to have Rinnegan directly? Izhiki's voice was cold. Nagato's mind rumbled. The son of a lowly slave. Are you talking about Rikuta Sennin? Who was the cheap servant that Izhiki was talking about? However, at least it meant that he was a direct descendant of Rikuta Sennin, which gave Nagato a little insignificant comfort. Although Nagato was full of doubts and vaguely realized that there was a big problem with his eyes, he still thought about other people's eyes for the time being. Because he had held this pair of eyes since he was a child, and he had never expected that it was secretly transplanted by Madara. You are going to die soon, it is useless to know more. Izhiki raised his hand and threw out a huge black ball. This black ball began to distort while expanding crazily, and then it turned into a dense enlarged version of Step and nailed over. Nagato immediately controlled this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, controlling Susanoo to resist. Swish! Blue Susanoo waved its arm, immediately creating a large number of Megatama, throwing it out. Bang! 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 The flying step and Susanoo collided, triggering a huge shock. The huge step and Megatama that were casually shot out carried terrifying destructive power. In an instant, the Kingdom of Grass, which had blasted out a large deep pit from the Super Shinra Tensei, once again ushered in a catastrophe. The provocative bombardment of Megatama destroyed many villages and killed many innocent civilians. It's over. Black Zetsu dragged his tattered body and fled like a rat under this concentrated attack. He was about to go crazy. He looked into Nagato's eyes with a face full of despair. How did things turn out like this? It was good Rin-Egan. Madara had clearly already set it up. Why did Nagato have the ability to restore it to Mangekyo Sharingan? Black Zetsu was about to go crazy. Suddenly, he felt that the possibility of reviving his mother had dropped by a large margin. If Nagato only possessed some of Rinnegan's Hitomi techniques, then he would still have a chance to make a move. However, if Nagato grasped Madara's eternal Mangekyo technique, then it would become much more troublesome. At the very least, in terms of attacking the surface in all aspects, Nagato would only become stronger and more difficult to deal with. At the very least, he wasn't good at illusion techniques. In the past, he could only rely on the human world to obtain information, making up for the shortcomings of illusion techniques. However, as long as I can kill Otsutsuki Ishiki, everything will be in time. Black Zetsu dodged the attack and quickly fled to the side of Obito and Su. At this time, Su was controlling the countless hands of Thousand Hands Giant Buddha. As he waved them continuously, he accurately grabbed the incoming Megatama. Black Zetsu, so you didn't die. Your luck is really good. He said indifferently. Black Zetsu was in an extremely sorry state. After hiding in the shadow of Buddha statue, he immediately began to piece together his body. Let's first think about how we will treat Nagato later. He must have realized that something is wrong. You are the embodiment of Madara's will. I'll leave this to you. Su did not look back. Black Zetsu was furious and looked at Obito. Obito also looked at him with a gloomy expression. Black Zetsu's heart was half cold. Finally, the concentrated attack finally disappeared. That vast earth seemed to have been gnawed by a dog, full of potholes. But everyone knew that this was just the beginning. Nagato let out a low roar, and after quickly grasping a new power, in the next moment, 2 new arms suddenly grew out of Susanoo. Even the face grew a new one. Sure enough, 4 arms, this is the ability of Azura Path. Nagato's spirit shook. Following the breath passed to him by the eyes, following instinct. Nagato immediately controlled Susanoo, 4 arms and 2 faces, and quickly began to make a series of hand seals. The powerful Hitomi's power surged wildly. Nagato felt complicated in his heart, but he did not have time to think too much at this time. At this time, he was frantically digging out the potential of eternal Mangekyo. This is... Ishiki raised his head and looked at the sky. In an instant, he saw a huge meteorite falling from the cosmos. Su and Obito also raised their heads. This is the Tengei Shinsei? But this meteorite is a bit too big. Obito said in a deep voice. If his eyes were still intact, he could completely ignore this attack. He only needed to hide in the Kamui space. No matter how destructive the meteorite was, it did not matter. As for Su, it appeared even calmer. With Buddha statue, blocking this attack was nothing for him. Look carefully, Obito. This is just the beginning. Nagato also knows that this thing can't kill Ishiki. Yuuji pointed to the sky. Obito raised his head and looked at the 3 tomos carefully. His eyelids jumped. Because more meteorites were coming down. It can't compare to the first one, but the main point is that there are enough of them. So many big things smashed into the ground. Tisk, this country is finished. After this war, I'm afraid that there won't be many living people. They will become as miserable as land of rice fields. No, they can't compare to land of rice fields. Su commented. Land of rice fields, when he was slaughtered by the red sand scorpion, there were countless casualties and military forces collapsed. This gave Orochimaru the chance to take advantage of this opportunity to build Otogakuer. As for the country of grass, it was fine if all the people died, but the most terrible thing was that this country would no longer be suitable to live in. All the arable land would be destroyed by these dense meteorites, the geographical environment was beyond recognition, the water veins were broken, and the tsunami was frequent. We should also be prepared. Don't be accidentally killed by Nagato. Obito said. Su nodded and said lightly, got it. The huge Buddha statue moved again, and with a roar, it began to descend, protecting the three people firmly. Boom! A large number of meteors descended from the sky. Under Nagato's control, they headed straight for Ishiki. Your Hitomi technique is quite interesting. Ishiki watched this scene expressionlessly. The large number of meteors that covered his field of vision was earth-shattering. They even compressed the air and changed the air pressure violently. If an ordinary person was here, they would have collapsed long ago. But to Ishiki, there was no deterrent force. Swish! Ishiki used his right eye's Hitomi technique, a space and time technique. Such a flashy attack, how laughable. Ishiki took a step back and tried to escape into the space-time tunnel before the meteorites hit the ground. No matter how many meteorites you summon, they are useless in front of the time-space Hitomi art. Ishiki, who could freely use the time and space ability to transfer, had the qualifications to look down on the star-shaking art. It looked like the first meteorite had touched the ground and was about to trigger a terrifying disaster. Nagato himself was also within the range of this technique, without a doubt, even if he had Susanoo protecting his body, he absolutely would not be safe. Because if he really wanted to block the aftermath of this technique, it would be hard for him to estimate the consumption of Hitomi's strength. Just as Ishiki was about to close the spatial Hitomi technique, Nagato suddenly clapped his hands, revealing a sinister smile. Along with that, the forearms of Susanoo also changed into a new seal. How can I let you escape? I will kill you and then extract your memories from your corpse. Nagato's face was twisted. His pair of Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes were bloodshot, giving people the feeling that they were about to explode. It was as if he was risking his life. Chibaku Tensei. The huge black ball rose up, and a terrifying suction force erupted. This was the strongest Chibaku Tensei that Nagato had ever used. In the blink of an eye, Ishiki was forcefully pulled out of the time-space tunnel and quickly flew towards the black ball. It's troublesome. Ishiki murmured. The earth began to tear apart, and the void rose into the sky. The sky was disappearing, and the meteorite crashed into the ground. Ishiki was caught in the middle. It only took an instant. The moment some gravel wrapped around Ishiki. Boom! 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 Countless meteorites crashed down one after another, accurately hitting the small stone ball that wrapped Ishiki. One after another, the impact shattered everything, tearing everything apart. The sound seemed to lose its meaning at this moment. Looking out, everything had been swallowed up by the dense, varying meteoroids. Mountains began to collapse, and the earth's crust erupted with indescribable horror. Lava rushed into the sky, temporarily dyeing the dark shadow into blood red. Hundreds of millions of fragments spread in all directions, launching all kinds of destructive attacks. On the seaside, the ocean was in a state of frenzy. Waves of super tsunamis hundreds of meters high bombarded the land one after another. There was no sun in the dark, natural and man-made disasters. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 323, Ishiki's Death. The dense meteor shower that came crashing down landed on the ground one after another, shocking the entire ninja world. Especially the people who could observe the meteor shower not far away, they looked at the sky in horror. This is not a natural phenomenon. What's going on? If it is not a natural phenomenon, then it means that this is a ninjutsu. Is this a technique to summon meteorites? But before this, I only summoned one. Why did I summon so many of them this time? The location of the fall is probably in the country of grass. Quickly send out the ninjas to investigate the situation. What exactly happened there? Is this really the extent of human strength? So many meteorites. There were too many people who were frightened by this terrifying attack. Many people hadn't even seen the fierce battle in the Super Cage realm. Facing these meteorites, they were completely dumbfounded. Humph, this kind of terrible technique, probably only those people can use it. Oniki flew into the sky and looked at it from afar with a dignified expression. If he was in this place, if he faced so many meteorites. If I were to deal with one, this old man might be able to use a super heavy rock technique to block it, but with so many meteorites, how could I possibly block it? The entire country of grass will be finished. Oniki looked at it for a while, his expression complicated as he withdrew his gaze. He had experienced the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and he had also been publicly humiliated by Uchiha Madara. In the Battle of the Valley of the End back then, Oniki had not personally witnessed the process, but that terrifying process was enough to make his heart palpitate. Not to mention anything else, the madness and despair that Bijuudama threw all over the world, Oniki would never forget. At that time, you would never know if there was a Bijuudama flying towards your head. However, that was still the complete nine-tailed, almost impossible to resist, and could only passively endure. This ninja world is really getting more and more dangerous. Who would use this technique? The two leaders of the I organization and Akatsuki? Then who would the opponent be? Why would they choose the grass village as the battlefield? Oniki was not clear about this. At this time, somewhere in Iwa Ninja Village, there was also a loud noise. Did Deidara do something again? Oniki was so angry that his waist was hurting. Lord Tsuchikage, young Master Deidara was very excited when he saw the meteor shower. He shouted something that no one could understand and blew up your office building. The entire ninja world was crazy and wanted to understand this super big battle. Finally, when the last meteorite successfully hit the ground, it caused a terrible impact. Everything began to slowly quiet down. Only the lava that occasionally erupted and the still raging tsunami were violently telling the fierce battle. Crash! A loud noise was heard. The tattered Great Buddha slowly moved, shaking off all the meteorite fragments that had hit him. It's really amazing. It directly changed the geographical environment. The entire ninja world will have to bear the consequences of these two people fighting. Countless arms moved away. It revealed the three of them who were safe and sound. Su glanced at them and sighed in admiration. It was very shocking. It was the first time that this kind of technique appeared in Ninja World. Originally, this kind of destructive technique only appeared when Otsutsuki and Tonari appeared. The adult Tonari decided to exterminate Ninja World. He directly used the giant Tensagen to control countless meteorites and crazily attacked Ninja World. I was worried that I would not be able to resist and would be killed. Su said indifferently. Next to him, Obito's face was completely black. Nagato is not attacking you, you only need to control the true thousand-hand Buddha to block the attack, how can this hurt you? He rolled his eyes at him, speaking of which, didn't you rely on me to dodge, why didn't you use Susanoo to block? Obito gritted his teeth. He had made up his mind that when he went back this time, he must recover Hitomi's strength as soon as possible, or he would be ridiculed to death by this guy. Black Zetsu, we should reconsider our attitude towards Nagato. He has become stronger than us and has control over Mangekyo Sharingan. After this matter, he will definitely investigate the truth and maybe find something. Obito said to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu said in a low voice, more importantly, how can we let Nagato sacrifice himself to resurrect Madara? With such a strong power, even if he knows the truth, he will definitely feel that he no longer needs Uchiha Madara's power. The three of them looked at each other and fell silent. All of them looked at the blue giant. At this moment, the giant was slowly dissipating. Nagato was sweating profusely as he let out a heavy breath. It was obvious that he had to personally resist the aftershock of this technique. The consumption of Hitomi's strength was extremely terrifying. It was to the extent that Nagato felt waves of stabbing pain in his eyes. This way, this Otsutsuki is dead for sure. Nagato looked at the mess in front of him, and a trace of a smile appeared on his pale face. This kind of powerful technique was personally displayed by him, and this was the strength he currently possessed. With this kind of strength, he could definitely defeat any enemy and seize the Bijuu he had, bringing peace to this world. Leader, my body is going to be hollowed out by you. A large number of cells have exhausted their vitality and died. White Zetsu said weakly. Shut up, this is my body. I can use it however I want. At most, I can change my new body. Nagato berated. With White Zetsu's body, it was equivalent to having an abundant amount of vitality that could be consumed at will. It would be fine if he used it to get a new White Zetsu. But didn't you want to obtain information from the enemy? If he was killed by you, you wouldn't be able to obtain anything. White Zetsu said. Nagato revealed a cold smile. His breathing began to calm down. As long as he is alive, he must have a soul. Then he will definitely not escape my sight. Nagato was moved. After 5 seconds, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotated and finally turned into Rinnegan. He had gradually grasped the ability to switch eyes. Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan would both become his assistants. Nagato reached out his hand and aimed at the ruins in front of him. Naraka Path. King of Hell appeared again, opened his mouth, and stretched out several oily hands, grabbing straight into the ruins. Nagato was pulling Ishiki's soul, before Ishiki's soul returned to the Pure Land. But what he didn't know was that even if Ishiki really died, his soul obviously didn't belong to the Pure Land. Rikudo Sennin didn't have this ability. That's amazing. This child has become so powerful. Rikudo Sennin sat in the Pure Land and looked at the changes that happened to Ninja World with admiration. From the moment Ishiki appeared, Rikudo Sennin had been watching him with extreme fear. Although Rikudo Sennin did not understand where this Otsutsuki came from and what relationship he had with his mother, why did he look like he had a deep hatred for her? But that was not important. Rikudo Sennin was very pleased to see Nagato defeat Ishiki with the incomparably violent Hitomi technique. In a sense, he is the son of fate who appeared earlier than Naruto. Unfortunately, Rikudo Sennin shook his head. Moreover, the times had changed. The changes made Rikudo Sennin somewhat confused. There were too many things that exceeded his expectations. I don't know what happened between Ishiki and his mother, but Ishiki's strength has never recovered. This is a good thing. Rikudo Sennin was as steady as mountain. Was there anything else that could make him happier than a Otsutsuki who had become incomplete? The threat that Ishiki posed to Ninja World was greatly reduced. With Yuuji and the others present, no matter how Ishiki tried, it would not cause devastating damage to Ninja World for the time being. Rikudo Sennin could stay in the Pure Land at ease and wait patiently for Naruto and Sasuke to grow up. In the Yang World, Nagato activated his Naraka Path ability. He had already detected Ishiki's position and a large number of arms immediately grabbed him. But in the next moment, there was a loud noise. Ishiki rushed out from the pile of rubble that was hundreds of meters high. He didn't die. Nagato's face sank and he revealed a look of horror. After being hit by so many meteorites in succession, he was still alive? But when he looked closely, he heaved a sigh of relief because Ishiki was about to die. Don't misunderstand. You didn't defeat me. You want to use this ridiculous Hitomi technique to kill a Otsutsuki. This is wishful thinking. I was only defeated by time. Ishiki dragged his tattered body and floated in the air, looking down at Nagato. Nagato sneered and also flew into the sky. With a shake of his hands, a large number of black sticks drilled out from his sleeves. Shua! Nagato threw these yin-yang escape creation and immediately pierced through Ishiki's body. In front of the gods, even the way you maintain your self-esteem is extremely childish. Nagato looked at Ishiki who was nailed with black sticks all over his body, and then nodded with satisfaction. These black sticks disrupted the chakra in Ishiki's body. Ishiki just shook his head, and with an indifferent expression, his body began to disintegrate. Like broken porcelain bottles, cracks spread in large amounts, and his body fell down piece by piece. In the end, it completely dissipated. The body is gone, but the soul is still there. Nagato coldly snorted. He once again used the remaining Hitomi power and chakra to strengthen the power of the path of hell. Countless palms grabbed over. In Rinnegan's vision, Ishiki's soul had nowhere to hide and was clearly visible. Pa! A large number of hands tightly grabbed Ishiki's soul. It's useless. A low-level creature like you can't kill me. If I have another minute of extra life, you will be the one dead. After Ishiki said this, before his soul was eaten by King of Hell, it dissipated on the spot. Even his soul dissipated. Is this guy really dead? Humph, this is God. Nagato was a little confused. After looking around, he closed Hitomi's technique. The entire country of grass had turned into a dead land. There were meteorites of different sizes everywhere, and the ground was full of potholes. This country was completely finished, no longer suitable for human habitation. As for the civilians of this country, unfortunately, Nagato were too lazy to care about the life and death of these people. On the road of achieving peace, there was inevitably a sacrifice. To be able to die in the hands of God and leave this ugly and dirty world early was the greatest fortune of these deceased. This was what Nagato was thinking. Yeah, I actually won. White Zetsu shouted. Nagato looked at the huge Buddha statue and raised his hand, using the Bansho Tenin to suck Black Zetsu over. Your performance just now was very good. When I encountered some obstacles, you rushed out and threw yourself at the enemy, regardless of your safety. Amazing, you can stay with me for the rest of your life. Nagato was not stingy with his praise. Black Zetsu's face collapsed. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he could not say anything. Just now, he rushed out regardless of his own safety, purely to prevent Ishiki from destroying or taking Rin-Egan away. Who would care whether you, Nagato, lived or died? However, Nagato did not think so. Black Zetsu's performance successfully won his favor. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, without the two of you, I will need more time to defeat the other party. The two of you are very good. Nagato wanted to tie Black Zetsu to himself until the end of time. Black Zetsu should be happy to be with God. How did the two of you meet up with Otsutsuki? Tell me more details. I need to verify some things. Nagato looked at the approaching Su and Obito and said in a deep voice. It's about Sharingan, right? To be honest, I'm also very surprised. Sharingan's final form is actually Rin-Egan, Su said casually. Obito also pretended to be puzzled. So this is the truth of Rin-Egan. Sharingan's final form. According to what Otsutsuki said, Sharingan is only a product of incomplete bloodline. Nagato fell into deep thought. He was also confused right now. After hesitating for a moment, Nagato looked at Obito. There was no such precedent in the past. It was not a member of Uchiha's clan, but it had Sharingan. There has never been such a situation before. I promise. Obito said. Nagato pondered. Then, perhaps one of my parents is a member of Uchiha's clan. Obito and Su fell silent for a long time, not knowing what to say. It was no wonder that Nagato would think in this direction, because this was the only possibility. But forget it, this is actually not important. What's important is that I will become stronger and bring about changes to this world. Nagato opened his arms and looked at everything before him. After a while, Nagato suddenly remembered, where did his Rin-Egan come from? Could he be a descendant of Uzumaki clan and Uchiha just like me? In an underground base. Ryozetsu was anxiously waiting with the unconscious Karin in his arms. Suddenly, the illusory Ishiki appeared in front of the two of them. This time, he used his original image with a horn on his head. Sir, is that you? Ryozetsu was extremely nervous and said respectfully. Her body was trembling slightly. The original me was already dead, but now I am just a remnant soul. Ishiki said indifferently. Die? Such a powerful existence would actually die? Was Akatsuki actually this powerful? I have a very important task for you. Take good care of this child. When she grows up a little more, I will resurrect her. Ishiki looked into Ryozetsu's eyes. When I revive, it will be the end of this dirty world. Chapter 324, Akatsuki Newcomers. Resurrection. Ryozetsu lowered her head, her heart filled with shock. You don't have to doubt this result. Otsutsuki's clan is a life form that has broken the life and death boundary. The death you know and the death I understand are not the same thing. Ishiki lowered his head, his illusory figure continuously dissipating. To be able to descend here in the form of a soul fragment, he had to give the dragon tongue a final explanation. Ever since I came to this world, I have already died 3 times. Each time, I did not lose in terms of strength, but in schemes and intrigues. Ishiki sighed. The first time, he was ambushed by his subordinates, Kaguya. Most of his body was sacrificed to Juhobi. The second time, it was parasitized on Jijin and was discovered by Yuuji. Now, it was already the 3rd time. He was forced to choose a beast as a vessel. As a result, the Hitomi in his right eye was useless and his body collapsed. This forced Ishiki to choose another vessel. The only fortunate thing was that this time, he chose a superior vessel. Ishiki looked at the unconscious Karin. Even though this little girl with red hair had a thin and weak body and was not well developed. However, there were indeed scattered bloodlines of Otsutsuki's clan in her body. Her vitality and potential made Ishiki very satisfied. This was a container that was even better than Jijin. Unfortunately, she is still too young. Ishiki said in a low voice. Then, he used the last of his strength to forcefully cast a layer of illusion on Ryozetsu, interfering with the thoughts of the dragon tongue, allowing her to take care of Karin and patiently wait for his recovery. Ishiki's figure completely dissipated. My lord. Ryozetsu waited respectfully for a while. When she did not get a response, she understood that Ishiki was completely dead. She turned back to look at Karin, her eyes revealing a deep doubt. She searched and found a strange mark on Karin's neck. This strange mark. Ryozetsu examined it and felt that this mark was the key. At this time, the moment Ishiki died, the data sealed in this mark officially began the recovery process. As Karin grew, the more mature the physical condition and the stronger the strength, the faster the data backup sealed in the karma would recover. As a means to protect Karin, when Karin encountered danger, she could also use the power of the karma, which was to use the power of Otsutsuki as Haki. Similarly, the more Karin used the power of the karma, the faster it would be replaced by his Haki. This was the means of the pure-blooded Otsutsuki to protect the container. I have to find a way to keep her alive. Ryozetsu looked at Karin and fell into deep thought. However, what she and his Haki did not know was that Karin's thoughts had already undergone a drastic change. The old thinking and 3 views have been modified, and the rest is absolute loyalty to a certain person. Has the matter been completed? Fortunately, I didn't fail. I used Kota Amatsukami to alter that little girl's knowledge. From now on, she will only recognize Senior. Shisui respectfully knelt on one knee. Very good, Shisui. You helped me a lot. This way, a pure-blooded Otsutsuki will not be able to escape from my grasp. Yuuji looked at him with a satisfied expression and sighed. Uchiha Shisui was definitely the most outstanding ninja. The only drawback was that his personality was too soft, and he could easily be swayed by his inexplicable ideas. Senior, so you already know? That bear called his Haki is very strange. He can talk, fight, and even call him a bastard and a lower-level creature. It's too terrifying. Shisui's expression was very serious. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying bear. Because the distance was too far, Shisui did not completely hear the contents of his Haki and Obito's discussion. Not to mention, after Su launched True Number 1000 Hand, the entire village was finished, and Shisui could only stay away. The information he had was not complete. Moreover, those people of Akatsuki were also terrifyingly strong. Those 2 people could join hands to launch True Count 1000 Hand and Susanoo, and their leader summoned a group of meteorites. Shisui reported in detail. These are not important. The strength of those 3 people is indeed not bad. They stand at the top of this world. Of course, this is under the circumstance that other Otsutsuki does not appear. Yuuji said. So there is more than one Otsutsuki? What a mysterious group, then who is stronger than the 3 of them? And the leader of the I organization who is said to have defeated the leader of Akatsuki, who is stronger than them? Shisui asked. Yuuji pondered for a moment, then touched his chin and said, I'm probably stronger. I have some understanding of them, so they don't have the ability to insta-kill me with a spare special ninjutsu. Shisui's eyes lit up, and his heart calmed down. By chance, only Senior can save Konoha. Yuuji chuckled and did not explain further to Shisui, nor did he reveal much about Otsutsuki's clan. It was because there was no use telling Shisui. Senior, I have completed this mission. That little girl with red hair has already been hit by my illusion. That I organization. Shisui hesitated. I will talk to the I organization. No matter what, I have some friendship with Hitomi. It is not difficult to take you into the organization. Yuuji looked at Shisui's eyes. How are your eyes now? You don't look too good. Shisui subconsciously covered his eyes. Indeed, the condition of his eyes was worse. His right eye had the ability to erase short-term memories. Shisui used this technique to almost destroy himself. His vision fell sharply and his vision was blurry. The left eye Kamui was able to cast a mind seal that could not be erased. It was extremely powerful, but the cooldown time was extremely exaggerated. It had been 10 years, and this technique had been used on Karin. With both eyes on his left and right, Hitomi's strength had been severely exhausted. Even if he used Mangekyo Sharingan again, how much strength could Shisui display? It would still be a big question mark. Don't worry, maybe you can find a way to restore your eyesight in the next few years. Yuuji comforted. I hope so. Even if I can't restore these eyes to their peak, it doesn't matter. As long as Senior is here, there will be no problem in the village. Shisui looked at Yuuji with burning eyes. There was no problem with his own eyes, as long as Senior Yuuji was fine. This was Shisui's will. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. Shisui, go back and rest. Take good care of your eyes. Yuuji revealed a faint smile. Shisui respectfully excused himself. Yuuji returned to Root's base. His entire body was shrouded in darkness and he sat on his chair. A Root ninja suddenly appeared. Sir, it's Hiriko's message. Is that so? Why would this guy come to me at this time? Torun, leave. When you have nothing to do, contact Feng. The two of you will be partners in the future. Yuuji took the document and opened it to quickly browse through it. Although he did not need to look at the document to know what Hirako wanted. Aberame took notice and left silently. This guy, Hirako, is indeed asking for precious blood inheritance from me. How greedy! Yuuji formed a seal with both hands and summoned Hirako with a bang. I have been waiting for you to channel your spirit. As soon as Hirako appeared, he immediately observed the surrounding situation and said. It seems that you are facing a lot of pressure. Are you going to be marginalized in Akatsuki? Yuuji laughed softly. Hirako was silent for a moment and looked helpless. Sure enough, that Might Do is your spy, right? We can't hide the changes in Akatsuki from you. Don't get me wrong. I don't need to get information from Might Do. I just need to think about it. Among the 9 members of Akatsuki, you are the weakest. It is very easy for you to die, Yuuji said. Hirako's face became more and more ugly. Then will you help me? I am on your side. It is beneficial for you if I become stronger. That's true. I did make arrangements for you. Yuuji clapped his hands. Then, Kabuto walked out of the laboratory. Take that thing out, Kabuto. Got it. Kabuto turned around and walked into another secret room. After removing a large number of seals, he took out a piece of white meat with a malicious expression. What is this? Hirako had an ominous premonition in his heart. This is Sage's corpse, Kabuto said. Sage? Which Sage? What Sage? How could you have such a thing? Hirako felt that the situation was getting worse. He vaguely realized that it was most likely a mistake for him to look for Yuuji. Of course it's the dead white snake Sage. Otherwise, who else could it be? Yuuji stood up. Hirako's expression changed. What do you mean? You want me to devour this snake? The key is that this snake is a corpse. Don't misunderstand, this is not an ordinary snake. Kabuto kindly reminded. Is there a difference? My chimera technique developed it against humans and did not include the blood of animals. Moreover, what kind of blood can a snake have for me to absorb? Hirako was frightened. Kabuto shook his head very seriously. The white snake sage has lived for over 1,000 years. He is an expert beyond the shadow realm. His strength level is no worse than the current Nagato. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Yuuji also said lightly, in fact, if this white snake is not unlucky and chose me as its opponent, it really won't die. Even if it is defeated, it can escape wholeheartedly. White snake sage. Hirako hesitated. It was true that this was a snake, but it was really strong. The battle that Yuuji had killed the white snake sage had alarmed countless people. The entire earth had changed. According to what Nagato said, the natural energy in the earth was absorbed by a large amount. It was probably the white snake sage who did it. And such a strong white snake sage still died in the hands of this man in front of him. He couldn't even escape. This, if I develop chimera technique again, maybe I can also obtain the blood of animals. Hirako felt that he had no choice. More importantly, he was really tempted. This was an ancient creature known as Sage, a corpse that surpassed cage level. It would be strange if he wasn't moved. Very good, then let's begin now. There's no need to continue developing your technique. With Kabuto, this genius, he will help you complete the fusion ritual in the shortest time possible. Yuuji praised. What kind of noble bloodline does the white snake sage have? Come with me. We will begin the ceremony to fuse our bloodlines. First, show me chimera technique. Kabuto impatiently walked towards Hirako. You haven't told me yet. Aya, don't care about these details. Such a powerful existence, are you still worried that your bloodline is not strong? It can't be, right? Hirako walked into the laboratory suspiciously. There was already a large group of Roots elites arranged there. As long as Hirako wanted to do something, these people would make the first move. Soon after, screams and curses came from the laboratory from time to time. This way, there is no problem. Oh, Hirako has fused with the blood of the snake. What kind of child will he become? Will he become a snake? Forget it, it is just an experimental product anyway. He can change however he wants. Yuuji rubbed his chin and soon forgot about it. Chimera technique is very magical. He can fuse with the bloodline. The bloodline of the merged snake can turn Hirako into something like a big snake, Hirako. There should be no problem, right? Unconsciously, the screams became even more shrill. So miserable. Omegakure, Akatsuki base. Nagato, Obito, and Su ran from the abandoned country of grass to the west and ran back to Omegakure. There was no other way. Obito couldn't use Kamui anymore. No matter what, the three of them could only run back by themselves. Halfway through, Nagato could still fly for a while. You guys finally came back. The meteor shower that landed in the country of grass was done by you guys, right? When Konan saw that Nagato was safe and sound, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to die from worrying. Nagato said indifferently, well, in order to deal with the Otsutsuki, or perhaps one of my ancestors, I used some methods, but I killed him in the end. Otsutsuki? This guy needs the three of you to deal with him. Konan was shocked. The meteor shower from before was truly earth-shattering. In Konan's memory, he had never seen such a terrifying technique before. Only Nagato was able to use it. To be more precise, we only consumed a bit of the enemy at the beginning. It was the leader who personally took action to kill the other party. As expected of the leader, his ability to use his eyes has long surpassed everyone else. Su said. Obito felt that he was being sarcastic, but he couldn't find any evidence. What made him even more angry was that even if Nagato switched to Mangekyo Sharingan's form, he would still be much stronger than him. Vitality, chakra, Hitomi's category, and attack level, the strength of Hitomi's strength. Nagato crushed Obito from all sides. After all, he was using Madara's eyes, the eternal Mangekyo that surpassed Mangekyo. It's been hard on you. Oh right, the newcomer recommended by Mr. Madara has been waiting for a while. Do you want to see him? Konan said. Newcomer? Who? Nagato frowned. Zabuza, Kirigakure's serial killer, Mamakai Zabuza, he has a broadsword. You want to recruit this kind of trash? Then let's meet first. No matter how weak he is, he should not be weaker than Hirako. Nagato looked at Obito with dissatisfaction. Chapter 325, he stood up. Zabuza had already waited for a while. If it was any other time, if the leader of any organization dared to ignore him and let him wait, if he did not, he would have already chopped people with a broadsword. But now, he was not always patient because this was Akatsuki, where experts gathered. Akatsuki's leader was even more terrifying. The meteor shower falling from the sky in the country of grass is noticed even by Zabuza. When it is learned that this is a ninjutsu performed by the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he is even more obedient to be helpless. We haven't seen each other for many years. I thought that you were killed. Kisame chuckled as he looked at Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes opened a gap, and he looked at Kisame with fear. Both of them carried a large blade on their backs. But Zabuza is very clear that if he really wants to match, it will be very difficult for him. He himself was known as the Ghost Man, and was the strongest among the first batch of graduates. All the other graduates of the same period had been killed by him in the graduation exam, and of course, he was the strongest. Even the people from the giant ninja clan had been killed by him. However, if he didn't execute it now, he would have a very low chance of winning against Hoshigaki Kisame. I was lucky enough to be spared by Master Su. As for you, you seem to be living a very comfortable life ever since you betrayed the village. Zabuza didn't slash at Hoshigaki Kisame, but subconsciously grabbed his broadsword and pulled it out. Then, I wonder who is stronger when compared to you. I can be considered your senior. You want to use this method to prove that you are not to be trifled with? There is no need for it, because here, you are definitely the weakest one. Kisame revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth. You. No longer itching to strike. All of a sudden, paper flew all over the sky. The leader is back. Both of you stop. Konan looked down and said coldly. In the dark, Nagato slowly walked over. One body, three heads, this strange body, no longer stunned him. Are you Zabuza? You look very weak. Nagato looked at Zabuza, and his powerful eyes immediately saw the situation. I take back what I just said. This guy might not even be able to beat Hirako. Nagato shook his head in disappointment. Right now, because he had recruited a large number of experts, his vision was already too picky. It was impossible for him to accept a decent fellow like Bijuudama just like he did on the timeline. Zabuza, he would at least be an elite jounin. This level of skill disappointed Nagato. If you want to say that I can't beat a part of you, I'll admit it. But you said that I'm the weakest without even making a move. Isn't that too much? Zabuza showed his face and shake it. Besides being angry, he was clearly confident. Behind Nagato, Obito said slowly, since Orochimaru betrayed us, there are only 9 core members left in our organization. If we recruit this guy, it'll be enough to gather 10 people. Humph, what's the use of recruiting this kind of trash? Let's not talk about strength first. We haven't taken back the ring that Orochimaru took, right? This 10th person is the same as without. It's better to let me dig out his heart. The illusory figure of Kakuzu, who had appeared out of nowhere, sneered. What a coincidence, I also want to cut off your head. Zabuza looked up at Kakuzu and said with a sneer. At the same time, he looked at this ridiculously huge Gedo statue. For a moment, he didn't speak, but his anger and pride were constantly fermenting. Cut off my head? You may not understand me. Even if I lose my head, it will not affect me at all. Kakuzu sneered. Just let the 2 of them fight. Whoever is stronger will be left with a ring. Su suddenly said. Zabuza looked at Su and nodded slightly. Among these people, only Su willingly put on a better attitude. In the past, when Su and Obito launched their invasion on Kirigakure, Su wantonly slaughtered Kirigakure's ninjas, but he still let go of a teenager and did not kill him. He also gave him the broadsword that could not be beheaded. Where is Hirako? Why didn't I see him? Nagato said coldly. I'm not sure. Maybe he sensed that something was wrong and escaped. Kakuzu refused to help his partner at all and wished that Hirako would die. Call him over. Akatsuki doesn't need trash. Nagato shouted. Konan looked at Nagato worriedly. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Nagato seemed to have become even colder. He was more arrogant than before. In the whole of Ninja World, only the I organization could make Nagato face him. Soon, Hirako really came back. Nagato's eyes moved slightly. In his vision, Hirako's body became a little strange. He, I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing the moment I came back. A newcomer wants to challenge senior? You guys just wants to watch the show. Hirako was completely enveloped by a large robe as he slowly walked out from the darkness. The few of them looked at him with different expressions. All the experts present noticed the slight changes in Hirako. Vaguely, there was a strange smell. Wow, it smells so fishy. How long have you not taken a bath? White Zetsu, who was on Nagato's shoulder, shouted first. Shut your mouth. If you want to die, I don't mind using Chimera technique to merge you. If the leader agrees. Hirako let out a strange laugh. It was hoarse and low, and there was a hissing sound. It was like a snake was speaking. Hirako finally walked out of the darkness and stood in front of everyone. However, his new appearance shocked everyone. White scales were scattered on his pale skin. The strange aura that assaulted his face caused Nagato to raise his eyebrows. I'm sorry, everyone. I just finished a ceremony and spent some time. Hirako said with a low laugh. Ceremony? You used Chimera technique to fuse with new blood? But this time, it looks like the blood inheritance you fused with is a bit strange. Konan said. It doesn't matter if it's strange or not. The important thing is to be strong. Are you going to challenge me? Let's start. I can't wait. Hirako slowly walked forward. Swish. The others also made way for him, making space for him. Without wasting any more time, Zabuza immediately pulled out his broadsword and slashed down. Crack! A loud sound rang out. Behind Hirako, a white snake tail was thrown out, blocking the attack. Snake! Without hesitation, Zabuza swung his broadsword and slashed horizontally. The 2 of them engaged in a physical confrontation. No matter how they attacked, Zabuza could not really hurt Hirako. Interesting. This guy, Hirako, left so many human blood behind and went to merge with a snake. Kakuzu laughed coldly. The others did not say anything and focused on watching. A hint of impatience appeared in Nagato's eyes. After killing Ishiki, he had just finished that earth-shattering battle. Now, looking at the 2 of them fighting, it felt like a child playing house. Very quickly, Zabuza took the lead and opened up the distance, using ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Kirigakure technique. A white fog rose up. Your vision has already been sealed by me. The voice of Zabuza sounded in the thick fog. Hirako had a smile on his face all along. Nagato, who was watching the battle, became more and more impatient. He could see through Kirigakuru's technique with a single glance. Zabuza created a shadow clone and attacked Hirako from 2 different directions. At this time, Hirako used his speed to escape, and with exaggerated speed, he easily dodged Zabuza's attack. This speed! Zabuza was shocked. Water release, great waterfall technique. Zabuza slashed out a flood that was like a great waterfall, it would pour down with a loud bang. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to hide in this underground space in the face of such an attack. However, Hirako did not dodge. Instead, he directly took off his hood and raised his head. This is... Nagato's expression changed slightly, and he immediately noticed the change. Natural energy was flowing into Hirako's body, and it was very fast. Sage art. Hirako looked at the huge waterfall that was roaring towards him and revealed a mocking smile. Scorching release, steam and death. Zi. A terrifying high temperature surged out from the surface of Hirako's body and erupted with a loud bang. When it came into contact with the flood, it immediately caused an astonishing amount of steam. The terrifying flood waterfall was forcibly evaporated by Senjutsu's oversteam kill. The temperature of the entire underground base welcomed a terrifying increase. Even after a long period of time, it still made people feel uncomfortable. Oh! It's really amazing. To be able to have this kind of temperature from so far away. If I were to be hit directly, I wonder what I would become. Do exclaimed in shock. Only ninjas who specialized in physical skills would understand how terrifying this technique was. Humph, Do, if you get close to me, you will die in an instant. The super steam killing technique is a technique that specializes in restraining physical skills ninjas. It can evaporate the water in your body in an instant, not to mention that I now have control over Senjutsu. Hirako laughed in a low voice, and then the laughter became louder and louder, becoming crazy. These guys had no idea what he had experienced in the first place. Under the threat of that man, he had no choice but to use Chimera technique to devour the corpse of a huge white snake. However, Hirako had to admit that humiliation was humiliation, but strength was really strong. A stronger perception, a stronger speed, strength, agility, vitality. It could be said that all of his vital signs had undergone a leap. More importantly, the affinity to natural energy allowed Hirako to instantly enter Sage mode. The White Snake Sage had accumulated over 1,000 years of hard work. Although it was not like some blood inheritance ninja, it had a bloodline that could activate special abilities. However, after 1,000 years of absorbing natural energy, a portion of the White Snake Sage's physical fitness and genetic instincts had been absorbed by Hirako. Naturally, Hirako also inherited a portion of the terrifying affinity toward natural energy, even if it was just a small portion. After all, he had fused with a corpse, not the living White Snake Sage. He would not lose again. Looking at the high-temperature steam that enveloped everything, everyone understood this point. Hirako's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Senjutsu, who has an all-around increase in strength, restrains body techniques scorching evasion, and increases speed and rapid escape, this guy. Kakuzu was a little envious, and wished he could dig out Hirako's heart right now and place it on his body. This was simply an epic grade enhancement. Not to mention, in the past, it could only be used in close combat. With the support of Senjutsu, it seemed that it could launch a wide-range attack and evaporate the water in the enemy's body within a certain range. Although the consumption of chakra would definitely be very astonishing, but with Senjutsu here, he could completely endure this loss. Everyone understood that Hirako's strength was too much, and he would become very, very difficult to kill. The combination of Senjutsu, White Snake bloodline and rapid escape would increase Hirako's speed to a ridiculous degree. Even Nagato had a look of appreciation on his face. He had always looked down on some bullshit chimera technique. This kind of trash forbidden technique that seized other people's blood was just a small trick researched by mediocre people. Now, it seemed that this technique had some merits. At least it could make a piece of trash not so useless. Very good, Hirako, use your performance to prove yourself. Nagato said. Hirako grinned, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. He revealed a sinister smile. Nagato waved his hand and used a Shinra Tensei to disperse a large amount of fog. No longer leaning on the beheading sword, Zabuza looked at the half-human, half-snake Hirako in disbelief. His current appearance was a bit miserable, with a large area of burns all over his body. You are very lucky. I used senjutsu to hide far enough. Otherwise, you would have already become a dried corpse. Hirako said. If he did not chop off a piece of rotting skin on his face, his entire body would be in pain, and his face would be gloomy. Hirako's performance attracted everyone's attention. This time, even Kakuzu that opened its mouth to kill Hirako closed its mouth. If his 5 hearts were to be steamed and trapped by senjutsu, they would also be finished. Not bad. Su praised, sizing up Hirako. It was obvious that he was satisfied with the current Hirako. The burning escape technique was originally Pakura's technique that could evaporate any enemy he came into contact with into dried corpses in an instant. Now, it had been strengthened in Hirako's hands. However, it was still far from being the strongest technique in the burning escape system. The strongest burning escape was a technique that was jointly activated by Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's wind release, super great jade spiral sword, combined with Sasuke's flame escape, Susanoo and earth life. However, for Hirako to become like this, it was already quite good. It seems that I should find a chance to make a move on Mount Mayuboku and Shikotsu. I will also stuff Toad Sage and Slug into Hirako's body. Su silently pondered.